time we pull up, all you're gonna see is Americans. I ain't never gonna pretend that I give a damn. Anybody who's offended can get it, we throwing hands. Anybody not trying to make America great again, you a pawn, you a clown, better know where I stand. I'm a white.
And by the way, thank you everybody on Rumble for being here. If y'all please don't mind hitting the thumbs up button, it would help us out greatly, and much appreciated. But thank you everybody for being here. A lot of familiar faces, and I'm glad that y'all are here.
In both of the other two impeachments that we're comparing to, 1917 impeachment of Governor Paul Ferguson and 1975 impeachment of District Judge Carrillo, all of the witnesses were put under oath.
Go ahead and do that. Thank you. Morning, if you would just bow with me, please. Father, we wanted to start off today putting first things first, because for all of us, this is a first. It's an incredibly solemn and important occasion. None of us have ever been a part of a trial of this nature, and really, it's only happened a handful of times in Texas history. So as we come to it this morning, we just first pray that you would just give us wisdom in all the presentation and all the deliberations and just everything that will go on. For those of us who are going to be making the decisions at the end, we just pray for your wisdom and insight. We know that truth is always at the top of your agenda with justice, and we pray that we would see what that is and that we would make decisions in accordance with that. Just want to pray for the Lieutenant Governor. This is a new role for him as presiding officer. We pray for your help for him in that task. I just pray for all of us members of the Senate. We've been here most of this year. We all have a lot of responsibilities back home that are piling up, and we just pray that you would just keep everything moving smooth at home with our families and our businesses and just all our responsibilities so that we can focus all our efforts on this task. But also just pray for good health so that we can all be here every day, all of us who are part of this trial. We pray that we could be here every day, be healthy, be attentive, sleep well, just all those things we need to do the job that you've put us here to do. And Father, again, we just ask just for your guidance, your direction, and we just pray that when all this is over, that all of us will walk away knowing in your eyes that we did the right thing. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Senator King. I will now have, you may be seated. Everyone be seated. We will now have our Chief Justice, Nathan Hager, give the oath of office to myself and Judge Lana Myers.
I want to thank everybody for being here for this epic event. Thank you guys for watching and sharing this out. I'll be popping in every now and then. You might hear me give commentary or occasionally
I, Dan Patrick,
belly
do
laugh.
solemnly swear
I, Dan Patrick, do solemnly swear
Let's
that I
watch
will
this.
impartially try
that I will impartially try
William Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
William Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
Attorney General of Texas,
Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges
submitted
by the House of Representatives. So help me God.
So help me God. Now, Judge Myers.
All right, y'all. God's watching. And he heard that.
I, Lana Myers, do solemnly swear
I, Lana Myers, do solemnly swear
that I will impartially perform the duties of legal counsel and jurist
the duties of legal counsel and jurist
in the impeachment of William Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
William Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
Attorney General of Texas.
Attorney General of Texas.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Now, I've had some
For
questions
those in the
about,
gallery and again, watching online, we seldom bring out the Sam Houston Bible. We do it at inaugurations
Oh, you better
and
whip
other
it out now.
special occasions. And this is a very significant and serious occasion that will be in the history books. And I thought it appropriate to bring out the Sam Houston Bible, not just for Judge Myers and myself, but for each member of the Senate, the jurors.
well, I
So we're going to
appreciate
take
that,
a few minutes
Mr. Patrick. I
instead of
appreciate
swearing in
you.
everyone at one time. And our
Are they going
clerk
to
of the
swear
court,
them in
Patsy
individually?
Spa, who I might mention has not missed a session day in 54 years,
Wow.
is dedicated to her service. We'll present the Bible to each member. I will swear them in. You may choose to put your hand on the Bible or not. That is your decision.
Excellent.
We present the Bible to you.
Excellent. Wow, Dan Patrick's really trying to shine, you guys. He's working for the people right now.
We will do it one by one, starting with Senator Blanco.
He said, "Let me look you in your eyes while I swear you in."
Repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
I will impartially try Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
I will impartially try Warren Paxton Jr.,
Attorney General of Texas,
Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges submitted to me
upon the impeachment charges submitted to me
by the House of Representatives,
by the House of Representatives,
and a true verdict render according to the law
who verdict rendered according to the law
and the evidence.
and the evidence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Senator. Senator LaMantia. Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear and affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will impartially try Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr., Attorney General,
that I will impartially try Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr., Attorney General,
upon the impeachment charges submitted to me by the House of Representatives,
upon the impeachment charges submitted to
I
me by
love
the
this,
House of
guys. I
Representatives,
appreciate that he's
and a
swearing
true
them
verdict
all in
render
individually.
and a true verdict render
according to the law
according to the law.
and the evidence.
There's no
And the
wiggle room
evidence.
here.
So help me God.
So help me God.
We
Thank you,
asked for
Senator.
due process, and we
Senator
are
Parker?
getting it. I hope this looks like due process so far. I like it.
Repeat
Scale of 1
after
to
me.
10. How
I do
cool is
solemnly
this?
swear or affirm
Do solemnly swear or affirm
I will impartially try Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
I will impartially try Mr.
Warren?
Paxton, Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges submitted to me by the House of Representatives,
Boy, if you
on the
have
impeachment
trouble.
charges submitted to me by the House of Representatives,
and a true verdict render
and a true verdict rendered
according to the law and the evidence.
according to the law and evidence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hughes.
Let's not have any more trouble, okay? You repeat after Patrick.
Senator Hughes, repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will impartially try
that I will impartially try
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges submitted to me
This
by the
might be
House of
my favorite thing
Representatives,
that
on the
Dan
impeachment
Patrick's ever
charges
done.
submitted
I'm
to
gonna have
me
to
by the
review
House of Representatives,
his
and a true verdict
discography,
render
and a
because this is kind
true
of
verdict render
according to the law and the evidence.
according to the law and the evidence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Springer.
hey. I'm
Repeat
glad
after
it's
me.
not the House because this
I do
this one thing
solemnly
would take
swear
all
or
day.
affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
I will partially try
that I will impartially try
Impartial.
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
All right, I'm
Attorney
nitpicking
General
now.
of
I'm
Texas,
just gonna let
upon
it
the
play out.
impeachment charges submitted to me
upon the impeachment charges submitted to me
by the House of Representatives,
by the House of Representatives,
and a true verdict render
and a true verdict rendered
according to the law and the evidence.
according to the law and evidence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Senator Johnson. Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will impartially try
that I will impartially try
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges submitted
upon the impeachment charges submitted
to me by the House of Representatives,
to me by the House of Representatives,
and a true verdict render
and a true verdict render
according to the law and the evidence.
according to the law and the evidence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Senator Gutierrez? Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will impartially try
that I will impartially try
Warren Kenneth Paxton, Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
Warren Kenneth Paxton, Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges
upon the impeachment charges
submitted to me by the House of Representatives,
submitted to me by the House of Representatives,
and a true verdict render
true verdict render
according to the law and the evidence.
according to the law and the evidence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Miles? Repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
Do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will impartially try
I will impartially try
Warren Kenneth Paxton, Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
Warren Kenneth Paxton, Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges
upon impeachment charges
submitted to me by the House of Representatives,
submitted to me by the House of Representatives,
and a true verdict render
and true verdict render
according to the law and the evidence.
according to the law and the evidence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Swertner. Repeat after me. I do solemnly swear and affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will impartially try
that I will impartially try
Warren Kenneth, Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
Warren Kenneth Paxton, Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges
upon the impeachment charges
submitted to me by the House of Representatives,
submitted to me by the House of Representatives,
and a true verdict render
a true verdict rendered
according to the law and the evidence.
according to the law and the evidence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Senator Campbell. Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will impartially try
that I will impartially try
Warren Kenneth Paxton, Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
Warren Kenneth Paxton, Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges
upon the impeachment charges
submitted to me by the House of Representatives,
submitted to me by the House of Representatives,
and a true verdict render
and a true verdict rendered
according to the law and the evidence.
according to the law and the evidence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Senator Nichols. Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will impartially try
that I will impartially try
Warren Kenneth Paxton, Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
Warren Kenneth Paxton, Jr., Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges
on the impeachment charges
submitted to me by the House of Representatives,
submitted to me by the House of Representatives,
and a true verdict render
and a true verdict rendered
according to the law and the evidence.
according to the law and the evidence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Senator West. Please repeat after me, Senator. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will impartially try
that I will impartially try
Warren Kenneth Paxton, Jr.,
Warren Kenneth Paxton, Jr.,
Attorney General of Texas,
Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges
upon the impeachment charges
brought to me by the House of Representatives,
brought to me by the House of Representatives,
and a true verdict render
and a true verdict render
according to the law and the evidence.
according to the law and evidence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Zaffarini. Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will impartially try
that I will impartially try
Warren Kenneth Paxton, Jr.,
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
Attorney General of Texas,
Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges brought to me by
upon the impeachment charges brought to me by
the House of Representatives,
House of Representatives,
and a true verdict render
and a true verdict render
according to the law and the evidence.
according to the law and the evidence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hinojosa.
Just to recap, Dan Patrick has chosen to sworn in every single senator.
Senator, repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
Just now
that I
getting
will
here, that's what's
impartially
happening.
try
He's not
that I will
swearing them in
impartially
all
try
at once.
Warren
He's going
Kenneth Paxton
one by
Jr.,
one,
Warren
and he's
Kenneth
looking him in the eye,
Paxton Jr.,
and they're
Attorney
swearing on
General
the
of
Sam
Texas,
Houston Bible.
Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges
That's how serious this
upon
is
the
in
impeachment
Texas.
charges
brought to me by the House of Representatives,
brought to me by the House of Representatives,
and a
What
true
they're
verdict
doing to
render
Paxton
and a
is what
true
they're
verdict
trying to do to
render
Trump, because Paxton has sued the Biden
according to the
administration
law,
according to the
multiple
law
the
times,
evidence.
and the evidence.
So help me God.
and has
So
been
help me God.
investigating
Thank you,
child
Senator.
trafficking, which I covered in one of our
Senator
last
Hoffman?
broadcasts. Election fraud cases. He's been working real hard, and it does appear that the DOJ sent one Aaron Epley down to facilitate this impeachment.
Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do hope that that's covered
Swear or
in
affirm
this hearing.
that I will impartially try
that I will impartially try
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
Attorney General of Texas,
Attorney General
Based
of
on my
Texas,
sources,
upon the impeachment
I think it has
charges
a good chance
On
of
the
being covered in this
impeachment
hearing.
brought to
that
me by the House
DOJ
of
is
Representatives,
brought to me
facilitating
by the House of
impeachment of Texas's
Representatives,
Attorney
a true
General.
verdict render
a true verdict render
according to the law,
according to the law,
the evidence.
the evidence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Senator.
So I muted it just for a minute so we can talk about just some small things. This is a relatively important matter. It's not been covered as well as it should be covered, but we've done our best. Based on my sources, I think that we have a great chance at getting the whole truth out there in these Senate hearings. I don't know if this is going to take days. It very well could, depending on if they want witness testimony, depending on if they're waiting for more and more information. Maybe at the end of the day, they've heard enough and they just wrap it up. I've not got a way of determining that. I don't know anybody who has a way of determining that. What I do know is that we have resolutioned the Senate to hell. And both executive committees and, I guess regular people aren't resolutioning them, but we're demanding due process be afforded at these Senate hearings. You'll give me a 5x5 if y'all can hear me. I haven't even asked for a 5x5. Hang on, I clicked out of the Foxhole channel. So y'all give me a 5x5 if you can hear me. If anything needs to be adjusted, let me know. Let's see. Oh, hey guys, I'm sorry, I didn't notice all of the chat. I apologize. I'm pulling the chat up right now. Crisco13, good morning. What's up, Diddy? Hey, White Wings. White Wings, who you is? Do we know you? Have you been here before? Y'all can feel free to comment over on Foxhole or on Rumble. I've got both of them pulled up so that I can see them. Now I have both of them pulled up. Before I hadn't. Anywho. Again, this is Dan Patrick, who's our, what is he? He's our lieutenant governor, which means he's he basically runs the Senate. So he's swearing everybody in right now on the Sam Houston Bible, one by one. He had the option of swearing them in all together, all at once, one fell swoop. He did not want to do that. So to me, this shows that Dan Patrick is taking this more seriously than maybe he would have before, definitely more seriously than our House reps, who can all consider their asses primaried as far as I'm concerned. But this is a great start. Okay, now I know we knock on Dan Patrick a lot. We do this, okay? We don't like it when people outside of Texas do it, but we sure, give him a beating. Let's start giving credit. We comment a lot on bad service, but people don't often comment on good service. So let's try to give credit. That's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to have grace, I think. I asked for grace. I asked God to give me grace. So I think that's what this is God has given me the grace to recognize that this is a good start. This is a good start, y'all. happily reporting that all these dogs are being sworn in one by one. That way we have individual shots of them up here with their hand raised, one of them, the other one on the Sam Houston Bible. Now, if y'all notice any one of these fools, if I go to get a cup of coffee, right, and I walk away and I don't notice that one of these fools didn't put their hand on the Bible, let's talk about it. All right, so I need y'all eyes on because I might go get some coffee. Awesome. Thank you so much for the 5x5. Diddy, business partner, Diddy, when Diddy gets off work, we're going to be going over the happenings, the proceedings of today, and all of the House members that voted for impeachment with no due process. So thank y'all for being here. I hope you enjoy this lively, exercise in representative government. We'll see how it works out. We put our Cash App and everything down at the bottom. If you want to donate, it's not necessary. If you really want to support regularly, you can sub to our paid Substack. And I've got sometimes, I don't release things as I finish them. I'll release them like in blocks. So I'll have, I've got a few blocks that I'm about to release on the Substack. And some of them, they're for paid subs only. And that's just because anything that's vital that needs to go out for the average citizen to know, I always put that out for free. But if it's, like deep analytics, or if it's just like kind of commentary or opinion, I don't always put all that out. Only for the people who really want to know. Like you, Hyder. You can feel free to sub to my Substack. Be a founding supporter, right? $75 a year. That's not much. That's lower than your dues to the TAEA, right? The Texas Association of Election Administrators is probably lower than your dues to the National Association of Election Officials, Hyder. It's a great deal, and you can keep up with me and everything that I'm saying. Okay? All the crazy stuff, this wacky stuff that I'm saying. Wow, look at these young senators. Where are they coming from? Anyways, I'm going to put the volume back on so y'all can hear them being sworn in, and we'll get started very soon. Oh, look, we got Wednesday Addams. Okay. I'm just kidding. It's a very cute dress. It's a little bit short. That skirt is above her knee. She's on the Senate floor. Who dressed her? Now you're going to see I'm all puritanical. I'm more like the original colonists than I thought. That dress is too short for the Senate floor, and she is old enough to know better. All right. It's not Halloween yet. Mrs. Addams. All right, anywho, y'all enjoy.
Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will impartially try. Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
Attorney General of Texas,
Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges brought to me by the House of Representatives, a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Perry. Repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will impartially try
that I will impartially try
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
Attorney General of the State of Texas,
Attorney General of the State of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges
Oh no, Dan Patrick's getting
brought to me
tired.
by the House of Representatives,
He's about to pull a Dade Phelan.
a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hall? Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm.
It's our boy, Bob Hall.
solemnly swear or affirm
That I will impartially try
that I will impartially try
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
Attorney General of Texas,
Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges
upon the impeachment charges
brought to me by the House of Representatives,
brought to me by the House of Representatives,
a true verdict render
rendered
according to the law
according to the law
and the evidence.
and the evidence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
That's our boy, Bob Hall.
Senator
Diddy,
Hancock.
that's your boy right there. He's out in Rockwall. That's your boy. One of our
Repeat
best
after me.
patriots
I do
is
solemnly swear or
Senator
affirm
Bob
I
Hall.
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will impartially try
that I will impartially try
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr.,
Attorney General of Texas,
Attorney General of Texas,
upon the impeachment charges
upon the impeachment charges
brought to me by the House of Representatives,
brought to me by the House of Representatives,
a true verdict render
a true verdict rendered
according to the law and the evidence.
according to the law and the evidence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Senator Menendez.
Hey guys, okay, all right. Hey Melindy. Okay, so Melindy says, let's see. Thank you for the 5x5, Miss Firecracker. And Melindy says, Deep State Discovery Zone. I love it. Love the swearing in. Crooked Dade Phelan has to go along with his paid off rhinos. Yeah, and his Democrats. But then I don't mean to be redundant. What's the makeup of the Senate? We hold the Senate, Melindy. We hold it. Thank you so much. J-Taz, Core Cousin, Whitney 1963. Thank you for the 5x5s. That helps me know y'all can hear me. Only problem with swearing them in on the Bible is that if some are heathens, this won't mean a thing to them. Swearing an oath would be inconsequential. Right, well, except we do have a recourse for oath breakers. We sure do. Not that, one aspect of it is between them and God. But one aspect of it can be dealt with here, on this plane. I understand that other faiths can have something of the same significance in those occasions. Yeah, or lack of faith, Melindy. So then what? Swear on the Constitution, right? Our prayers for Ken. He's a true patriot. Yes, Nagy. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. He is a true patriot, fighter for the children, borders, champion for America. God help us all if they take him down. Yeah, they do seem to have sent one Aaron Epley from the DOJ to help facilitate this impeachment. Absolutely, Nagy, I agree with you. This is the trial of Trump as much as it is for Paxton. Excellent. Excellent observation. I fully agree. That was a live chat over on Rumble. If you're watching on Rumble, you can feel free to chat. I'm reading all of it. I appreciate you guys. And if you're over on Foxhole, I'm reading y'all's too. Heck yeah, Diddy. Bob better represent us. Oh no, he is. There's no problem with Bob. He doesn't even have to be told. You can just send him something and he'll see it for what it is right away. He's got the eyes of a ranger. Okay, I must say it like that. Yeah, the eyes of the ranger, like Walker, Texas Ranger. That's Bob Hall. He probably even knows martial arts. Okay.
Kenneth Paxton Jr.
Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr.
on impeachment. So help me God.
So help me God.
And thank all of you for preparing over the last several months the Senate for today. Thank you.
That's polite of him to thank them before we know what kind of a job they've done.
For the record, I want to announce the counselors for the House of Managers. Please rise when I announce your name. Representative Andrew Murr. Representative Ann Johnson. Representative Briscoe Kane.
Boo, you too, Briscoe.
Representative Terry Canales. Representative Aaron Gamez. Representative Charlie Guerin.
Boo.
Representative Jeff Leach. Representative Oscar Longoria.
Yeah.
Representative Morgan Meyer. Representative Joe Moody. Representative David Spiller. And Representative Cody Basut. Dick DeGuerin. Rusty Hardin. Justice Harriet O'Neill. Brian Benkin, Jenny Bravorka, Therese Boyce, Donna Cameron, Isha Dennis, Mark Donnelly, Daniel Dutko, Aaron Epley, Ross Garber.
Yes, the
Leah
one and
Graham,
only.
Lisa Hobbs, Laura Hollingsworth, Megan Moore.
Wait till y'all
Mark
hear about
White,
Aaron
and June
Epley.
Burrow.
The DOJ's
Did I miss
own
anyone?
Merrick Garland's
Thank you.
own Aaron Epley.
Sorry?
Wait till you hear.
Mr. Lewis? Armstead Lewis. Thank you, sir.
Mm.
And now, counselors, for the record, I will announce the.
Are we going to swear in the counselors?
Let me get my list here.
Take them the Bible.
Attorney General's counsel.
How can you be a counsel
rise when I
and
call your name.
witness? Aaron Epley.
Tony Busby. Dan Cogdell. Allison Collins. Anthony Dolcefino. Amy Hilton. Christopher Hilton. Colby Holler. Caitlin Jackson. Mitch Little. Joseph Mazzara. Anthony Oso. And Judd Stone. Did I miss anyone? Thank you. You may be seated.
I guess Aaron Epley can be a counselor and a witness the same way that Kelly Sorrell can be counsel to the Oath Keepers and also complicit with them. I guess the rule of law is just like, this place is so wheels off. The Texas Senate, it looks like this may be our last bastion of due process. We'll see how it plays out, guys. Pray. Pray hard. Free Kelly Sorrell, by the way. And also John Schaefer. Wait, I'm going to show y'all in a minute my new shirt. I got a new Iced Earth shirt. It has John Schaefer on the cover. He's a J6 defendant, a heavy metal one, okay? So that's why, I care. I'm just kidding. I care about all of them, but I got a sick shirt at this vintage shop the other day. Iced Earth. It has my boy John Schaefer on it.
I want to first introduce Judge Lana Myers, who is sitting next to me. She will be my legal counsel. I'm neither a lawyer or a judge, so I appreciate her giving of her time to be here today. She served with distinction in the Dallas area as a prosecutor on a criminal court and on the Fifth Court of Appeals. So I want to thank you for being here today. Thank you, Judge Myers. Once again, good morning. For those of you attending today, just a couple of brief remarks in the gallery. All cell phones must be turned off. Other than the media, no recording may be made of the proceedings by those present. We must maintain decorum and no distractions in the gallery, as we will on the floor at all times. We're glad to have you here, but any outburst by anyone in the gallery will result in your removal. So
there are a lot of patriots currently there. So he's actually talking to citizens that have shown up.
24 pre-trial motions submitted by the parties.
Oh my God.
The deadline for the parties to file pre-trial motions was August 5th. Answers to the motions from the other party were due August 15th.
So Paxton's attorney has asked for 19
that were written by the senators and passed 25 to 3 require any motion that could result in dismissal of an article of impeachment to be voted on by the members of the jury, the senators. There are 16 such motions that could result in dismissal of articles of impeachment. Unlike regular session, where members speak and debate on the floor, the members passed rules which do not allow questions, discussions, or debate from the floor. As you know, in a regular trial, a jury does not make public comments during a trial, and neither will this jury. After the members of the court vote on the 16 dispositive motions, I will rule on the remaining 8 motions, which the rules require the presiding officer to do. It is possible that through certain votes by members of the court, some or all of impeachment could be dismissed. If the articles are dismissed, the court will enter a finding that they are dismissed with prejudice, thereby satisfying Article 15, Section 5 of the Constitution, reinstating Attorney General to office. However, if any articles remain after votes on pretrial motions, the rules require we move forward with the trial. We will now take up pretrial motions under the rules. It takes a majority
what he's saying is they could be done
of
today
members
if they
present,
feel like it.
that is 16 voting members, who are eligible to serve as jurors to grant a motion for dismissal. Per the rules, all motions and answers are required to be filed prior to the trial, and the arguments of the counsel for both sides are contained therein. Members, you have read the pretrial motions and the answers to the motions. For each motion, you will indicate on your voting form yea or nay. A yea vote is to grant the motion, a nay vote is to deny the motion. The bailiff, as you know, will collect your votes. The clerk will then announce them, each vote and the tally. And after she has tallied the votes, I am required by the rules to confirm your vote is accurate, so I will call each of you one by your name, and you will rise in place and state how you voted, yea or nay. As previously mentioned, a motion is considered granted if it receives yea votes from a majority of the members present, which is 16, and who are eligible to serve as jurors.
Yeah, I couldn't do it either. White Wings, I couldn't make it down. I got work and my daughter's in school, but there's a lot of people down there from what I could tell, huge efforts to bus people down there just in case they couldn't drive. And if you like, I can try
Members,
to get your name
we will now
submitted
take up motion 22,
added to that
submitted
list
by
where people
Respondent
offer
Attorney
to
General
drive you down
Paxton.
there.
The motion is entitled No Evidence Motion for Summary Judgment on All Articles of Impeachment. A yea vote is to
hell
grant the
yeah.
motion. A nay vote is to deny the motion. Please mark your vote on the voting form.
Let's go. Let's see. How fast do you think they can wrap this up? Do you think they can wrap it up? Let's see if they dismiss them all. I'll be talking, but occasionally muting myself because we've got the
Bailiff,
yard
collect the
guys
votes
here, and
and
they're
bring them
just
to the clerk.
really loud. So, also I'm loud. If I'm too loud, tell me. Okay, I have a stage voice, so it's a gift from God. And Nagy, yeah, yeah. Yes. Whippoorwill trying to impeach him because he's a true patriot. Absolutely. 100% deep state. These guys are mowing the lawn as if the lawn is not burnt to a crisp. It looks like a bunch of McDonald's French fries out there growing up from the ground, and they're over here edging. I'm gonna mute myself just because it's loud, but God bless them, man. They're gonna
Are
work
all of the votes
either way.
collected, Bailiff? Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Matt. The clerk, Ms. Spa is our Secretary of the Senate. The clerk will now pull the votes at random and read them into the record.
Flores, no.
Noted.
Eckhart, no. Colcourse, yay.
All right, Colkhorst, you just want a point.
Betancourt, yay. Creighton, yay. Middleton, nay. Alvarado, nay.
We got 3 Patriots so far: Colkhorst, Betancourt, and Creighton.
King, nay.
Really? Okay, well, King, look, I'm going to give King
Sparks,
benefit of the doubt that he
nay.
will process. But King, you just made the list. But I might take you off, depending on how you play your cards.
West, nay. Whitmire, nay. Huffman, nay. Hinojosa, nay. Zaffarini, nay. Hancock, nay. Menendez, nay. Birdwell, nay. Hall, yay.
What was Birdwell?
Perry, nay. Lamantia, nay. Parker, yay. Hughes, nay. Miles, nay. Gutierrez, nay. Johnson, nay. Springer, nay. Schwartner, nay. Campbell, yay. Nichols, nay. Blanco, nay.
She's just reading off yays and nays for a motion to dismiss because of no evidence.
24 nays, 6 yays.
All right, so the motion to dismiss for no evidence does not.
I will now confirm the vote of the jury in alphabetical order. Senator Alvarado, you vote. Senator Betancourt,
Yay.
Senator Birdwell,
Nay.
Senator Blanco, Senator Campbell,
Yay.
Senator Creighton,
Yay.
Senator Eckhart,
Yay.
Senator Flores, Senator Gutierrez,
Yay.
Senator Hall,
Yay.
Senator Hancock, Senator Hinojosa,
Yay.
Senator
I
Huffman,
think we had 7 yays.
Senator Hughes, Senator Johnson, Senator King,
Nay.
Senator Colcourse, Senator Lamantia,
King voted nay.
Senator Menendez,
Yay.
Senator Middleton,
King and Birdwell both voted nay, but I'm
Senator
going to hold
Miles,
out the benefit of the doubt that they actually just
Senator
want to
Nichols,
actually have this debate. All right, I'll wait
Senator
to judge
Parker,
them for this because I think they may
Senator
be
Perry,
this may be strategic.
Senator Schwertner,
Yay.
Senator Springer,
But it looks like the first motion to dismiss for no evidence
Senator
is
Sparks,
not going to pass.
Senator West,
The hearing will continue after this.
Senator Whitmire, Senator Zaffarini, 24 nays, 6 yeas. The tally is confirmed. The motion is denied.
I thought I counted 7 yays, but it's whatever. Either way, the motion failed. Which is fine. Y'all want to have the debate? Let's have the debate. Look, we're overdue.
Members, we are now taking up motion 9, submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Exclude Evidence of Any Alleged Conduct That Occurred Prior to January 2023. A yea vote is to grant the motion, a nay vote is to deny the motion. Please
Yes,
mark your voting
yes.
form.
Senator Phil King voted nay to dismiss for no evidence, as did Brian Birdwell, who I think that we need to wait. Don't start getting mad about it. Let's just see, because if we can expose the deep state through due process, then their vote to not dismiss is actually beneficial. So I think that we knew that this wasn't necessarily going to be dismissed right away, but because, if Ken Paxton has done something wrong, let's talk about it. All right. So that's why, for that reason, I'm not mad at the people who voted nay to dismiss for no evidence. Do y'all know what I mean? So just don't necessarily take this as, oh, Phil King
Please
or
pick up the votes.
Betancourt wants to impeach him. Not necessarily. You know what I mean? I think we are definitely overdue for this. And if we can if this is an opportunity to actually expose the mechanisms of the deep state, then let's have it out. This is a boxing match we're way overdue for. So come on. Now it's time. And that's how I'm taking Birdwell and King's nay votes to dismiss. Because they want the fight, maybe. Let's see. Do they want the fight or do they want to impeach? Their actions throughout this hearing will determine whether or not they want to have this boxing match or whether or not they're actually, they've maybe got some inside info or some personal against Paxton. I don't know. We'll see. How can I know? I don't know what I don't know. I do know a lot, though. So, we know a lot. If you saw our last
all votes
special,
collected. Thank you, Bailiff.
we highlighted all of the
pull the votes at random.
ridiculosities of this impeachment hearing, this impeachment process. They're giving him the Trump treatment.
Eckhart, nay. King, nay.
They're voting right now on to exclude anything that happened before
Sparks,
a certain
nay.
amount of time, and so that's interesting. King doesn't want to.
Flores, nay.
King wants to talk about stuff that's from the past. So let's see.
Blanco, nay.
They're defying case law from a very similar situation by voting nay.
La Mantilla, nay.
I believe it was an impeachment out of the 20s.
Parker, yay.
Okay. I believe it's a case law out of the 20s.
Hughes, nay.
That says impeaching him for stuff
Miles,
that he did
nay.
when he wasn't in office is stupid.
Gutierrez, nay. Johnson, nay.
Are any of these your senators? You can go to takingbacktexas.org and go to important links, then click on who represents
Fortner,
me.
Yay.
You put in your address and it'll bring you up all of your reps. Interesting.
Alvarado, nay. Campbell, yay.
Who is
Nichols,
this mysterious
nay.
Lady Campbell? I'm interested in
West,
who she is.
Nay.
She seems to be on our side.
Whitmire, nay. Huffman, nay.
Gotta love a Campbell.
Hinojosa, nay. Zaffarini, nay. Perry, yay.
Perrier's excellent water. Excellent brand.
Colkhorst, yay.
I'm just joking, guys.
Betancourt, yay.
All right, Betancourt and Colkhorst, you
Creighton,
get another point.
Yay.
And Creighton. Hall will vote yay.
Middleton, nay.
Did she already go over Hall?
Hancock, nay. Menendez, nay.
Y'all remember the Menendez brothers? Maybe I shouldn't bring that up right now.
Hall, yay.
Birdwell and King. I've caught your scent. So far, we've got consistent
8 yeas, 22 nays.
Excellent. We got more yays to get rid of this. So this is good. This is good. We've got consistent.
I'll confirm the votes.
Consistent
Senator
votes
Alvarado.
from Colkhorst, Betancourt, Creighton, Hall, Parker,
Senator Betancourt.
and Campbell.
Senator Birdwell.
Hey.
Senator Blanco. Senator Campbell.
Yay.
Senator Creighton.
She sounds pretty.
Senator Eckhart.
Yay.
Senator Flores.
Hey.
Senator Gutierrez. Senator Hall.
Yay.
Senator Hancock.
Again, this is
Senator
a motion
Hinojosa.
to remove articles on
Senator
issues
Huffman.
that happened prior to
Senator
him,
Hughes.
like being in office and stuff
Senator
like
Johnson. Senator
that.
King.
Something to do with that.
Senator Colkhorst. Senator Lamantia.
Nay.
Senator Menendez.
Hey.
Senator Middleton, Senator Miles, Senator Nichols, Senator Parker,
Yay.
Senator Perry,
Yay.
Senator Swertner,
Yay.
Senator Sparks, Senator Springer,
Yay.
Senator West,
Yay.
Senator Whitmire, Senator Zaffarini. Being 22 nays and 8 yeas, the motion is denied. Members, we are now taking up motion 8, submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Dismiss Articles of Impeachment 1 through 7 and 9 through 20. A yea vote is to grant the motion. A nay vote is to deny the motion. Please mark your ballots. Bill, if you will collect the ballots. All ballots collected. Thank you. Clerk will pull at random and read the votes.
Johnson, nay. Springer, nay. Wertner, yay. Campbell, yay. Nichols, nay. West, nay.
Ooh, sorry guys, I just got a call from a patriot about to drop a little atomic bomb on our local government. So we'll see if that works. Not an actual bomb, like a truth bomb. You know what I'm saying? I did not hear, because I was talking to her, I did not hear what this article is. So I apologize, but they'll read it again here in a minute.
Parker, yay.
If Parker's voting yay, then we probably want it to pass.
Hughes, nay. Miles, nay. Gutierrez, nay.
Exactly. For Shiha, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name.
Zaffarini, nay.
But bring out the truth against the deep state. Wait till you see wait till you meet Erin Epley. Wait till you meet her.
Blanco, nay. Lamantia, nay.
I know at least one of the motions is to have like 19 of the articles dismissed. I don't know if this is the one, but
Hancock, nay.
We'll see.
Menendez, nay.
The Menendez brothers vote nay.
Birdwell, nay.
Birdwell? I'm...
Hall, yay.
Right.
Perry, yay.
I'm just making notes is all. Hey, Perry voted yay for this.
Yay. Betancourt, yay. Creighton, yay.
All right, if Creighton, Betancourt, Colcourse, Hall, and Parker and Campbell all vote for it,
Middleton,
then
nay.
it's probably something we want. I missed it, but they'll read again what the article is, or what the motion is in just a moment.
Alvarado, nay.
They have to get through these motions. These are pretrial
Eckhart,
motions before they
nay.
can actually start the impeachment. And they've written their rules, so this is just, they have to
King,
operate by their
nay.
rules.
Sparks, nay.
Warren
Flores,
Norrid, are you watching
nay.
this? Are you seeing this? Watch very closely, Mr. Norrid, because Mr. King, not sure what game he's playing.
Eight yeas, 22 nays.
Members, please confirm your votes. Senator Alvarado?
Nay.
Senator Betancourt?
Yay.
Senator Birdwell?
Nay.
Senator Blanco? Senator Campbell?
Yay.
Senator Creighton?
Yay.
Senator Eckhart?
Yay.
Senator Flores?
Yay.
Senator Gutierrez?
Yay.
Senator Hall?
Yay.
Senator Hancock? Senator Hinojosa?
Yay.
Senator Huffman? Senator Hughes? Senator Johnson? Senator King?
Yay.
Senator Colcourse?
And I know that they don't necessarily
Senator
deserve the benefit of
Lamantia.
the doubt, but I'm giving
Senator Menendez?
King and Birdwell the benefit
Senator
of the doubt
Middleton?
currently.
Senator Miles?
Just to see if they have
Senator
a strategy,
Nichols?
because surely they're
Senator
not just
Parker?
voting with the Democrats
Senator Perry?
for
Senator
clout.
Schwertner? Senator Sparks? Senator Springer? Senator West? Senator Whitmire? Senator Zaffarini? 8 yeas, 22 nays. The motion is denied. We are now taking up motion number 6, members, submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Quash Articles of Impeachment or Grant Request for Bill of Particulars. A yea vote is to grant the motion, a nay vote is to deny the motion. Mark your ballot.
Very interesting stuff. I apologize if y'all can hear these lawn guys. There's literally no grass is growing. If you're in Texas, you know it is wildfire season. It is don't smoke outside season. It is,
Bailiffs, please
and
collect
they're
the
out here
ballots.
mowing the crispy grass. I don't blame them, but gosh, it's goofy. Just apologizing for the background noise. Oh, there's my neighbor and her little pit bull puppy. If this trial gets really boring, I'll go get my neighbor's puppy and I'll show you. She has a little pit bull puppy. It's so cute. Okay, White Wings, the Grouch, Stacks. Thank y'all for being here. Mikey Baseball, thank you for being here. Stacks, this is the impeachment of Attorney General Ken Paxton, America's Attorney General, as far as I'm concerned. Good morning, the Grouch.
All ballots collected. Thank you. Clerk will read the ballots at
Good
random.
morning, Mikey Baseball. Thank y'all for being here. Let me go and check the Rumble chat as well.
Miles, nay.
Melindy, no, Ballotpedia won't be keeping track of this
Gutierrez,
necessarily.
nay.
Right now, they're voting on what
Johnson,
just throwing out
nay.
half of the articles. So we understand that most of these pretrial
nay.
motions that are in favor of Ken Paxton are likely not going to
nay.
pass, which is very, very interesting.
Campbell,
Again,
yay.
I'm going to hold out hope that this is just strategic.
Nichols, nay.
And that there are some Republicans that agree that from
West,
from
nay.
on its face this is bunk, right? But that other maybe, maybe Betancourt and Phil King's
Blanco,
strategy,
nay.
right, is to they're so
Lamantia, nay.
deep undercover, right? That they want to
Parker,
have this
yay.
hearing to expose the deep state. let's go with that for now. Let's pray to God that
Hughes,
that's their strategy.
nay.
And if it wasn't before, God put it in their minds now. Divine intervention.
Whitmire,
Thank you, God.
nay.
I know you have the power. You can do anything.
Huffman, nay.
Well, anything you
Hinojosa,
will, anyways.
nay.
As long as it's your will. Let's watch this happen. Everybody take your
Hancock,
vitamins.
nay.
Ladies,
Menendez, nay.
go ahead and take your vitamin D. That'll help you with your mood regulation and energy regulation.
Birdwell, nay.
And I mean actual vitamin D, like 200 milligrams.
Hall, yay.
We've got our
Perry,
steady voters.
nay.
You know, it's Hall, it's Creighton, it's Parker, it's Betancourt, it's
Colcorst,
Colcorst.
yay.
Yep. Colcorst, you are just winning, okay?
Betancourt, yay.
Yep. Campbell's a solid one, too. Oh, I'm proud. Doing the Highlands proud.
Creighton, yay.
Yep, all of these people are solid.
Middleton, nay. Alvarado, nay. Eckhart, nay. King, nay.
Got used to it by now, then.
Nay.
Good morning, the Grouch. Hey, can y'all hear this?
Flores,
Can y'all hear these guys in the
nay.
background? Is it loud, the edgers and the leaf blowers?
Zaffarini,
Y'all tell me if it gets loud
nay.
or if you can hear it at all.
Six yeas, 24 nays.
To confirm the vote, Senator Alvarado, Senator Betancourt,
Yay.
Senator Birdwell,
Nay.
Senator Blanco, Senator Campbell,
Yay.
Senator Creighton,
Yay.
Senator Eckhart,
Nay.
Senator Flores,
Yay.
Senator Gutierrez,
Yay.
Senator Hall,
Yay.
Senator Hancock, Senator Hinojosa,
Yay.
Senator Huffman, Senator Hughes, Senator Johnson, Senator King,
Yay.
Senator Colcorst, Senator LaMantia, Senator Menendez,
Yay.
Senator Middleton,
Yay.
Senator Miles, Senator Nichols,
Yay.
Senator Parker,
Yay.
Senator Perry, Senator Swertner,
Yay.
Senator Sparks,
Yay.
Senator Springer, Senator West, Senator Whitmire, Senator Zaffarini. There being 24 nay votes and 6 yay votes, the motion is denied. Members, now we are taking up motion 7 submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Request for a Bill of Particulars. The yay vote is granting the motion. A nay vote is denying the motion.
I'm not sure what a bill of particulars is, but I think I want it. Let's have it then. Who will vote against a bill of particulars? I don't know what it is, but it sounds perfectly reasonable and thorough. It sounds thorough.
We're doing 7.
If any of y'all know what a bill of particulars is, drop it in the comments either on Rumble or on Foxhole or on YouTube. You can drop comments on YouTube if you know what it
Okay, let's pick up the votes.
is. So a bill of particulars may be like a detailed rundown of evidence with citation. I'm totally guessing right now. I'm just contextually, what would a bill of particulars be? I'm not an attorney or a senator. I'm good, but I don't know everything. So a bill of particulars. To me, logically, sounds like exactly what it says. So particularity with specificity and particularity. A bill. So I think what it would be these articles of impeachment.
All votes collected. Clerk will
Citation.
call the votes.
Witness testimony and citation, perhaps. I could be wrong about that. I just think that's probably what it is.
Campbell, yay. Nichols, nay.
Once again, Campbell coming through. Because I don't know what it is, but I want
West,
it.
nay.
All these people voting against. Let's see if King and Betancourt don't
Whitmer,
want
nay.
a bill of particulars. Let's see how our two alleged Republicans
Huffman, nay.
who appear to be voting with the Democrats. Let's see if they want
Hinojosa, nay.
a bill of particulars as requested by Paxton. While we do this, I'm going to look it up because I forgot. I have the internet at my hands and I could look up what a bill of particulars is. So I'm going to do that.
Blanco, nay.
Thank you for being here, everybody.
La Mantilla, nay.
Pray for our Attorney General.
Parker, yay. Hughes, nay.
Parker. It's good.
Miles, nay. Gutierrez, nay. Johnson, nay.
I'm going to read to you what a bill of particulars is before this guy comes back with a leaf blower. A bill of particulars is a written statement of charges or claims by a plaintiff or the prosecutor given upon the defendant's formal request to the court for more detailed information. This is a perfectly reasonable request.
Hancock, nay. Menendez, nay.
They don't want to write out a bill of particulars, maybe because it's time consuming.
Birdwell, nay.
Interesting. Birdwell, what are you doing?
Yay.
Birdwell. All right. Sir, I know
Perry,
your brother.
Nay.
And I'm going to ask him.
Colcourse, yay.
Very interesting.
Betancourt, yay.
Excellent. Colcourse and Betancourt.
Creighton, yay.
And again with Creighton, solid. These people are.
Middleton, nay.
These people are solid.
Alvarado, nay.
Where's King on the bill of particulars?
Eckhart, nay.
A perfectly reasonable request from the Attorney General for clarification
King,
on these.
Nay.
Really, King? That's it.
Sparks, nay.
You are primaried. That is it.
Zaffarini, nay.
Just voted against providing a bill. Oh,
6 yeas, 24 nays.
Members confirming the vote. Senator Alvarado. Senator Betancourt.
Yay.
Senator Birdwell.
This is absolutely mad.
Senator Birdwell, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
Nay.
Senator Blanco.
Hey.
Senator Campbell.
Yay.
Senator Creighton.
Absolutely insane
Senator
that we have two
Senator Flores.
people who
Senator Gutierrez.
King and Birdwell. You'll never
Senator Hall.
Yay.
Senator
ever
Hancock.
run as grassroots again.
Senator Hinojosa.
Hey.
Senator Huffman.
Hey.
Senator Hughes. Senator Johnson.
Phil King, it's almost like
Senator
you want to
King.
be outed.
Hey.
It's almost
Senator
like you want a
Colcourse.
reason to not run again. Well,
Senator
you have
Lamontia.
one.
Nay.
Senator Menendez.
Hey.
Senator Middleton.
Absolutely
Senator
insane.
Miles. Senator Nichols. Senator Parker.
Hey.
Senator Perry. Senator Swertner.
Hey.
Senator Sparks.
Nay.
Senator Springer. Senator West.
Hey.
Senator Whitmire.
You know what, Phil King?
Senator Zaffarini. There being 24 nays and 6 ayes, the motion is denied.
And for what? And for what? Motion is denied. So y'all just denied the motion to provide a bill of particulars for the Attorney General. And we just looked it up. Remember, a bill of particulars is a written statement of charges
Members
or
now taking up
claims
motion
by a
13
plaintiff.
submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled
Let's see what this one
Motion
is.
to Dismiss Article 1. A yea vote is to grant the motion. A nay vote is to deny the motion.
Hang on, let me go and grab Article 1 real quick. Let me go grab all of these stupid articles. I have to go to the House website to pull this up, but I know that his attorneys have submitted a pretrial motion to dismiss like 19 of the 20 impeachment charges. Because I'm telling you guys, some of these charges are the goofiest thing. They're definitely giving Paxton the Trump treatment. Wait until you hear about Aaron Epley, Merrick Garland's little dog that I've been told was sent down from the DOJ to facilitate Paxton's impeachment. This is the deep state in action, okay? And what we're watching right now is the Texas Senate, which has some strong people in it, okay? This is the Texas Senate resisting the deep state by going through lawful motions, and you know, this is where the deep state can't actually survive, is in a nation of laws. They've got to break our laws. They've got to twist and abuse our laws in order to do what they're doing. And so what we have to do is force due process. So I'm giving Dan Patrick the benefit of the doubt
votes picked up further.
for doing this. And
Clerk will read the
King
votes.
and Birdwell are running out of credibility for every nay they issue against lawful motion.
Birdwell, nay.
Okay. Birdwell doesn't want to dismiss
Hall,
Article 1.
yay.
Let's see.
Perry, yay.
Let me pull out. It's HR
Yay.
2377
Yay.
of 88R. If you want to pull it up,
Brayton, yay.
it's Texas 88R legislature,
Middleton,
HR 2377. Let's read Article 1.
Alvarado, nay. Eckhart, nay.
Disregard of official duty. I'm going to mute this so I can read this to you. King doesn't want to. Not even surprised right now at this point that King doesn't want to dismiss it. Article 1 for impeachment of Attorney General Paxton says protection of charitable organization, disregard of official duty, protection of charitable organization. It says, allegedly, this is the whole of Article 1. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton violated the duties of his office by failing to act as a public protector of charitable organizations as required by Chapter 123 Property Code. Specifically, Paxton caused employees of his office to intervene in a lawsuit brought by the Roy F. and Joanne Cole Mitt Foundation against several corporate entities controlled by Nate Paul. Paxton harmed the Mitt Foundation in an effort to benefit Paul. And that's it. They just say that. And they had, again, 20 articles of impeachment, 4 hours on the House floor to discuss and then decide to vote. And they were not voted on individually. They were not even debated individually. There was 4 hours, and it was all or nothing. Yes or no, are we doing this? The line is drawn, you picking our side and impeaching him over bullshit, weak, shaky charges. Or are you going to stand by the rule of law and you want due process, whatever, So 4 hours on the House floor is how these 20 articles were passed, and in record time too. I mean, these people deserve a medal for how fast. Imagine if they cared this much about border security. Imagine if they cared this much about protecting the kids. I have never seen anything move through the House as fast as these articles of impeachment against Ken Paxton. I've never seen it, and I'm 34. I'm considered young in this game, and I've never ever seen anything like that. I have been told by experienced people this is an absolute circus. I mean, seriously, imagine if they put half of that energy towards securing the border.
Perez. Hey. Senator Gutierrez.
Hey.
Senator Hall.
Yay.
Senator Hancock. Senator Hinojosa.
Hey.
Senator Hoffman.
And
Senator
he just
Hughes.
confirms their vote, making sure
Senator
they're
Johnson.
counted accurately.
Senator King.
Hey.
Senator Colcourse. Senator LaMantia. Senator Menendez. Senator Middleton. Senator Miles.
A lot
Senator
of this
Nichols.
focuses around
Senator Parker.
Ken Paxton's
Senator Perry.
corrupt
Senator
dealings
Schwertner.
with Nate
Senator
Paul
Sparks, Senator Springer,
in exchange for marble
Senator West,
countertops in his
Senator
house.
Whitmire,
And I'm not kidding when I
Senator
say that.
Zaffarani. There being 22 nays and 8 yays, the motion is denied. Members, you have 9 more to vote on.
Either King and Betancourt know something we don't know. They've been
Members,
shown
we're taking up
evidence.
motion 14 submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Dismiss Article 2.
Or they're rhinos. What would Phil King have seen that wasn't filed in the House? Why couldn't they show whatever they've got Phil King convinced of for him to be voting with the Democrats? Why wasn't that filed in the House? That's my question. We'll have some questions later.
You may pick up the motions.
I sure will. Again, Article 1, they don't want to dismiss it, was him saying that he intervened in a lawsuit to benefit a developer named Nate Paul. The MIT Foundation. NIT Foundation is a nonprofit corporation investing in organizations and programs that improve the quality of life of Central Texans. Let's see. Let's look at the board. Of course, it's based in Austin. R.J. Mitt. Dr. John Butler.
All votes collected. Thank you. Clerk will call out the votes.
So here's the
Hancock, nay. Menendez, nay.
They're basically not going to dismiss any of them, but so the MIT Foundation is what he's accused of intervening. The lawsuit that he's accused of intervening and harming the MIT Foundation. Okay, the mission of the MIT Foundation is to identify, engage, and support educational and community organizations that have the potential to manifest the foundation's vision, in which scholars of the highest merit are joined with community organizations of the highest effectiveness to perpetuate the MIT family's belief in the American ideals of prosperity and individual freedom. Sounds like it could be good, but in reality, it's probably not. Let's see. The Mitt family's belief. I mean, they're not even, like, they're literally talking about how they're only supporting their own family's mission. And if their mission aligns with the Constitution, then great. But if their mission as a family, as a wealthy mover and shaker family, if their vision does not align with the Constitution, then they're potentially a problem. Anyways, the Mitt Foundation was allegedly harmed by Attorney General Paxton when he intervened in a case. I don't know what I don't know. We'll see. Maybe they do have evidence on this. If Ken Paxton committed a crime, let's talk about it. But what we do know Ken Paxton has been doing is fighting human trafficking at the border, suing the Biden administration, which it appears that the Biden administration has sent one Aaron Eppley, Merrick Garland's own, maybe, DOJ's own, allegedly, Aaron Eppley, down from the DOJ to facilitate this investigation, I'm using air quotes, and impeachment of Attorney General Paxton. So we see that there's some deep state involvement here. It's very obvious. Thank you guys for being here. If you have any questions, you can chat in Rumble or on Foxhole or on YouTube.
Eight yeas, 22 nays.
Confirming the vote, Senator Alvarado. Senator Betancourt.
Nay.
Senator Birdwell.
Nay.
Senator Blanco. Senator
Absolutely,
Campbell.
11 rhinos.
Senator Creighton.
Nay.
Senator Eckhart. Senator Flores.
Nay.
Senator Gutierrez.
Nay.
Senator Hall.
Yay.
Senator Hancock.
They've
Senator
got to go
Hinojosa.
through all of these
Senator Huffman.
pretrial motions,
Senator Hughes. Senator Johnson.
which is what they're doing here.
Senator King.
Hey.
Senator Colcourse.
That's
Senator
true,
Lamontia.
Stacks. The devil's in the
Senator
detail.
Menendez.
Hey, Truitt.
Hey.
Senator Middleton. Senator Miles.
Truitt, no,
Senator
they are
Nichols.
not currently. Hang
Senator
on.
Parker. Senator Perry. Senator Swertner.
They're not currently giving yays and nays for each actual charge. They're giving yays and nays to dismiss to dismiss certain charges. So before they can get started with the actual hearing, they had I think Dan Patrick said they had 16 pretrial motions to entertain. So they have to get through these before they can actually start the impeachment. And a significant amount of these pretrial hearings, I think he might have even said more. I think they're just going to vote on 16 of them, and then there's 8 additional ones. I think there's actually over 20 pretrial motions. A number of them are to dismiss 19 of the 20 articles. So right now, they're only voting yay or nay on whether, on each individual motion, and each motion will be, hey, I motion to dismiss this charge. Or I motion for, they just voted against providing Paxton a bill of particulars, which is very interesting. We had some Republicans voting against that. So it's a motion just to provide a bill of particulars. They have to go through all of these things. So we've not actually started the official impeachment yet, because we're trying to get half of this stuff, thrown out, because on its face, right? What do they say? How do you say it in legalese? Prima facie. It's just bunk. It's bunk. They know it. I'm glad we're all on the same page, guys. So don't worry, they're not there yet. There's a chance that we can get some dismissed, but it's not looking that way right now. It's not looking. Yeah, feds don't belong in Texas politics. Facts. Feds don't belong in state government. You would think that that's inherent. You would think you would think that one Erin Epley, with her big brain, would say to herself, "Now wait a second. Now wait an effing second. I'm from the federal government, and you're sending me into state politics to
Although
do
it's collected,
what?"
Clerk will call out the vote.
But of course, she doesn't question that stuff. She just takes her paycheck, and she carries her charge.
Parker, yay. Hughes, nay. Miles, nay.
Thank you for being here, Truitt. Yeah, good morning.
Gutierrez, nay.
Top of the morning.
Johnson, nay.
Nagy.
Springer, nay.
Nagy says, what's your take on how the final vote would be to impeach or not to
Fortner,
impeach?
yay.
At this point, I don't know, because
Campbell, yay.
it looks like all of these motions to dismiss these articles are being voted down. That means all of these people, King and Birdwell, I'm not talking about the Democrats. I'm not dealing with them right now. We're only dealing with our party right now, as far as I'm concerned. The Democrats, they're going to do what they do, right? They've been hacked. But for these Republicans that are voting not to dismiss these articles, I think that they think that there's something there worth talking about. So this is an opportunity to either confirm or debunk some of these charges, because it wasn't done in the House. You would think that they would have done a significant amount of debunking, debate, or confirmation of all of these things in the House, but that wasn't their goal. Their goal was to push this through. They lubed this thing up and just shot it right through, okay? This thing went through so freaking fast. It was like magic. It was like black magic. So, the goal in the House was not due process. These senators have been resolutioned to the 4th layer of hell by executive committees all across Texas, to demanding due process, as well as citizen petitions, right? Demanding that Ken Paxton be afforded due process. So to dismiss, you could make the argument that to dismiss all of these articles would not be affording due process. And for that reason, that's why I'm not yet, you know what? No, I don't know. The fact that King and Birdwell voted against providing a bill of particulars to Paxton, that's weird to me. That's weird to me. I was trying to hold out hope and give them the benefit of the doubt that they only wanted to actually have this fight, that they were of the opinion that we're overdue for this boxing match and that they're ready to have it out. Okay. However, it would be like saying, oh yeah, I want to box you, but we're not going to establish any rules, right? We're not going to establish anything. I'm just going to make it up as I go, and you don't get to see. It's just strange. Like, it's strange. You would think that you'd actually would want to have that bill of particulars to be fortified for the fight, to be ready, for the fight. Very strange. But we'll see how this works out. Again, maybe Phil King and Brian Birdwell are so deep in the paint that they're just ready to have this fight. I don't.
Birdwell.
Nay.
Senator Blanco.
And so what they're doing is they're voting yay or nay to dismiss these particular articles. The older woman will take their initial roll call. Then Dan Patrick will go through and confirm, make sure it's all recorded accurately. Then he'll report motion failed or passed. All of them seem to be failing. And that's with bipartisan support. We do hold the Senate. We do. The Democrats are just kind of present. They're just kind of there. They have, they have a little bit of sway, but it's the rhinos, really. I don't mean to be redundant. When I say rhinos, usually mean Democrats who chose to run on the Republican ticket because they couldn't get elected as a Democrat in their area. That does happen in Texas. Our politics run deep. These treacherous rivers run deep.
Members, we're now taking up motion 16 submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Dismiss Article 4. A yea vote is to grant the motion, nay vote is to deny the motion. Please mark your ballot.
Let's see. Article 2 is disregard abuse of opinion process. Warren Kenneth Paxton misuses official power to issue written legal opinions under subchapter C 402 Government Code. Specifically, Paxton calls employees of his office to prepare an opinion in an attempt to avoid the impending foreclosure sales of properties belonging to Nate Paul. Again, a lot of this has to do with his alleged corruption in relation to a real estate developer. And even one of them says that Paxton was negotiating, his corruption for marble countertops in his kitchen, which I don't know how many of you guys are from Texas, but real estate is a huge thing here. My mother used to work for a real estate development company, a small building company, really. It wasn't like huge, but they worked with some of the most wealthy people in the Metroplex. The real estate developers, they actually have to get in with local government and state government in order to obtain, to get to have their these areas zoned properly. They've got to meet all these permits. What do you think, that real estate developers don't work with the government? That doesn't indicate corruption. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't necessarily indicate corruption. Article 4, disregard of official duty, misuse of official information. They're saying while holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misuses official power to administer public information law.
Menendez, nay.
They're not going to dismiss this, but let me read to you what it says. So it says, specifically, Paxton, this Article 4, specifically, Paxton improperly obtained access to information held by his office that had not been publicly disclosed for the purpose of providing the information to the benefit of Nate Paul. This is so goofy right here, because what this says right here is that basically Nate Paul wanted information and Paxton gave it to him. But it was information Paxton had in his office that he had access to. Wasn't publicly disclosed. That's not a thing. It doesn't matter. Like, nothing has to be publicly disclosed for it to be publicly accessible by the public. And if Nate Paul wanted information and he sent a text message to Ken Paxton, say, hey, I like this information. If that is publicly available information, there is no crime in Ken Paxton obtaining that information and giving it to Nate Paul. In fact, the Public Information Act says that any written request for public information is binding by the Public Information Act. I could write it on a sticky note. I could write it on a paper airplane and fly it in through Paxton's window. I could send an email. I could send a text message. A verbal request is not binding, but any written request for public information is binding. So if Nate Paul sent a text message that said, and it doesn't have to be formal at all. It doesn't. You can literally just say, I want to see the deed for this property. Boom. And you write on a sticky note, right? They have to give that to you. That's binding. Binding in that they can't deny it to you unless the attorney general backs them up saying, no, you don't have to provide that info. If Nate Paul wanted public information that no one else had requested before, but it was public information available to anyone who wanted it, and Attorney General Paxton obtained that and provided it to him, that's not a crime. That's Article 4. That he improperly obtained access to information held by his office that had not been publicly disclosed for the purpose of providing the information to the benefit of Nate Paul. Doesn't matter if it had been publicly disclosed. Not all information is publicly disclosed. Do you know how much time and effort that would take? It's available, and if you want it, ask for it. And if the Attorney General gets that and gives it to you, that's not a crime. How is that a crime? I'm waiting to hear how that's even a crime. Let's see if dismissal of Article 4
Confirming the vote,
passed.
Senator Alvarado. Senator Betancourt. Senator Birdwell.
Yay.
Senator Blanco. Senator Campbell.
Yay.
Senator Creighton.
Yay.
Senator Eckhart. Senator Flores.
Nagy, out of the 19
Senator
Republicans, how many
Gutierrez.
do you trust? I'm going to tell you right
Senator
now.
Hall.
Cole Course, Betancourt,
Senator
Creighton,
Hancock.
Hall, Parker,
Senator
and Campbell.
Hinojosa.
Yay.
Senator Huffman. Senator Hughes.
6.
Senator Johnson. Senator King. Senator Colcourse. Senator LaMantia.
Bob
Senator
Hall is a
Menendez.
solid R.
Senator Middleton.
Absolutely.
Senator Miles.
Hey.
Senator Nichols. Senator Parker.
Hey.
Senator Perry.
Hey.
Senator Swertner.
Hey.
Senator Sparks.
Hey.
Senator Springer.
Hey.
Senator West. Senator Whitmire.
Hey.
Senator Zaffarini. 24 nay votes, 6 yea votes. The motion is denied.
Yeah, so Article 4 stays, even though it's goofy as heck. So Crisco says, shouldn't those senators already have been supplied all the articles and information before
Members,
this?
we're now taking
Yeah.
up motion 11 submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Dismiss Article 5. A yea vote is to grant the motion, a nay vote is to deny the motion.
All right, let's go read Article 5. But yeah, to answer your question, Crisco, yep. They were provided with what the House had, but what the House had is weak. And in fact, let me go ahead and I'm going to put this link in the Foxhole and in the Rumble chat. So if y'all want, you can pull this up and read along with it. But here you guys go. All right, I just dropped it in Rumble. These are the 20 articles if y'all want to read along. But do a little read along. Y'all remember this? Yeah, Nagy, it's not good. About 6 of them that I trust. Bob Hall's solid. It's looking like, I've had questions about Cole Course, but she's looking real good today. So it's looking like Cole Course, Betancourt, Creighton, Hall, Parker, and Campbell. Them are the only ones. Now, I've dropped in the Rumble chat as well the link to all 20 articles if y'all want to follow along. So right now they're voting on dismissing Article 5. And each one is real short and concise, because there's not much to it. They don't want to make up too many details, right? Because it's hard to keep track of detailed lies, right? So they keep them short and sweet. Article 5 of impeachment, disregard of official duty, engagement of CAMAC. Look, and I don't even know, CAMMACK, is that a name? Yeah. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official powers by violating the laws governing the appointment of prosecuting attorneys pro tem. Specifically, Paxton engaged Brandon Kamek, a licensed attorney, to conduct an investigation into a baseless complaint. Hey, that's opinion. During which Kamek issued more than 30 grand jury subpoenas in an effort to benefit Nate Paul or Paul's business entities. I'm not sure that's accurate at all. We're just supposed to take the House's word for this, that happened. Of course, they were not, of course. If it happened, let's talk about it, right? So he's saying, yeah, this is so goofy. They're saying that he hired an attorney to conduct an investigation into a baseless complaint. And then they're saying, talk about a baseless complaint. Look, the House, I think the House are like the experts in baseless complaints, because look at this. You want to talk about a baseless complaint? Article 5 it could potentially be a baseless complaint, because look at how they even phrase it. Into a baseless complaint during which Kamek issued more than 30 grand jury subpoenas in an effort to benefit Nate Paul or Paul's business entities. So there was a complaint that the House has deemed baseless, but that Brian Kimmick and Paxton thought important enough to issue 30 grand jury subpoenas over because of this complaint. I want to know what this complaint is. This right here, Article 5, this baseless complaint that they want to gloss over, baseless complaint. I want to know what that is. And that is why they don't want to provide a bill of particulars. Because what the F are they talking about? Honestly, what a baseless complaint. It was obviously an important enough complaint that Paxton and this attorney were conducting an investigation and convened a grand jury and issued 30 grand jury subpoenas. But they're saying he only did that to benefit Nate Paul. It was a baseless complaint, and he only took it seriously to benefit Nate Paul. Well, I suppose we shall see. Right now, they're voting on whether or not to throw out Article 5. They're going to do this for 19 of the articles. They're on number 5 right now, but Dan Patrick has suggested that after about 16 of these motions, he's going to rule on the final few. Because I think, after you get through a certain amount of these motions, you can sort of tell. But we'll just see. They've adopted rules, so we're watching how they're following these rules. I don't think that they're going to make us go through every single motion this way, but they might. I believe at the beginning, though, Dan Patrick said that everyone was only going to vote on the first 16 pre-motion trials, and he was going to rule on the remaining 8. And we're on Article 5, but there were several before this. So we're actually on number, 5. We're actually on number 7 or 8. So, and we're just basically watching to see who's voting against what. I think we have a good idea now of who all is going to vote against throwing out any articles. And it looks like I don't think any of these articles are going to be thrown out, from what I can tell. I'd love to be wrong about that. Let's see about this one.
Senator Sparks.
Hey.
Senator Springer.
Again, they're voting
Senator
on
West.
Article 5.
Senator Whitmire.
Hey.
Senator Zaffarini.
Hey.
22 nays, 8 yeas. The motion is denied.
Yeah, so they're not throwing out Article 5 either, which is also very shaky. So the next one, they're going to be trying to throw out Article 6 on Paxton. Will have asked for it. What was that?
Seventeen, Counselor. Motion 17.
That was weird. Sorry, guys. I don't know what just happened, but y'all give me a 5x5 if you can
cannot
still
hear,
hear
let
me.
me
My
know.
computer just had a flip out.
Both sides, if you cannot hear clearly, let me know.
Can y'all
Please
still
collect the
y'all still hear
votes.
me? My computer had a little bit of a stupid deep state. It had a little bit of a blip. Trying to make sure this is all still going. Okay, thank you, Secret Weapon and Truett. Truett, hey,
All
thank you.
ballots
5x5
collected.
Duppy, thank you.
Clerk will read the vote.
Truett, you don't like that shade of green? Is it pea soup? Is it army? I think it's supposed to be army green, but
Perry, yay. Colcourse,
Perrier
yay.
is great, but I prefer Aquapana.
Betancourt, yay.
Patsy Spall, what a name.
Creighton, yay.
Spall. Sorry.
Middleton, nay. Alvarado, nay.
Oh, yeah, let's see. Article
Eckhart,
6 is Article 6. This is going to be disregard of official duty, termination of whistleblowers. Oh, okay. You know how the left likes to use whistleblowers, right? Do y'all remember what was that little Slavic man, and he was a twin, and he was in the army or whatever, and he was a whistleblower. And he was working closely with Yovanovitch. What was his name? Do y'all remember? He was a twin. Fat little round-faced man. Anyways, we know this is, and all, I think we all remember Eric Chiramella. Or does nobody remember him? Was he even real? We know how the left uses whistleblowers. So Article 6 is that they're trying to impeach Ken Paxton on. Disregard of official duty, termination of whistleblowers. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton violated the duties of his office by terminating and taking adverse personnel action against employees of his office in violation of this state's whistleblower law, Chapter 554, Government Code. Specifically, Paxton terminated employees of his office who made good faith reports of his unlawful actions to law enforcement authorities. Paxton terminated the employees without good cause or due process and in retaliation for reporting his illegal acts and improper conduct. Furthermore, Paxton engaged in a public and private campaign to impugn the employees' professional reputations or prejudice their future employment. I'd love to see proof. Picture it didn't happen, okay? Because I doubt this played out the way that they're claiming it played out. I'm sure it was actually, whistleblower, quote unquote. I'm using air quotes again. Aaron Epley. Aaron, how are you facilitating the investigation into Ken Paxton? Also, advisor to the committee. How are you going to be a witness and an advisor to the committee? And how are you going to have planted these whistleblowers? This is alleged. Planted these whistleblowers in these complaints, only to turn around and try to use the whistleblower law against them. We know y'all don't care about whistleblowers, guys. Look at how they treat Assange.
Confirming your vote, Senator Alvarado.
These people absolutely
Senator
do not care
Betancourt.
about whistleblowers.
Birdwell. Senator Blanco. Senator Campbell.
Yay.
Senator Creighton. Senator Eckhart. Senator
We've got our
Flores.
solid ones.
Senator Gutierrez. Senator Hall.
Yay.
Senator Hancock. Senator Hinojosa.
Hey.
Senator Huffman.
Hey.
Senator Hughes.
Hey.
Senator Johnson. Senator King.
Nay.
Senator Colcourse.
Hey.
Senator LaMantia.
Nay.
Senator Menendez.
Hey.
Senator Middleton. Senator Miles. Senator Nichols.
Hey.
Senator Parker.
Hey.
Senator Perry. Senator Swertner.
Hey.
Senator Sparks.
Hey.
Senator Springer.
Hey.
Senator West.
Hey.
Senator Whitmire.
Hey.
Senator Zaffrini.
Hey.
21 nay votes, 9 yea votes. The motion is denied.
Not even surprised. That's how it's going. We're gonna have all 20 articles will be
We're now
had
taking
out.
up motion 18 submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Dismiss Article 8, excuse me. A yea vote is to grant the motion, a nay vote is to deny the motion. Please mark your ballot.
All right, now we jump to 8. Let me see. Misapplication of public resources was Article 7. Whistleblower investigation report. Kind of the same thing. He said that Article 7 says that Paxton directed employees of his office to conduct a sham investigation into whistleblower complaints. Article 8 is disregard of official duty, settlement agreement. While holding office, this is what they're voting to dismiss right now. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official powers by concealing his wrongful acts. Concealing his wrongful acts in connection with whistleblower complaints made by the employees whom Paxton had terminated. Specifically, Paxton entered into a settlement agreement with the whistleblowers that provides for payment of the settlement from public funds. The settlement agreement stayed the wrongful termination suit and conspicuously delayed the discovery of facts in testimony at trial to Paxton's advantage, which deprived the electorate of its opportunity to make an informed decision when voting for Attorney General. So basically they're saying he knew that he was wrong because he settled with the whistleblowers and then tried to get the then used public funds to settle with the whistleblowers. This is a complete setup. This is an absolute and complete setup. I have not seen anything. You would think that they would have evidence. Surely they're not making this shit up. Surely they have evidence, but we've not actually seen it yet. because they were not affording due process in the House. You know, I mean, surely, Vindman, thank you. Thank you. Main NM, Vindman, thank you. Y'all remember Vindman. Yes. Little fat man. Yeah, he was a twin. And he was a quote unquote whistleblower. You remember how? But we don't know if it was him or his twin. We don't know. We don't know what's actually going on with them. Where is Vindman now? Colonel Vindman? Was that what he? Where is he now? I know I'm supposed to show respect, but it's, you know, he makes it difficult. These people make it very difficult for me to respect them. So whistleblowers, you know, always use air quotes when it's when the left is discussing whistleblowers, because their definition of a whistleblower is political operative, DOJ, deep state operative. Our version of a whistleblower is someone who's actually exposing the deep state. Okay, so just like everything, they twist the meaning of words. They have no regard for the truth. And so that's what they're voting on right now, to dismiss Article 8, which is saying that he settled with whistleblowers, settlement using public funds, and that this settlement, which the whistleblowers accepted, mind you, apparently they accepted it, because the settlement, which apparently happened, meaning they accepted, the settlement agreement stayed the wrongful termination and conspicuously delayed the discovery of facts. Wrongful termination suit. Well, of course, because they settled. Because they settled. Hey, I fired you because you're a piece of garbage, not because you're a whistleblower. I fired you because of your deep state tactics, not because you are blowing the whistle on people. But if it would make you feel better, here, have some money. You can go and get another job. That's pretty much, it seems like that's what they're accusing him of right now. Like, I did not fire you because you ratted on me. I fired you because you're making things up.
10 yeas, 20 nays.
Confirming the vote. Senator Alvarado?
Yay.
Senator Betancourt? Yay. Senator Birdwell?
Yay.
Senator Blanco? Senator Campbell?
Yay.
Senator
Right.
Creighton?
Do you think Vindman's back
Senator
in
Eckhart?
Ukraine?
Senator Flores?
Y'all think that Vindman's back in Ukraine? Oh, gosh. Have you seen that man in a wig that's been giving updates from Ukraine? The one that was like, oh, he can't this person can't even write well. He said, if you look at Putin's mouth, blood drips from it. It's like, my daughter could write a better broadcast than that. Like, it's absolute garbage. I think that might be Vindman. That man in a blonde wig that's giving updates. You can find it on YouTube. It's like he's like the official spokesperson for Ukraine. It's a man in a wig with really bad analogies.
We are now taking up motion 19, submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Dismiss Articles 7 and 15. A yea vote is to grant the motion, a nay vote is to deny the motion. Please mark your ballots.
Okay, so they hadn't skipped Article 7. They just did that. They bundled 7 and another one together. So we should be running low soon. So we read 7. It's against the whistleblower stuff. It doesn't look like any of these are going to be dismissed. So honestly, this could take several days. It could take several days. Won't necessarily. Thank y'all for remembering Vindman. What's up, a boneless chicken? How are you? Wisconsin on, how are you? You thought that was Jen Psaki's sister? It looks like Jen Psaki. It's Jen Psaki's pretty older sister. Yeah.
All ballots collected. The clerk will call the vote.
Yeah, they're not getting rid of anything. Let me go get more coffee.
Senator Blanco, no. Senator LaMantia, no. Senator Parker, yay. Senator Hughes, nay. Senator Miles, nay. Senator Gutierrez, nay. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Springer, nay. Senator Schwartner, yay. Senator Campbell, yay. Senator Nichols, nay. Senator West, nay. Senator Whitmire, nay. Senator Huffman, nay. Senator Hinojosa, nay. Senator Zaffarini, nay. Senator Hancock, nay. Senator Menendez, nay. Senator Birdwell, nay. Senator Hall, yay. Senator Perry, yay. Senator Colcourse, yay. Senator Betancourt, yay. Senator Creighton, yay. Senator Middleton, nay. Senator Alvarado, nay. Senator Eckhart, nay. Senator King, nay. Senator Sparks, yay. Senator Flores, nay. Nine yeas, 21 nays.
Confirming the vote, Senator Alvarado. Senator Betancourt.
Yay.
Senator Birdwell.
Yay.
Senator Blanco.
Yay.
Senator Campbell.
Yay.
Senator Creighton.
Yay.
Senator Eckhart. Senator Flores.
Yay.
Senator Gutierrez. Senator Hall.
Yay.
Senator Hancock. Senator Hinojosa.
Yay.
Senator Huffman. Senator Hughes. Senator Johnson. Senator King.
Yay.
Senator Colcourse. Senator LaMantia. Senator Menendez. Senator Middleton. Senator Miles. Senator Nichols.
Yay.
Senator Parker.
Yay.
Senator Perry.
Yay.
Senator Schwartner.
I'm
Senator
still just,
Sparks.
I'm
Senator
really blown
Springer.
away at the fact that,
Senator West.
some people voted
Senator
against
Whitmire.
providing
Senator Zaffarini. There
a
being
bill of
21
particulars.
nays, 9 yeas, the motion is denied.
They may take a break, Melindy, after the pretrial stuff. It'll be a short break. It won't be a long one. This is very,
We're
very
now taking up
important.
motion 20.
I don't think it'll be a
Submitted by the
long break.
respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Dismiss Articles 9 and 10. A yea vote is a grant to grant the motion. A nay vote is to deny the motion. Please mark your vote on your voting form.
Why does this keep happening? I don't understand why this is happening. Y'all give me a 5x5 again. My computer just blipped out again. Look, deep state. Cut it out. It's too late. All right? It's too late. Stop trying to screw with my broadcast. I gotta check and make sure it's working on all these platforms because my whole computer keeps blipping out. Oh. Okay, thank you, Melindy. 5x5. Thank you. Melindy on Rumble says 5x5. Wisconsin on Discovery. Yep. Absolute.
All votes collected.
Do.
Clerk will read the vote.
Again, they're just voting on whether to dismiss certain articles And it doesn't look like any of them are going to be dismissed. Looks like we're going to have this whole fight, every single point. We're going to talk it all out, which it's we need to look at that as a good thing. Okay, we have to have the truth. And if this is an opportunity to expose the truth, okay. And
King, nay.
two things can be true at once, y'all.
Sparks, nay.
Two things can be true at once. This is very obviously a deep state organized takedown of one of the most effective attorney generals in the nation. But if Ken Paxton did something wrong, let's talk about it. I'm not saying that he's, cast in gold, okay? I'm saying that two things can be true at once. He could be imperfect, and we maybe need to talk about some of this stuff, okay? But also, it's very, very clearly, if you look at the facts of this case, a deep state takedown. Aaron Epley came straight from the DOJ, from what I was told, into Harris County and begins conducting this investigation, I'm using air quotes again, into Paxton for all of these real shaky charges. I mean, the shakiest stuff. And imagine if they cared this much about Hunter Biden's, foreign deals. Imagine if the DOJ actually cared about this country. We could actually get something done. We could have secured our country years and years and years ago. But that's not the goal of the deep state. In fact, the goal of the deep state is to undermine our Republican form of government. They mean to make a mockery of us. They mean to make us question our own ability to govern ourselves. So that's why they do this. That's why they play the mind games that they play. Because it's not to convince you of their side. It's not to convince you that men can become women or that men can have babies. It's not to convince you that, of anything. They want us confused, frustrated, desperate, angry, and at our wits' end. So they'll take any position necessary to obtain those ends, right? By all means, they will obtain those ends. So it's important to remember that, that this is an exercise in, they're mocking us. They mean to, poke the dragon so many times that the dragon eventually gets up and breathes fire, and then now you got a fire-breathing dragon. Now call in the knights and the armies, and now you got to shut down. Now the dragon's the monster, right? That's kind of what they're doing. That's why these grounds are so shaky that they're impeaching him on, just like the ones with Trump. They gotta lie to kick it.
6 yeas, 24 nays.
They gotta lie to kick it.
Confirming the vote, Senator Alvarado.
Yay.
Senator Bencourt.
Yay.
Senator Birdwell.
Yay.
Senator Blanco.
Yeah, Melindy,
Senator Campbell.
I'm watching this
Senator Creighton.
on the Senate.
Senator Eckhart.
The Senate
Senator Flores.
Senate website. Mm-hmm.
Senator Gutierrez. Senator Hall.
Yay.
Senator Hancock. Senator Hinojosa.
Yay.
Senator Huffman. Senator Hughes. Senator Johnson. Senator King.
Nay.
Senator Colcourse. Senator
1814
Senator
Patriot.
Lamantia.
Yeah, total shit show. I
Senator
agree.
Menendez.
Pardon my French.
Senator Middleton. Senator Miles. Senator Nichols.
Yay.
Senator Parker.
Yay.
Senator Perry. Senator Perry.
Yeah, a boneless chicken.
Senator Perry.
Yeah, a boneless
Nay?
chicken
We can't
says,
hear you. So.
well,
Senator Schwartner.
the deep state just
Senator
microwaved
Sparks.
a Maui town.
Senator Springer.
Yeah.
Senator West. Senator Whitmire. Senator Zaffarini.
Yeah.
24 nay votes, 6 yay votes. The motion is denied.
Again, we're not surprised. They've been denying every motion to dismiss some of these articles. Every single article looks like it's going to be
We're
debated.
now taking up motion 21, submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Dismiss or Hold in Abeyance Articles 16 through 20. The yea vote is to grant the motion, and nay vote is to deny the motion. Please.
Let's go see what Articles 16 through 20 are. Got it right here. That's funny. All right. I have to go back and pull it back up again because Deep State has cut me off of sharing this. Okay. Let's go down and read Article 16. I've got it right here. What in the world? Why Why does this keep happening? I have a question. Are y'all noticing? My computer has done several times. It's done a little flip out. Are y'all noticing any breaks in the feed or breaks in the audio? Because I'm noticing it major on my computer, but I'm not sure y'all are experiencing it. Okay. 15. Okay. It's very interesting that this is happening right now. Because, let's see. I don't know why it's doing this. All right, guys. I apologize. The deep state is just giving me the bird right now, I guess. All right, here we go. We got it back. Very strange. Very strange. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, Truett. Yeah. Interesting. I don't know why my screen's blacking out like that. Very strange stuff.
Members, you have one more motion after this to rule on, and then I will rule on my 8 pretrial motions. Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that,
Pardon?
guys. I don't know what deep state's freaking out about that. Conspiracy and attempted conspiracy is Article 16. Says this is a one-sentence article. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton acted with others to conspire or attempt to conspire to commit
Senator
acts
West, do you want
described
to
in
approach
one or
the
more
bench or
articles.
the clerk? You may come up.
Uh-oh. What is this? One of the articles is that he conspired with people to commit the other articles. I can't deal with these people. Oh, gosh. These people should write for NBC. These people should write for SNL because they're better. Look, there's a writer's strike right now, right? Okay. Come on. Here's your talent right here. Let me show you Article 16. I'm going to show you this real quick. Here's Article 16. Conspiracy and attempted conspiracy. Okay, this is Article 16. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton acted with others to conspire or attempt to conspire to commit acts described in one or more articles. That's funny. When I tell you these are shaky articles, that's what I'm talking about. That's one example of 20 articles that they filed in record time. And this is why they only could afford to give people 4 hours. They had to introduce it last minute. They could not afford to actually have a debate on these because these are funny. My gosh.
You may read the votes.
Okay. Colkhorst, yay. Johnson, nay. Hancock, nay.
While they're reading that, let's read the other articles that they're trying to dismiss in one fell swoop here because we should, a conspiracy and attempted conspiracy. I'm going to show you this. Then Article 17, misappropriation of public resources. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official powers by causing employees of his office to perform services for his benefit and the benefit of others. Is this a crime? I'm sorry, guys. I have a real question right now. Is this a crime? Is this even a crime? What are they even alleging here? While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official powers by causing employees of his office to perform services for his benefit and the benefit of others. I have a question. Do you think what are the odds that he just sent someone for coffee for himself and for and for someone he was having a meeting with? What are the odds that this right here, Article 17, was a whistleblower complaint? I'm using air quotes. That's actually just an intern saying, he made me get coffee for him and his friends. He made me get coffee, and that was a benefit to him and a benefit to them. That's how shaky these articles are, guys. They're a joke. Okay, then let's go to 18. Dereliction of duty. Oh, how rich for the House to file this article. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton violated the Texas Constitution, his oaths of office, statutes. This is generic. And public policy against public officials acting contrary to the public interest by engaging in acts described in one or more articles. Oh my gosh. And I'm not even surprised that they wanted to dismiss all of these at once, because these are all so bunk. Really, the same person wrote these one sentence articles that are just saying, oh, and everything else. These are articles stating that the previous articles were crimes. So that's another article that okay. Unfitness for office is 19. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton engaged in misconduct, private or public, of such character as to indicate his unfitness for office, as shown by the acts as described in one or more articles. Can't. Oh my gosh.
Senator Flores.
Hey.
Senator Gutierrez. Senator Hall.
Yay.
Senator Hancock. Senator Hinojosa.
Hey.
Senator Huffman. Senator Hughes. Senator Johnson. Senator King.
Hey.
Yes,
Senator Colcourse.
absolutely.
Senator Lamantia. Senator Menendez.
Hey.
Senator Middleton. Senator Miles.
Hey.
Senator Nichols.
Hey.
Senator Parker.
Hey.
Senator.
We're about to go over this one. It was Article 20. I think maybe, unless they already covered this one. They might have already covered dismissing this. Article 20. Okay.
Please mark
Okay,
the ballot.
this is a good one. Okay, so unlawfully obtained information is inadmissible in a court of law. It should be inadmissible in a Senate impeachment hearing. So here's a motion, pretrial motion, to dismiss any evidence, and I'm using my air quotes again,
Please pick up the ballots.
that was unlawfully obtained by one Erin Epley from the DOJ or one of her cohorts. Okay, or anyone else that Merrick Garland may have sent down with orders. All right, anything that was unlawfully obtained. And this is just stuff that I've been told by people that are really deep in this, okay, that Erin Epley is a Fed. And she's both a witness and a counsel to the House committee that pushed this impeachment hearing, or this impeachment through the House like it was covered in Astroglide, okay? It went through so fast. All right. So this motion, again, any evidence that was unlawfully obtained should not be considered because it was unlawfully obtained, meaning there's no lawful path, there's no chain of custody for how this
All
evidence
ballots collected.
probably
Clerk
was made up.
will call out the votes.
It's probably made up, like the Steele dossier. Steele dossier should not have been factored into any official proceedings.
King, nay.
Interesting.
Sparks, yay.
Very interesting, King.
Flores, nay. Blanco, nay.
Very interesting.
Lamantia, nay. Parker, yay. Hughes, nay. Miles, nay.
So all these people that are voting
Gutierrez,
nay,
nay.
all these people that are voting nay want unlawfully
Johnson, nay.
unlawfully obtained evidence, I'm using air quotes,
Springer, nay.
to be factored in. They don't want to exclude evidence
Fortner, yay.
that was not lawfully obtained.
Campbell, yay.
So all of these people voting nay
Nichols, nay.
do not back the rule of law. They can
West, nay.
try to claim that they back the truth because they want all available
Whitmer,
evidence, even if
nay.
it was unlawfully obtained. Submitted. Okay. All right.
Huffman, nay.
If y'all are going to entertain evidence that was unlawfully obtained by these deep state
Hinojosa,
actors, then y'all need to be able this. Then
Safarini,
charges
nay.
need to be filed against deep state actors that are breaking the law to
Hancock,
obtain
nay.
evidence. I think Ken Paxton has a lawsuit here.
Menendez, nay.
I think he has a personal lawsuit here.
Birdwell, nay.
All right, Birdwell. I like your brother. I got a problem with you.
Hall, yay. Perry, nay.
Watch Birdwell and
Colcourse,
King.
yay.
They're going to come out and say, we just wanted the whole truth is all. That's why we voted
Betancourt,
against
yay.
this, all of these motions.
Creighton, yay.
We want to play the Democrats' game and see what kind of game they're playing.
Nay.
That's what King and Birdwell are going to say
Alvarado,
when we confront them about
nay.
this.
Eckhart, nay.
Actually, I bet King's going to say that he's not even running again, so he doesn't care. He's just doing this for fun.
Eight yeas, 22 nays.
Confirming the vote, Senator Alvarado. Senator Betancourt.
Yay.
Senator Birdwell.
Nay.
Senator Blanco. Senator Campbell.
Yay.
Senator Creighton.
Yay.
Senator Eckhart. Senator Flores. Senator Gutierrez.
Yay.
Senator Hall.
Yay.
Senator Hancock. Senator Hinojosa.
Yay.
Senator Huffman. Senator Hughes.
Yay.
Senator Johnson. Senator King.
Yay.
Senator Colcourse. Senator LaMantia. Senator Menendez. Senator Middleton. Senator Miles. Senator Nichols. Senator Parker.
Yay.
Senator Nichols was nay. I didn't mean to speak over you. Senator Perry. Senator Swertner.
Yay.
Senator Sparks.
Yay.
Senator Springer.
Yay.
Senator West.
Yay.
Senator Whitmire.
Yay.
Senator Zaffarini. Being 22 nays and 8 yeas, the motion is denied.
All right. Getting down to it.
Members and those in the gallery and watching, the senators voted on the rules 25-3, and part of those rules say that all other pretrial motions shall be ruled on by the presiding officer, which is myself.
He's going to decide now.
With motion 2 submitted by the House Board of Managers. This motion is entitled Motion to Clarify Certain Senate Rules Governing the Impeachment Trial of Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. This motion was partially addressed by my August 9th exhibit production order. Additionally, the manager's request for clarification on timing has been addressed through an agreement of the parties last week. For those watching, I'll clarify the timekeeping for the trial moving forward. There has been much discussion on the impeachment rule, especially number 17 on time limitations. Each side of the House managers and the Attorney General Paxton has 1 hour for opening statements, 24 hours for presentation of evidence, 1 hour for rebuttal evidence, and 1 hour for final arguments. That's a total of 27 hours for each side. Both parties, the managers,
all right, guys, going to take
and
a couple
Attorney General
days.
Paxton are in agreement on this issue.
Should take about
which
it
pleases
should
the court.
take a few days.
Managers, in this motion, you state, at a minimum, you seek clarification that the time spent by an opposing party on cross-examination will be counted only against the party conducting the cross-examination. Attorney General Paxton's team, you responded that time spent questioning a witness, whether via direct or cross-examination, is charged against the side conducting the questioning. Based on your agreement of last week, this is how the clock will run. For example, House managers, when you call a witness, any direct questioning of the witness counts against your 24 hours. When Paxton's team questions the witness on cross, time will be counted against your clock. I also want to note that the clock will keep running through routine objections. However, if I find that it's being abused by either side, I can always use my discretion to give back the time to the other party. To summarize, so we're clear, what everyone has agreed to, both parties have a total of 24 hours for presentation of evidence, which includes direct, cross-examination, redirect, and recross. Anytime a party questions a witness, whether via direct cross, redirect, recross, the clock will
This is going
continue
to take
to run.
several
And again,
days, y'all.
in addition to the 24 hours, each party has 1 hour for opening statements, if they choose to make those, 1 hour for rebuttal, and 1 hour for closing arguments. I've also told both sides, if they do not use the full hour allotted for their opening statement, any remaining time will be added to their 24 hours for presentation of evidence. For example, if one side only uses 30 minutes, they will have 24 and a half hours of time. Finally, managers requested to change the rules regarding the use
They
of
always go
wireless
over
mobile
rules before
devices.
they
A
conduct
rule change must be submitted in writing during
these
trial and
hearings
requires a 24-hour
and
layout
before they
period.
convene at all.
Accordingly, this motion has been addressed and no further
So
action
just
shall be
patience
taken.
through this because they have to do this. This is the rule of law. They're mapping everything out. They don't just fly by the seat of their
Now I
pants.
will take up motion 24 submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Compel Discovery from House Managers. This motion was addressed by my
Hell
July
yeah.
12th discovery order and August 9th exhibit production order. Therefore, no further action on this motion will be taken.
Okay. All right. Then I hope your previous order was sufficient.
Now I'll take up motion 12 submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Exclude Inadmissible Evidence. This addresses the issue of political contributions. Because this information is readily available from the Texas Ethics Commission for everyone to read, this motion is denied.
Interesting.
Now I will take up motion 23 submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion for Notice of Brady Material and Notice of Trial Exhibits. The motion was addressed by my July 12th discovery order and August 9th exhibit production order. Accordingly, no further action is needed on this motion.
All right. Well, let's hope those orders were sufficient. Mel,
Now we'll take
they
up
haven't
motion
gotten
3
to the
submitted
actual
by
hearing
the
yet. They were
House Board of Managers.
voting
The
on
motion is
pretrial motions
entitled
to dismiss
Request
certain
to
articles.
clarify the July 12th discovery order, or alternatively, motion for protective order regarding documents produced to Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. pursuant to the Senate July 12th discovery order. This motion was addressed by my July 20th reiteration of the orders of the court. Accordingly, no further action on this motion. Now I will take up motion 1 submitted by the respondent,
He's basically
Attorney
saying
General
he already
Paxton.
ordered
The
all of
motion is
this
entitled
stuff.
Motion for Pretrial Scheduling
He already
Order or
ordered them to
Pretrial
provide all the
Conference.
evidence.
This motion was addressed by my July 12th discovery order and August 9th exhibit production order. Accordingly, no further action is needed. Now I will take up motion 4 submitted by the respondent, Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion to Preclude Attorney General Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. from being compelled to testify. This court notes that many factors and circumstances in this proceeding lean more on criminal in nature. The rules require a standard of beyond a reasonable doubt, which is reserved for criminal cases. Exculpatory evidence was required to be produced consistent with criminal cases. The rules require a plea to the court to be guilty or not guilty, which are the pleas exclusively used in criminal cases. Judgments of the court of impeachment are entered as acquittal or conviction, which are operative terms for judgments in criminal cases. And the House of Managers have repeatedly compared the actions of the House of Representatives to a grand jury, as they preferred the articles of impeachment. Grand juries are utilized only in criminal cases. Therefore, the motion is granted. The Attorney General cannot be compelled to testify. This is consistent with the reasoning and judgment in the United States Supreme Court, Boyd versus the United States. The court's ruling is clear. You may not call the Attorney General as a witness.
Well, all right.
Finally, I will take up motion 5 by respondent Attorney General Paxton. The motion is entitled Motion Challenging Jurors for Cause. That motion is denied. to both parties. What we will do
He's
at this
hitting even
point
on both
is,
sides a little.
and to the members, it's a little odd today because we have a break coming close to the lunch break. So we'll take a short 10-minute break at this one because we're going to break around 12:15 for lunch. We'll take a 10-minute break. Be back in 10 minutes. Before you leave, wait a minute, I haven't dismissed you yet. Okay? To both parties, when
He
we
sounds
come
like our
back,
teachers.
I'll have a short statement about the rules. Then we will read the articles of impeachment. Attorney General Paxton will be asked how you plead after each article. And then we will swear in witnesses, those who are here, and then we will break for lunch. And after lunch will be when the opening statement for those parties that choose to make that will be given. So that's the schedule. It's 11:20. Be back on the floor, ready to go at 11:30. Thank you.
All right, guys. So I'm actually gonna show you. So we did a 2-hour special. Diddy and I did. What, last week? Did he? And in that 2-hour special, let's see, we covered a lot of stuff, but I cut that down to like 15 minutes. And so what I'm gonna do right now is actually play you this 15-minute sort of like a breakdown, I guess a recap of the special that Diddy and I did. And this will cover all of like some of the main talking points. Now this is information that I've been unable to verify because we're only just now being able to hear these articles. So like there's information that I don't have, and there's information that I do have, and there's information that may yet be further clarified. But this is what we have so far based on all available sources, and I reached out to get this info. Okay, so y'all enjoy this little 15-minute rundown, and I'll cut it off when they come back in.
And every time we pull up, all you're gonna see is Americans. I ain't never gonna pretend that I give a damn. Anybody who's offended can get it, we throwing hands. Anybody not trying to make America great again, you a pawn, you a clown, better know where I stand. I'm a white.
And by the way, thank you everybody on Rumble for being here. If y'all please don't mind hitting the thumbs up button, it would help us out greatly, and much appreciated. But thank you everybody for being here. A lot of familiar faces, and I'm glad that y'all are here.
In both of the other two impeachments that we're comparing to, 1917 impeachment of Governor Paul Ferguson and 1975 impeachment of District Judge Carrillo, all of the witnesses were put under oath. In Paxton's impeachment, they were not. In fact, the man who chairs the General Investigation Committee, Andrew Murr, an alleged Republican, says that the police would not put a victim under oath. So this guy says, no, there's no reason to put anybody under oath. So none of the witnesses in Paxton's impeachment have sworn to what they're saying. So that means they're not under penalty of the perjury. There was no public debate like for the actual House. Total disenfranchisement of pretty much most of the people in Texas. Yeah. In both the 1917 and the 1975 impeachments, the attorney was allowed to question the speaker on this stuff. Not in Paxton's impeachment. He was not allowed. He was there. He had questions. He was not allowed to question. That's what I was informed of. House.texas.gov. Right up here in this top thing is the committees. Click on that. Thank you to Representative John Smithy, because he got the entire thing transcribed. And if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have any actual record of what they said in this short impeachment hearing. So now it was the General Investigating Committee that was doing all the talking. So when you go to committees, scroll down. Okay, so you're hitting committees. This is what it looks like, House committees. Scroll down there alphabetical. General Investigating. You'll see that right here. Now, these are the fools on the General Investigating Committee. Ann Johnson, Charlie Guerin, Rhino, and Shill. Andrew Murr, he thinks he's Wyatt Earp, but he's actually a dork. All right, click right here, transcript in our Paxton evidence hearing. Can y'all see this? It's over here on the right side under quick links. Ann Johnson. Yep. This is the vice chair of the General Investigations Committee. And this is her website. She's the vice chair of the committee that pushed the Paxton impeachment through the House so unlawfully. And yes, those are men in wigs and women with psychological problems. That's the trans flag. I think, I'm not sure that's the trans flag or the MAP flag. I don't know. But that's Ann Johnson, who's the vice chair of the House General Investigations Committee that pushed Ken Paxton's unlawful impeachment through the House in record time. I mean, these people just should get an award for that because there's a record time. 4 hours. 20 articles, 4 hours. All right, is that lawful? Does that sound like does that sound like due process to anybody here? These are the people that rammed it through. But we've got another list of all of the rhinos who voted for impeachment of Ken Paxton with no due process at all, based on 20 articles that were drafted when, and they had four hours to decide. Here's some interesting things. So in this transcript right here, I'm going to show you. So you'll see somebody named Miss Epley, a witness that, mind you, is not sworn in at this time. Chair calls Chief Committee Counsel Erin Epley. So she is the counsel to this committee, the General Investigating Committee, Erin Epley. Okay. And counsels to the committee, Therese Boswell. I only care about Erin Epley right now. Okay. Let's see. Let's look into Erin Epley. Pull up her LinkedIn. Oh, it won't let me do LinkedIn, so let's do Justia. All right, guys, this is it right here. Erin Michelle Epley, 14 years of experience. Okay. Department of Justice. Oh, did she come to Harris County from Merrick Garland's office? State Bar of Texas, right here. Jurisdictions admitted to practice. State Bar of Texas. Here's her ID number since 2008. Professional experience, Department of Justice. The Department of Justice, Erin Epley? Is that this Erin Epley, who is the advisor to the committee that's trying to take down Ken Paxton? Mm-hmm. Department of Justice, Erin Epley. Same Erin Epley? Because, yeah, it is. And so, the very interesting that Erin Epley, who is a witness, chief counsel to the committee, worked for the DOJ.
That one that you found that was behind a paywall, send the link to it in the private chat to me real quick, and I'll pull it up.
Because, yeah, I want to make sure that's the same Erin Epley from the DOJ that's advising the Texas House General Investigating Committee on how to impeach our Texas Attorney General. I'm just wondering if that's the same Erin Epley from the DOJ. I sure would hate to be wrong about that. How embarrassing, right? But let me show you something else about Ann Johnson. She was with the Harris County District Attorney's Office, Ann Johnson. Soros has been targeting the Harris County District Attorneys for a minute. See, if you'll look, this was in 2016. You see, that was the last time this one has been updated. And this one right here worked in the DA's office. Ann Johnson's also now the vice chair of the General Investigating Committee, being advised by DOJ's Erin Epley on how to prosecute Ken Paxton. Okay.
Here we go. I got the Erin Epley. There you go.
Here she goes. Can you read? Oh, there you go, right there. You see that?
Small Center, Board Certified Law, Top Secret, CSI. Let's see.
That shows a federal law license. There you go. Good. There you go. There you go.
Show all
Right
licenses. Oh.
We don't have access. We don't have clearance.
No shit. Give me long enough I could get in there, but this is plenty right here. Yeah. And look, these are all people that she's that she's either viewed or whatnot. These are all bad actors, guys. Let's see, but yeah, that's definitely the same Erin Epley.
She's one of the main witnesses in the impeachment against Ken Paxton. So when Ken Paxton said, if y'all couldn't see that, it was it's a little far out. I'm not sure how to zoom in on that. I must have uploaded the wrong file, but it's fine. You can watch it on YouTube. You can see it a little more clearly there. Yeah, she's got CIA clearance, Erin Epley. It's really crazy. Anywho, so that's what Diddy pulled that up and immediately spotted that on her LinkedIn. So quite impressive resume you have there, Mrs. Epley. Says stuff like he thinks his office has been infiltrated. Yeah, it has, because it does appear that the DOJ sent people down to investigate him through the Harris County District Attorney's Office. That's what they've been doing. Okay, so isn't that interesting? So there's an immediate uproar after he's impeached. The immediate effects were that he's been suspended.
Forgot I was still on there.
Yeah, don't worry. So yeah, that's what's happening. These are the people that are coming after the Attorney General's devil, stupid deep state.
They just tried to poison me.
So that was weird. That was so weird, y'all. He got like poisoned. Abbott likes John Scott a lot, so he appointed John B. Scott, former acting Secretary of State. And then Jay Nelson got sworn in. He was just acting. He was never sworn in as Secretary of State. Jay Nelson got sworn in. Now this guy, John Scott, is our acting Attorney General. But he's kind of just like a figurehead. The immediate effect of the impeachment was he's suspended, pending the Senate hearings. Senate's got to vote. Both chambers have to vote to impeach him for him to be actually impeached. I don't actually think the Senate's going to impeach him. But like I said, due process is what we've asked to be afforded here. They have to hear these articles. They have to hear this case. Either September 5th or not September 5th, another day. And we're going to be live streaming it. I think it's really very important for people to understand how we got here, why they're doing this. He's been doing so much on so many fronts. So, and it's not lightweight stuff, okay? So basically, John Scott is our acting Attorney General right now. Paxton's attorneys have sought to have 19 of the 20 articles dismissed because most of them are bogus anyways, right? So we'll see if they can get most of them even dismissed and only actually consider the ones. Because like we said, if he's guilty of a crime, let's talk about it. If he's actually committed a crime, let's actually have that out at the Senate hearing. If he's guilty, he'll be guilty. Whatever. You do the crime, you do the time. It's not something that Diddy and I are foreign to. It's okay. It doesn't make you an evil person. I don't even think we need to wait for the Senate hearing. I think that we should go ahead and just start primarying everybody that voted to impeach him because they did it without due process. And I think that alone is grounds for impeachment, for being primary. If you're willing to do this with 4 hours, no witnesses under oath, very, very shaky grounds, and to an attorney general who's fighting as hard as he is, that's nuts. That's freaking nuts to me. Would y'all watch the Senate hearings for Ken Paxton? Because I think we're going to stream them live. That's it, guys. I mean, stay tuned. We're going to live stream them on all platforms. Donations are not required, but they are accepted. Merchandise is available if you go to takingbacktexas.org.
Somebody was saying that they would like to share this on CloutHub with our permission.
On CloutHub?
Yeah. RCD2, yeah. If you want to share this out on CloutHub, please. To us, the most important thing is getting this out to the people so they understand it, so that they can start holding these people to feet to the fire. So, by all means, share it out there. All I would say is just hat tip to IC's and the incredible work that she does. So.
Thank you. I hope it made sense. I hope you see what Ken Paxton was doing, what the media tries to spin it, what they did, how the media is sort of reinforcing this unlawful action, how it looks like the DOJ is sending people in to actually facilitate this impeachment and removal of America's best attorney general. Okay, and why we need to give him all of our support. We need to stand by Ken Paxton. We need to ask everybody to stand by Ken Paxton, and every single House representative that voted to impeach Ken Paxton should be primaried. Okay, so this right now is unscripted, unscheduled. Diddy and I didn't talk about this, but if you're in Texas, okay, and these people are your representatives, and this bothers you, consider running against them. You don't need to have money, but if you have money, it's a bonus. But we can raise money. We can try to help. We can try to run a grassroots campaign. And that trucker out of New Jersey, that one trucker that spent like $140 on his campaign that won, that shows that it is possible to win on little money. It's very unlikely in Texas. We will need to make sure to market you. You're going to need to come out strong. If you're ready to come out strong, check the list of people, and we're gonna put it up on all of our platforms here in a minute. The list of House Republicans that voted to impeach Kim Paxton with no due process. Okay, and if those are your Republicans, please consider filing against them or finding somebody to file against them.
But she is as I always said, she's about 100-pound pit bull straight up. So, but yeah, Trump.
Oh my God, that really is a mugshot.
Yeah, that's his mugshot. He just posted it. Interference, election never surrender. Donald J. Trump.
It is looks just like him. I love it. Okay, guys, keep an eye out. We're gonna have merch. We're gonna have our updated merch. We're gonna have hoodies, crop hoodies for the ladies. Okay, we're gonna have low cut hoodies for the ladies. We're gonna have regular hoodies for the guys with this mug on it, because that is gangster right there on questions that I don't always I can't anticipate. Also, some people might have seen some cool stuff, might want to tell us about it, give us some good ideas for our next episodes. So y'all give us a rating. 1 out of the scale of 1 to 10, and this scale goes to 11. How good was how well did we do? Do we do a good job? Do we document? Do a good job like Fox News, MSNBC, CNN?
If you're comparing us to that, I want a 0.
Emmy, please. I'd like a daytime Emmy, even though it's prime time right now. No, screw it. We're going straight for the primetime Emmy. I think we've done a great job tonight, and you all did a great job. Everybody watching. If you're watching this, you're probably a patriot. Except So sorry, guys. Here I come. Here I come. I got it right here. We are back. Give me a 5x5 if y'all can hear me.
Continue until at least 6, possibly a bit later. Of course, today we started on
Sorry about
Tuesday
that.
because of the holiday, but next week it will be Monday through Friday and potentially could go to Saturday next week. We will not do Saturday this week.
Oh my gosh. Y'all, I need some help
We will
covering
break
this.
probably every 90 minutes or so
I'm requesting a Baker
for the
handoff
jurors
by
and the parties
by
to
end of
stretch.
week.
We'll do it for 20 minutes and we'll be timely and come back. We'll break for lunch about 12:15 most days for 45 minutes till 1. And then we will come back for the afternoon. I'd like to place a couple of things on the record.
Stupid deep state.
Officially, the parties have agreed to provide the court and the opposing party with 24 hours of advance notice on witnesses. They plan to call to testify. Is that correct? Both sides? Thank you. Additionally, the party said they would agree to the admissibility of certain exhibits. Is that correct? Yes?
What happened to the volume? Okay.
Hold on one second. We cannot hear. Is that mic on?
Yeah, they cut the mic out.
What we got? Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize.
Start at the beginning. Start at the beginning.
It's a good trial run of screwing up on the technology. I think what I said was Mr. Busby suggested last Wednesday that we decide to get together and agree what could be pre-admitted. We thought that was a great idea.
Y'all give me a 5x5 if y'all
President
can hear
thought
me.
so, and we assumed that's what was going to happen. On Thursday, we were asked, would we, what our position was about their exhibits, and we said we would agree to pre-admit all of their exhibits. They could put in anything we wanted that was on their witness list, and we would not object. They wrote back, they came back and said, is that a precondition? And I said, no, that is our position. We will not object to any of your exhibits. Now, what is your position about ours? We'll get back to you. We didn't hear. We didn't get back. And finally, they wrote back and said, we will not agree to pre-admit any of your exhibits. So that means, in light of what the court said earlier, by the way, do I say court or what do I say? I can handle Mr. President, but I don't know what to refer to the facility.
This
Court
is
fine.
so unprecedented that he doesn't
What
even
that
know how
means
to
is
really
that anytime they
discuss
seek to
it.
introduce an exhibit, it's going to come in unobjected to because that was the word we gave them. When we seek to introduce any exhibit, there may be continued objections which are going to slow it down. And so I welcome the court's observation that if that starts taking away somebody's time unfairly, the court has the ability to acknowledge that. And I'm just simply asking at this stage, no action on the part of the court, but an awareness is we thought we were playing fair with what they got in here and represented to you, and we're not taking our word back. These guys wouldn't even negotiate it with us. They wouldn't even talk to us about, we'll agree to some, we won't agree to others. I stand up as a matter of privilege in a House of privilege or Senate of privilege. I just want the court to know, no, we did not have an agreement on pre-admission.
Any response?
That was Busby? Let's see.
We'll take a look at them and we'll object if it's appropriate. If it's not appropriate, we will not object. We'll do it like we're supposed to do. Thank you, Your Honor.
Dang.
I've heard you both. Okay, I've heard both.
All right.
Members, if you're watching at home, also know that you may attend in person if you wish. Go to senatetexas.gov for public access guidelines and more information in case you're watching at home and want to come in person. I want to remind the jurors and everyone watching that the juror senators may not consider any evidence unless taken under oath in this chamber. Their decision, your decision, must only be based on the facts and evidence presented here in this chamber, and by considering the credibility of the witnesses testifying here and here only, under oath, No evidence whatsoever outside of this chamber shall be considered for any purpose. This includes anything said in the House impeachment proceedings where no testimony was given under oath.
Oh, sweet.
Senators cannot consider anything reported in the news,
Awesome.
anything on social media, or anything they have been told by anyone outside of this trial in this chamber. Only what you hear under oath testified to in
This
this
is
court.
excellent.
And
Very,
your
very
belief
good.
in those who are testifying.
Very good.
Senate jurors may only consider evidence given under oath
Love my
in this
life today.
chamber
You're welcome.
as
Thank you
you
for
are the
being here
sole
and watching.
determiners
Hope you enjoy it.
of the credibility of the witnesses called to testify. One unique aspect of this proceeding is that one senator is the spouse
Patrick
of the
knows we're
accused.
watching.
The senators
Oh, he
adopted
knows.
rules that make the spouse of the accused ineligible to vote as a juror. They could find no instance where a spouse of any defendant in any type of trial was allowed to be a juror. However, even though Senator Paxton cannot vote, the threshold to convict remains the same. The members kept the threshold
Oh, yeah. His wife,
at
Paxton's wife
two-thirds
is a
of
senator.
31 senators, which would still require 21, even though only 30 members are voting. So the threshold is still 21 votes. At the end of the trial, the members will deliberate in private, as any jury would. To be clear, the presiding officer, I do not have a vote on guilt or innocence. I will not give any member my opinion on how they should vote. In deliberations, the senator jurors will consider the following. Did the House managers prove beyond a reasonable doubt any article of impeachment against Attorney General? And if so, shall that article be sustained, which would result in removal from office? Therefore, it's a two-part question. Even if a member believes the House managers have proven an article beyond a reasonable doubt, the member may only sustain the article if they also believe Attorney General Paxton should be removed from office based on that article. If any one of the 16 articles is sustained against Attorney General Paxton, he'll be removed from office. The jury would then vote one last time on whether he can hold public office again, if that were to occur. Members at home watching, if you wish to read the 31 rules voted 25-3 by the senators, which govern this trial in more detail, they are posted on our website. These are just a few of the rules that will guide this trial, but I hope my statements today clarify some questions that the public may have had or have. After I swear in witnesses who are present, each party may make an opening statement, and after the articles are read, the impeachment articles are read. With that,
About to get started reading the articles, which we reviewed earlier, and we reviewed briefly in the 2-hour special that we did last week. They are shaky AF. All right, I try not to cuss as much. They are shaky AF. You know what that means. And and if you saw just a short while ago, we reviewed how some of them are just articles that are saying the other articles are crimes, which the other articles already say. So it's so stupid. They just needed to pile them on.
Attorney General Paxton, please rise. Clerk, please read the articles of impeachment, one at a time, preferred by the House of Representatives.
Remember, everyone's been sworn
Articles
in on
of
the
impeachment.
same
Article 1, disregard of official duty, protection of charitable organization. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton violated the duties of his office by failing to act as public protector of charitable organizations as required by Chapter 123 Property Code. Specifically, Paxton caused employees of his office to intervene in the lawsuit brought by the Roy F. and Joanne Cole Mitt Foundation against several corporate entities controlled by Nate Paul. Paxton harmed the Mitt Foundation in an effort to benefit Paul.
Senator Paxton, how do you plead?
Attorney General Ken Paxton is innocent and therefore pleads not guilty.
Clerk will read the next article.
Article 2, disregard of official duty, abuse of the opinion process. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official power to issue written legal opinions under Subchapter C, Chapter 402 Government Code. Specifically, Paxton caused employees of his office to prepare an opinion in an attempt to avoid the impending foreclosure sales of properties belonging to Nate Paul or business entities controlled by Paul. Paxton concealed his actions by soliciting the chair of a Senate committee to serve as straw requestor. Furthermore, Paxton directed employees of his office to reverse their legal conclusion for the benefit of Paul.
Those allegations are untrue. Therefore, he pleads not guilty.
I didn't mean to step on you. You want to repeat that?
The allegations that I just heard are untrue. Therefore, Ken Paxton pleads not guilty.
Thank you.
Article 3, disregard of official duty, abuse of the open records process. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official power to administer the Public Information Law, Chapter 552 Government Code. Specifically, Paxton directed employees of his office to act contrary to law by refusing to render a proper decision relating to a public information request for records held by the Department of Public Safety, and by issuing a decision involving another public information request that was contrary to law and applicable legal precedent.
Attorney General Paxton, how do you plead?
Everything she just said there was false. Therefore, Attorney General Ken Paxton pleads not guilty.
It was false and stupid on top of that.
Article?
Article 4, disregard of official duty, misuse of official information. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official power to administer the Public Information Law, Chapter 552 Government Code. Specifically, Paxton improperly obtained access to information held by his office that had not been publicly disclosed for the purpose of providing the information to the benefit of Nate Paul.
Attorney General, how do you plead?
Your Honor, those are all untrue. Therefore, Ken Paxton pleads not guilty.
Clerk will read the next article.
Article 5, disregard of official duty, engagement of CAMIC. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official powers by violating the laws governing the appointment of prosecuting attorneys pro tem. Specifically, Paxton engaged Brandon Camick, a licensed attorney, to conduct an investigation into a baseless complaint during which Camick issued more than 30 grand jury subpoenas in an effort to benefit Nate Paul or Paul's business entities.
As you see, they're trying to
Attorney General
destroy
Paxton, how do you
Kemick
plead?
as well.
The Attorney General is innocent and therefore pleads not guilty.
The clerk will read the next article.
Article 6, disregard of official duty, termination of whistleblowers. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton violated the duties of his office by terminating and taking adverse personnel action against employees of his office in violation of this state's whistleblower law, Chapter 554 Government Code. Specifically, Paxton terminated employees of his office who made good faith reports of his unlawful actions to law enforcement authorities. Paxton terminated the employees without good cause or due process and in retaliation for reporting his illegal acts and improper conduct. Furthermore, Paxton engaged in a public and private campaign to impugn the employees' professional reputations or prejudice their future employment.
Attorney General Paxton, how do you plead?
Everything she said there, sir, is legally and factually incorrect, and therefore Attorney General Ken Paxton pleads not guilty.
And they're the ones trying
The clerk will read the next article.
Article 7, misapplication of public resources, whistleblower investigation and report. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused public resources entrusted to him. Specifically, Paxton directed employees of his office to conduct a sham investigation into whistleblower complaints made by employees whom Paxton had terminated, and to create and publish a lengthy written report containing false or misleading statements in Paxton's defense.
Attorney General Paxton, how do you plead?
The allegations she just referenced are untrue. Therefore, the Attorney General pleads not guilty.
The clerk will read the next article.
Article 8, disregard of official duty, settlement agreement. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official powers by concealing his wrongful acts in connection with whistleblower complaints made by employees whom Paxton had terminated. Specifically, Paxton entered into a settlement agreement with the whistleblowers that provides for payment of the settlement from public funds. The settlement agreement stayed the wrongful termination suit and conspicuously delayed the discovery of facts and testimony at trial to Paxton's advantage, which deprived the electorate of its opportunity to make an informed decision when voting for Attorney General.
Attorney General Paxton, how do you plead?
Do you plead?
The Attorney General is innocent of those charges and pleads not guilty.
Do you plead guilty
The
to
clerk will
settling?
read the next article.
Article 9, Constitutional Bribery, Paul's Employment of Mistress. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton engaged in bribery in violation of Section 41, Article 16, Texas Constitution. Specifically, Paxton benefited from Nate Paul's employment of a woman with whom Paxton was having an extramarital affair. Paul received favorable legal assistance from or specialized access to the Office of the Attorney General.
Attorney General Paxton, how do you plead?
Those allegations are flat out false. The Attorney General pleads not guilty.
That's crazy.
The clerk will read the next
Slanderous.
article.
Article 10, Constitutional Bribery, Paul's providing renovations to Paxton home. While holding office as Attorney
Marble
General,
countertops,
Warren
guys.
Kenneth Paxton engaged in bribery in violation of Section 41, Article 16, Texas Constitution. Specifically, Paxton benefited from Nate Paul providing renovations to Paxton's home. Paul received favorable legal assistance from or specialized access to the Office of the Attorney General.
Attorney General Paxton, how do you plead?
Those allegations are offensive and false. The Attorney General pleads not guilty.
Clerk will read the next article.
Article 15, False Statements in Official Records Whistleblower Response Report. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton made false or misleading statements in official records to mislead both the public and public officials. Specifically, Paxton made or caused to be made multiple false or misleading statements in the lengthy written report issued by his office in response to whistleblower allegations.
Attorney General Paxton, how do you plead?
Stand by that report and therefore plead not guilty.
Your Honor, objection is simply that
He said
if
it's
he
a
wants to
perfect
take the
report.
stand and testify, we welcome that. But otherwise, this is supposed to be a plea from the client. He can enter a plea of not guilty for his client. He can't make speeches as he's doing now, and I object. I ask that he just be instructed to plead not guilty or guilty, whichever he chooses, but not to be making speeches through his lawyer.
Sit down, old man.
Sustained. Clerk will read the next charge.
Article 16, Conspiracy and Attempted Conspiracy. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton acted with others to conspire or attempt to conspire to commit acts described in one or more articles.
Attorney General Paxton, how do you plead?
Absolutely not guilty.
Clerk will read the next article.
Article 17, Misappropriation of Public Resources. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official powers by causing employees of his office to perform services for his benefit and the benefit of others.
Attorney General Paxton, how do you plead?
Again, Your Honor, not guilty.
I still
Clerk
think
will read
that
the
was
next
just him sending an
article.
intern for
Article
coffee.
18, Dereliction of Duty. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton violated the Texas Constitution, his oaths of office, statutes, and public policy against public officials, acting contrary to the public interest by engaging in acts described in one or more articles.
Attorney General, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
See, that's just a restatement of other articles.
Clerk
It's just
will read
saying,
the
oh,
next
the other
article.
articles are
Article
crimes. So this
19,
is another
Unfitness
article saying
for
that.
office. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton engaged in misconduct, private or public, of such character as to indicate his unfitness for office, as shown by the acts described in one or more articles.
Attorney General, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Clerk will read the following article.
Article 20, Abuse of Public Trust. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton used, misused, or failed to use his official powers in a manner calculated to subvert the lawful operation of the government of the state of Texas and obstruct the fair and impartial administration of justice, thereby bringing the office of Attorney General into scandal and disrepute to the prejudice of public confidence in the government of this state, as shown by the acts described in one or more articles.
Oh, yeah, it's
Attorney
Paxton
General
that's
Paxton, how do you
doing that, right?
Your Honor, the Attorney General is innocent and we plead not guilty.
You may be seated.
That's rich for them to put that on. That's, gee, project much?
Bailiff, do we have witnesses to be sworn in, please bring them into the court.
Yeah, I'm still live. Sorry, the stupid deep state tried to take my whole computer out a minute ago, but I was up and running again really quick. I don't know what's going on with my computer today, but Melindy, yeah, total clown. Paxton, yeah, one of the articles should be that he sneezed on a Tuesday, and that is not allowed. Yeah, they just piled on the charges, exactly. Live my life today, you're right about that. What are they doing? Making sandwiches? Come on. Let's see. Meanwhile, Live My Life Today says, meanwhile, 10,000 illegals have crossed our border during this hearing, probably. On average, right? Law 1 says, can't wait for the boomerang. I know, right, Melindy? Like the Democrat have never gotten up on stumps, right? And he was like, tell him he can't make speeches Thursday. Like, come on, please. Don't pretend. The Democrats need to stop pretending like they don't love the theatrics. Okay, they're just mad because they're bad at it. Once again, we're better. The left still can't meme. All right. Oh, I just closed out my pilled chat. Let me open that back up. Boneless chicken, I am still live. Yes, Stacks, they're throwing a whole bowl of spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. Stacks, that's a great question. Stacks asks, if these Democrats bore me to death, can they be charged with murder? I mean, one of us will have to file on your behalf. You know, one of us will have to file in vengeance. But we could... We'll see if we could get the fired up lawyer, Paul Davis, to take him to court on that. Don't die, though. Just wait. Wait until the hearing's over. It's going to go till next week. So can you do that? I'm genuinely wondering what's going on. Is this a drink break? Is everybody going to take shots right now? Is that where they're bringing in all these people in gray suits? It's weird. Did they coordinate that? Look at the color. Everybody's wearing, and maybe this is just the feed.
Are these the only witnesses in the building
Casting
to be
this shade
sworn
on
in?
everybody.
At this time, I'll swear in any witness who's present.
Bring out that Sam Houston Bible.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence I give upon this hearing by the Senate of Texas of impeachment, charges against Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Ladies and gentlemen, pursuant to Rule 24, the rule has been invoked. The rule means that witnesses, except the members of the court, the parties, and their counsel, must remain outside the hearing or the courtroom at all times while testimony is being heard, except when testifying or until discharged. If you are a witness, please remain in town and available to promptly appear at the Capitol if the court or either party calls on you. You must not converse with each other or with any other person except counsel for the parties concerning the proceedings before the court, and are not to read any report, watch any live stream or broadcast of the proceedings,
Don't be looking at
including
nothing.
news reports or social media, or comment on testimony before the court.
Yeah, don't be watching my
Any
lives.
witness violating this instruction may be punished for contempt, up to 6 months in jail, or a $500 fine.
Whew. Y'all don't be watching my live.
Do you all understand? Thank you. You're dismissed.
Don't be checking in. You're all under oath now.
Members, at this time,
consider
we'll
it a
break,
spell.
just because this is the perfect break point for lunch.
Now it's lunch break.
Be back at 1, and then we will have opening statements when we return. Thank you. Thank you, pardon.
Okay, what time is it? All right, it's noon, so we have a 1 hour lunch. Okay, so I'm going to also make lunch and finish working on something I have to finish up. And I'm gonna have just like something on. It's gonna be just this thing, okay? I'm just gonna put on one of these things for 1 hour. So I'll see y'all in about an hour. Okay. Let's see. It's a video clip. Here it is. Okay, you guys. I'll see y'all in about an hour, okay? At 1 o'clock. Come back. Come on back. Okay, we're back. They're going to be convening again to start this thing back up. Wait, I can hear myself somewhere. Testing. Okay, I think I fixed it. Y'all give me a 5 by 5. You can hear me. Please give me a 5 by 5 if y'all can hear me. That's what I should have said. And thank you for being here. Hope y'all had a good lunch break. Okay, let me see if I can do this and pull up while this is going. Okay. Yes, but can I zoom in? Let me see. It doesn't let me zoom in. I was going to see if we could maybe read along with the articles, but this is not really letting me zoom in.
All rise. The Court of Impeachment of the Texas Senate is now in session. The Honorable Lieutenant Governor and President of the Senate, Dan Patrick, now presiding.
You may be seated. Mr. Hardin, I am going to take your a suggestion into consideration on exhibits if time is spent from your side?
Thank you very much.
Okay, everybody. Here we go. Y'all ready? Ask away. We have got the chat going in Rumble and on Foxhole. So, and I'm pulling them up again right now. I realize I accidentally clicked out of them.
This time, opening statement by the managers.
Mr. Presiding Officer, the Attorney General would like to be heard on one housekeeping matter before that.
Yes.
The Attorney General seeks a ruling from this court that to the extent privileges, attorney-client privilege, executive privilege, et cetera, may apply, those are held by the Attorney General.
Thank y'all for
now,
the
we're not
5
asking
by
the
5s.
court to rule that any particular statement or any particular document is privileged at this time, but for purposes of the manager's opening statement, going forward in this case, we ask that this court rule that those privileges, which all attached during the time at which the Attorney General was the actual acting, serving, duly elected Attorney General, attached to him, or conversations he had with his subordinates, conversations involved with other parties, where he was the client seeking legal advice from subordinates and essentially directing his official functions. And to the extent that those are implicated, we seek a ruling from this court initially that those privileges, if they exist at all, belong to the Attorney General.
He should sustain that. He should say yes. I guess it's not really an objection, but he should rule in favor of that. Oh, what was that? Who is that? Was that Dade Phelan? Dan Patrick, how will you rule? On attorney-client privilege. That's the matter that's just been proposed.
Mr. Harden, do you have a response?
Yes, Your Honor. I do want the record to reflect, in light of the court's earlier analogy to a criminal case, I want the record to reflect that the Attorney General apparently is not here. Maybe he's coming at some time today, but I think if we're going to talk about this analogously being a criminal case, that the defendant ought to be ordered to appear throughout this just as everyone else. That's number one. But number two is we're prepared to address this issue. There is a motion to, I think one of the third parties had a motion on the attorney-client issue that they were trying to raise. But I would have thought we would have dealt with this before now, it's just as we were getting ready to do opening statements. They've known they had this issue all along. If the court wants to hear argument on it now, Mr. Garber was always prepared to do it on our side. We'll be glad to engage in argument, but I think it's totally discretionary to the court as you're ready to proceed.
And under the rule, the Attorney General Paxton was required to be here addressing that first point throughout the trial. I'm still thinking of your motion.
Well, go get him then. I don't know why he's got to be here if he's not going to, he can't be compelled to speak. But whatever. I mean, Dan Patrick already ruled earlier when he was ruling on the motions. He already ruled that Paxton, they can't force him to speak.
I believe it was Resolution 36. He was required to be here today, but not all day. So let me clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because that doesn't make any sense that he would have to be there all day if he's not compelled to speak.
As per the rule, he was here at 9 as required. I didn't see anything else in the rule that required him to be here any other time.
You're right. Correct.
All right. So that Democrat can sit down with his manila suit. Where'd he even get that suit? Anywho. All right, give me a 5x5. Can y'all hear me? Is it working all right? Carnival Barker. So they just asked, Melanie, they just asked, could attorney-client privilege be upheld in this, or can Paxton and is basically as discussions between Ken Paxton and his clients going to be sort of used as political fodder in this. They're deciding that right now, but a question was raised that as to whether or not Paxton had to be here because he's not currently present, and so then they just addressed that, and it's like no, because Patrick already ruled earlier that Paxton can't be compelled to testify in this impeachment trial. This article should stand on their own without him being forced to say anything. And then why should he have to be there all day? Because he's not here. That's what the Democrat just was complaining about. He's not even here. He's supposed to be here. Now, he was here earlier to officially plead not guilty, but he's not compelled to speak, so why should he have to be here all day? So then Patrick just clarified, no, he actually does not have to be here. It was just for one part of it, he had to be there. So, but they're still deciding right now whether attorney-client privilege matters at all in this in this impeachment hearing. So they haven't decided yet. They're thinking about it right now. Thanks for the 5x5, y'all. That helps out on Pilled and on Rumble. Thank y'all. Foxhole. I'm glad some of y'all are on Foxhole too. That's good. Hello, hello, Bong Hall. How are you? Cuts. What's up? Any memes of him getting bombed by clown pies? Let's see. That's strange. Rumble glitched site-wide. That's strange. He stood there for the reading of the articles. Yep, that was all that was required. I don't know why. That's right. I don't know why that guy was wigging out. Just anything that they can. Exactly what you said, Melindy. Anything to grasp at straws. That's all they have. They're really bad actors, but they're going to play this out as much. They're really going to milk this drama for what it's worth. So let's oblige. Let's see. Do they even have a case? Like I said, if Paxton has done something wrong, if Paxton's committed a crime, then let's talk about that. We should be able to talk about it. It looks like even the Republicans have declined. There's only 6
Mr.
of
Harden,
them that were
Mr.
consistent,
Murr, please come to the bench.
But the Republicans have declined to dismiss any of the articles. So
please approach.
They either think there's merit to them or they want to be able to debate them one-on-one, each individual. And like Patrick outlined earlier, this is going to take until next week, maybe until next Saturday.
And we have asked, for the record, the Paxton team, counselors to come forward.
This is an interesting dilemma that they're in right now because you would think that attorney-client privilege is sacred, but I guess nothing is sacred anymore. I used to hear old people say that, and I didn't know what it meant. Oh, how things become clear. So if you're just now getting here, if y'all are catching back up, they're deciding whether or not attorney-client privilege is a thing, if it matters in these impeachment hearings, and if Paxton has to just kind of like open up his books and show the entire House and Senate and everybody watching communications between himself and his clients. So I suppose it's a matter of public information. He's a public official, and so they're sitting here deciding whether or not not requiring him to produce records that might violate attorney-client privilege might, in sort of inhibit discovery, I suppose, is what they're discussing right now. Whatever. I suppose it's a worthwhile discussion. Oh, are they ready? No, they're still talking. So how are you guys? What do y'all think about attorney-client privilege in impeachment proceedings when it may potentially inhibit discovery? That's what the Democrats are going to say. Yeah, I mean, honestly, because like in the contract, aren't there contracts? No, I mean, maybe not, because I don't, when I've never had the attorney general directly representing me. In the lawsuit that Tarrant County filed over my request for records, the county sued Paxton for Paxton's ruling. So Paxton's defending himself, which is inherently defending his decision to compel them to give me the records, which is what he said. He said, "No, you have to give her those records." And they said, "Oh, I don't want to." So they sued him. I don't know that if he was directly representing me against
I will address
something that there'd be a contract. If there's a contract,
and members, let me just
then
remind
cannot
you,
infringe
but
on
when
private
we're meeting at the
contracts.
bench, the jurors may not come up to the conversation.
Oh,
I'll rule on your motion as they come up. And members of the jury, I want to remind you that statements made in the opening statement is not evidence, and it's an outline of what they're going to present. With that, Mr. Murr? Yes.
Having a hard time hearing. Those mics are lower. I don't think they were intended maybe for them to be standing at the table talking. That if you could make sure that for those of us who have a hard time hearing in this chamber, that they try to be closer to the microphone.
Yes, Senator. The requirement was to be sitting at the mics at the table, not standing. So when you come to the podium, you can stand, but be sure you get into the mic because the echoes in here are very difficult. Thank you. Mr. Murr, you have 60 minutes.
Mr. Murr is the one who's arguing to impeach Paxton. Mr. Murr is a rhino. He's the one that did not swear in any of his witnesses in the House.
On this day in 1836,
grandstand.
Sam Houston, whose Bible you used for your oaths today,
This guy thinks he's white.
was elected president of the Republic of Texas. Today is also an important day because we begin this impeachment trial. While impeachment is rare, the drafters of our state constitution recognized that there are times when this extraordinary remedy is needed to protect the state and its citizens from a public office holder who has abused the power of his office by putting self-interest above that of the people of Texas. The drafters concluded that this great deliberative body, the Texas Senate, is best positioned to determine when this remedy is appropriate. Earlier this year, Mr. Paxton came to the legislature seeking $3.3 million in taxpayer money to settle a whistleblower lawsuit. Mr. Paxton would not answer any questions about the underlying claims. He had successfully blocked any discovery in the case for almost 2 years, and he refused to justify the settlement. The House investigated the serious allegations raised by the whistleblowers. The House uncovered egregious misconduct and abuse of office by the Attorney General of the state of Texas.
Why didn't you file
and
charges?
Voted overwhelmingly to prefer articles of impeachment to the Senate. This is why we are here. The allegations in the articles reveal that the state's top lawyer engaged in conduct designed to advance the economic interests and legal positions of a friend and donor to the detriment of innocent Texans. Mr. Paxton turned the keys of the Office of Attorney General over to Nate Paul so that Mr. Paul could use the awesome power of the People's Law Firm to punish and harass perceived enemies.
They call
I
it
was
the
raised
People's
in
Law
rural
Firm
Texas,
as they sue him
where a
for
person's
ordering them to
honor is
produce
more
records
important than
for
money,
us.
where integrity matters, by a family deeply affected by political corruption. This is precisely the type of grave official wrong that our Texas Supreme Court has said warrants impeachment. My grandfather, who was privileged to serve the state of Texas for many years, had a favorite quote from Abraham Lincoln. Nearly all men can stand adversity, but if you really want to test a man's character, give him power. Mr. Paxton has been entrusted with great power. Unfortunately, rather than rise to the occasion, he has revealed his true character. And as the overwhelming evidence will show, he is not fit to be the Attorney General for the state of Texas. Mr. Paxton argues that the Senate should not exercise its constitutional duty to decide whether his conduct merits impeachment because voters were aware of the allegations and still reelected him. He claims that the Senate should abide by the alleged will of the voters. However, this ignores the intent of our framers of the Constitution. Impeachment was included in the Constitution after the Founding Fathers debated and rejected the idea that elections could singularly protect the public against abusive office holders. In other words, drafters agreed that impeachment was and is necessary to protect against abusive officials because it was simply too easy for them to use the powers of their office to conceal the truth until after the next election. The concept of the forgiveness doctrine is not in our Constitution and does not apply here. The courts have made that very clear. And even if it did, the doctrine presumes that voters know all the facts. The voters did not and do not know the whole truth. Mr. Paxton went to great lengths to hide his misconduct from the public.
Know?
The evidence will show that he used massive resources of his office to prepare and issue a sham report that allegedly exonerated him. The evidence will show that this report contains false and misleading information about the allegations against him and about the whistleblowers themselves. And he also lied about the independent nature of this investigation. Documents will show that he played a key role in drafting that report. The Constitution says the Senate has the power and the duty to decide this case and to protect the people of Texas from someone who has violated his oath and has shown he does not respect the law. The witnesses and the evidence will show you that Mr. Paxton's conduct merits the exercise of that power. And the witnesses and the evidence will show and prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he should be removed from office and prevented from ever holding a position of trust in the state of Texas again.
Okay,
Mr. Paxton argues that the articles do not allege impeachable conduct because they do not allege that he committed a crime. We do allege that he committed crimes. We have detailed that Mr. Paxton received favors, including home renovations and help in concealing and continuing an extramarital affair in exchange for the office of Attorney General punishing Nate Paul's enemies. However, we don't have to show some type of quid pro quo to establish that his conduct should result in impeachment. As the Texas Supreme Court made clear regarding the impeachment of Governor Ferguson 106 years ago, wrongs justifying impeachment don't have to be crimes.
Y'all pick and choose
Wrongs
when
justifying impeachment are broader than that because they have the purpose of protecting the state, not punishing the offender. Mr. Paxton should be removed from office because he failed to protect the state and instead used the power of his elected office for his own benefit. And this was wrong. The oath of office that we all took to protect the citizens of state and to uphold the laws of this state and this Constitution means something. It isn't just words on paper. It's literally an oath to God. And Mr. Paxton had an obligation not to abuse his office for his own benefit. He betrayed his constituents and the sacred public trust that's been given him. And in Texas, we require more from our public officials than to merely avoid being a criminal. The witnesses you will hear from are remarkable people. Until they refused to follow Mr. Paxton's wrongful demands, they were his most trusted, hand-picked advisors, and they believed in his conservative mission for the office of the Attorney General. The problem isn't that their commitment to conservative governance changed.
I wonder what Epley
It is at the end of the day, Mr. Paxton wasn't the man they thought he was. And he wasn't the man he publicly proclaimed to be. His trusted advisors are not rhinos or part of some deep state storyline. They are movement conservatives guided by their faith. These witnesses will explain step by step how they discovered that Mr. Paxton grew increasingly intent and passionate about helping his partner, Nate Paul, escape civil and criminal legal troubles that he was facing. They will describe in chilling detail when they connected the dots of Mr. Paxton's slow creep of corruption. The senior staff were outraged when they discovered that Mr. Paxton had directed a young, inexperienced outside attorney to obtain grand jury subpoenas to harass and interfere with an ongoing criminal investigation. Subpoenas that had been improperly issued to DPS officers, a federal judge, attorneys involved in a civil lawsuit against Nate Paul, and even court staff. And the subpoenas sought intensely personal information, including cell phone and email records. Now, I'm not going to detail in this opening all the allegations against Mr. Paxton. You're aware of many of them. You sit as a unique jury. Having known Mr. Paxton and familiar with some of the facts. But even a quick summary of some of the evidence that you're going to hear is shocking. One of Mr. Paxton's many acts of deceit involved a member of this chamber. At a time when the policy of the state was Texas is open for business during COVID, Mr. Paxton directed his staff to issue a legal opinion advising that statewide foreclosure sales not move forward. Mr. Paxton was adamant that the opinion, which came to be known as the midnight opinion, be issued before the end of the weekend, just in time for Nate Paul to use it to avoid a foreclosure sale the following Tuesday. This conduct benefited Nate Paul and it harmed businesses and people impacted by foreclosure. Mr. Paxton also used the power of this office to harm a charity solely to benefit Nate Paul. The Office of the Attorney General is charged with the responsibility of intervening in lawsuits when it's necessary to assist a charitable organization. As you'll hear, the first and only charitable case Mr. Paxton took a personal interest in was the Mitty Foundation's lawsuit against Nate Paul's entities as an investor. The evidence will show that Mr. Paxton directed his office to intervene in the lawsuit, to stay the case, and allow the AG's office the opportunity to pressure this charity to accept a lowball settlement offer. This would have saved Nate Paul millions of dollars. The creep of corruption continued when Nate Paul wanted access to confidential investigation materials related to police raids on his home and businesses. In an attempt to learn what the police knew and how they knew it, Mr. Paul submitted multiple open records requests seeking the full police file. Even though no police file may be disclosed due to the well-established law enforcement exception, Mr. Paxton pressured his deputies to authorize the release of this information. Had he succeeded, Mr. Paxton would have created precedent allowing any person under criminal investigation, whether for a violent felony or a sex offense, to obtain confidential information about the investigations of their conduct.
I'm sure that's not
Mr.
the
Paxton
case.
simply did not care that his request to release information to Nate Paul would have put police and victims across the state at risk.
I'm sure that's not the case. Plus, y'all don't listen to him
Unfortunately,
anyway.
the
Y'all sue
House
him left and right, but
investigation
y'all don't like
revealed
what
that
he says
Mr.
anyway.
Paxton's relationship with Mr. Paul was far more extensive than even his closest advisors knew. Over the course of 3 months, Mr. Paxton personally met with Nate Paul more than 20 times. Many times, Mr. Paxton would ditch his security detail. And Nate Paul even set up a secret Uber account that allowed Mr. Paxton to secretly visit Nate Paul and others. To conceal his efforts,
Uber?
Mr. Paxton communicated in off-the-book ways, using burner phones, encrypted messaging apps, and secret email addresses.
That sounds
Mr. Paxton's brazen abuse
similar
of the
to
Criminal
what
Justice
Biden was
Division at the
doing.
Office of Attorney General
Just not
is
as bad.
finally what caused 8 of his senior staff to report him to the police. The question that haunts them
And he didn't
and
get
should
arrested?
frighten all of us is what would have happened if they had not reported him.
I mean,
How far would
I feel
Mr.
like y'all
Paxton
would
have
still
gone in
impeached
using the
him.
power of the Attorney General's office to harass and punish his and Nate Paul's perceived enemies and hurt innocent Texans?
Oh, gosh.
Mr. Paxton tries to defend his actions by isolating each event and claiming that standing alone they can't support impeachment. You cannot and should not view each act in a vacuum. The evidence will show that they are all connected. They're all connected by Mr. Paxton and his desire to deliver for his partner, Nate Paul.
They're connected because they're redundant.
Mr. Paxton will also argue that the acts represent differences of opinion on policy or efforts to help a constituent. But the witnesses will explain to you that Mr. Paxton's actions have nothing to do with implementing conservative policy. And in fact, his efforts violated those very principles.
Look at him.
Mr. Paxton's senior advisors were fully aware of the dire consequences of reporting him to law enforcement. They knew retribution would be swift and vicious.
Hindsight's 20/20,
The choice they made
isn't
to
it?
report him to the police was one of the hardest of their lives. But they will tell you that there really wasn't a choice at all. Sam Houston, who on this day in 1836 was elected president of a new and free republic, reminded Texans, do right and risk the consequences. Do right and risk the consequences. Doing the right thing is sometimes not easy. Sometimes we must do the right thing in the face of enormous pressure to remain silent. The witnesses felt this pressure. The House felt this pressure. And the Senate is feeling this pressure.
10 points
It's
to
unfair,
Gryffindor for standing
it's
up to your
wrong.
friends.
But despite the forces that seek to intimidate the Senate, you have taken the first steps toward the truth by giving the people who did the right thing a chance to testify.
Well, someone had to do it. You guys neglected
Despite the
to when
attacks
you
that they
passed the
know will
articles in the
continue
first
to
place.
come, the witnesses will do the right thing once more. And they will take this witness stand, and they will provide the clarity that the Senate needs and that the public deserves to find out what was really happening behind closed doors.
He's a bad actor. He's acting with his arms.
As chair, I resolutely give this statement with the support of and on behalf of the Board of Managers and on behalf of the Texas House. You all provided us with an hour to make an opening statement, but we prefer to yield back the rest of that time to the most important folks that will show up in this room, the witnesses. The same witnesses that Mr. Paxton has been so desperate to discredit and intimidate and to silence.
Okay.
We are honored to be able to give them their day in this honored and rare court where we simply seek justice on behalf of the people of Texas.
Just now?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
We do, Your Honor. I think we have 15 minutes to break. Is that what was in the rules?
You're up right now.
Let's see what they say.
May it please the court. I stand in this hallowed chamber in this historic proceeding on behalf of the duly elected Attorney General of the state of Texas. The prosecution and the press, and I'm sure here, will tell a whopping story. It's a tale full of sound and fury. It signifies nothing. And you may wonder why I say that. Because when we are done, I believe that no matter your party affiliation, and no matter where you stand now, you will conclude what I have concluded, that there is nothing to this. Ken Paxton gave nothing of significance to Nate Paul. Nate Paul received nothing of significance from Ken Paxton. This whole case is a whole lot of nothing. I make my living trying cases to Texas juries. Cases are supposed to be decided only upon the evidence. But I do wonder, are we really going to get a fair trial here? Have you already decided based on what is politically expedient or what's best for you personally? Or is it even possible to get a fair hearing?
Glad to hear him sharpen it.
Especially after this case has been tried in the press. Ken Paxton has been convicted in the press based on ignorance,
right,
innuendo, and outright lies.
Right, exactly. Thank you.
So the question is, will you decide based only on the evidence? Because that's your oath. That's what you swore to do, no matter the consequences. And I urge you to do your duty and do it without fear. They say this is the impeachment of a lifetime. But is it? Because depending on what you do here, maybe it will become commonplace. What happens here will have consequences no matter how it turns out. Let's be clear. If this misguided effort is successful, which I feel confident it will not be, the precedent it would set would be perilous for any elected official in the state of Texas. What is being attempted here hasn't happened in our state in 100 years. And unlike other efforts of the past like this one, this scheme was rushed, it was secretive, it was poorly planned, and was wholly unsupported by evidence. Indeed, despite the social media frenzy, the misinformed commentators, the reporters with an agenda, at the end of this, you will come to know what I know, that despite all of us being told that the evidence in this matter is 10 times worse than the public knows, it is instead 100 times less. There is nothing here to support impeachment, nothing. Now, there's been a gag order in this case. That gag order put our team at a distinct disadvantage. That gag order prevented us from rebutting this false narrative created by a frenzied press.
That's horrible, horrible ruling.
The gag order, of course, didn't stop those media members with agendas or those media outlets aligned with the House managers, and they were calling for Ken Paxton's head.
They could run their mouths all day.
We've heard in the media about burner phones. There are no burner phones, but we couldn't respond. We've heard about secret email addresses. It's so secret that every person on Ken Paxton's staff used the same type of email address because they were traveling to China. There's no secret email address, but we couldn't respond. We've heard about Uber rides for Ken Paxton in Vegas, Chicago, or to even nightclubs. Those are manufactured lies, but we couldn't respond. We've even heard from the press about cakes from H-E-B, stolen pens.
Those are good cakes.
Pilfered sport coats. Outright foolishness.
I know how frustrating
we couldn't
to
respond.
Lose pins.
We heard about house renovations supposedly paid for by the manipulating boogeyman, Nate Paul. That never happened. Ken Paxton and Angela Paxton paid for their house renovations. And I'm going to show that absolutely 100%. They know it, but yet they still stood up here and repeated that lie. Let's talk a little bit about some background. In 2015, Ken Paxton ran against the anointed candidate for Attorney General Dan Branch. Branch represented Highland Park and the political elites.
Oh, snap.
Dan Branch was the establishment candidate. Ken Paxton beat him soundly.
Y'all don't know how deep Highland
Almost
Park...
immediately after that win, Ken Paxton was on the receiving end of a clearly political indictment at the hands of rivals within his own party. That saga continues to this day.
A mutiny,
with
I
a
say.
pair of unelected special prosecutors nudging it forward year after year with the expectation and hope that someday they will get paid. Nevertheless, despite being indicted and despite a very public lawsuit that makes the exact same allegations that are being made here, Ken Paxton easily won his last primary, as he has in every election. In fact, Ken Paxton thumped the establishment candidate, who this last time happened to be a Bush. And it wasn't even close. Ken Paxton won 68% to 32% in the primary. Now think about that. General Paxton trounced the establishment candidate, a member of the Bush dynasty, and beat him badly. And incidentally, as an aside, did you realize that the day before the vote for this impeachment was had, that same Bush applied to renew his law license? Let's put this proceeding in context. Almost 30 million people live in the state of Texas. Texans chose at the voting booth who they wanted to be their attorney general, despite the same baseless allegations that are being made here. But because of what this House has done, only 30 people out of almost 30 million will decide whether Ken Paxton is allowed to serve in the office he was voted into. That's not how it's supposed to work. That's not democratic. What could be less democratic than 30 people deciding who serves as the Attorney General of Texas instead of the 4.2 million people who voted to put him there? Every election season we hear, your vote is your voice. It's important to go vote to be a good member of society. We hear about the sanctity of the right to vote. We hear that people fought and died for the right to vote. We hear every vote should count. Yet to get here, Texas House took away the votes of over 4 million Texans who voted for Ken Paxton, and they did it in only a 4-hour hearing. There is a right way for Texas voters to remove someone from office. It's called vote against them. Who the people want, who the people have voted for should matter. Let me give you some names. George P. Bush, Eva Guzman, Louis Gohmert, Dan Branch, Barry Smitherman, Joe Jaworski, Rochelle Garza, Justin Nelson. Those are just some of the people that Texans decided they did not want to be their attorney general. The people chose General Paxton. Do their votes matter? People are watching. The will of those Texans should not be subverted. And people of Texas, let me say this. I am very happy that these proceedings are being live streamed. I think it is good that Texas voters can hear every bit of evidence or the complete lack of evidence that supports this from both sides. I'm sure that the more than 4.2 million people who voted for Ken Paxton will want to hear why. Will want to hear why 30 people are deciding his fate. And through all of this, we must not forget, Ken Paxton, for the last 8 years, has operated the most aggressive, effective litigation apparatus of any attorney general's office in the country. According to the pundits, Ken Paxton was never supposed to be serving in statewide office. But Ken Paxton is very much serving. Look at his record. Under his leadership, the AG's office has won major cases for Texas on immigration, the lives of the unborn, religious freedom, and the continuous overreach by the federal government on our everyday lives. Under his direction, the AG's office has sued the Obama and Biden administrations more than any other AG office in the country. Even CNN has called Texas a legal graveyard for Biden's policies. And under his watch, and with his personal involvement, the Attorney General's office has recovered billions of dollars for Texas taxpayers, including $3 billion against Big Pharma as a result of the opioid crisis. It has been said, but I think it's worth repeating. Ken Paxton is the best Attorney General in the country, period. All of this, of course, begs the most pressing question. If Ken Paxton is so good at his job and routinely defeats his political opponents at the ballot box, then what the devil are we doing here? We know this entire process took less than 2 months with fewer than 15 witnesses, none of which were ever put under oath. Shouldn't this investigation, if done right, have taken a whole lot longer? After all, this historic procedure took an entire year the last time it was used, with sworn testimony taken by the committee, in open hearings, giving the respondent an opportunity to be heard, to confront his accusers. So why was it so short this time? Why did it happen when it did? What was the rush? Because if they'd taken their time and done it right, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't hear about burner phones. We wouldn't hear about how we wouldn't hear about secret Uber. We wouldn't hear any foolishness. He could barely even hold the gavel. And that drunkenness was on video and was on the internet for the entire world to see. I'm sure you've seen the video as well. 4 days later, on May 23rd, Ken Paxton issued a statement and called for Dade Phelan to resign. In response, the committee hurriedly met the very next day, conducted a 4-hour hearing, and recommended impeachment the day after that. Because of the rush, the House didn't bother to vet this foolishness, and now they've put it right in your lap for you to do the work that they failed to do. This impeachment was the perfect marriage of a group of representatives fueled by a powerful lobbyist and led by a drunken speaker seeking political vengeance. It was also a result of a group of uninformed civil litigants and their attorneys who are motivated by money. The House's General Investigating Committee proceeded in a rush, in secret, so secret, in fact, that the only people who could have testified and brought actual evidence and exonerated Ken Paxton were not even called. I hope you will look at the evidence. I hope you'll really look at the evidence. I have faith in this body that you will actually see the evidence and make an informed decision. I want to focus just on a few of the impeachment articles. There's so many of them, I wouldn't have time to go through every one. But I think one that you might be interested in is Article 10. That's the article where the House managers have argued that Ken Paxton's house renovations were paid for by Nate Paul. And you've heard that lie repeated over and over and over again in the press, and it's false. The House managers adopted this lie about a non-existent bribe and repeated it with no evidence, nothing. The news media endlessly amplified this lie without ever documenting it. And then it's been repeated over and over, and even repeated by my colleague today. Hear this, press corps. Ken Paxton and Angela Paxton paid for their house renovations. Period. You will see in this case a steam team estimate. The Paxton's house in Terrytown had some water damage. Steam team came out to correct the water damage. We're going to show you those documents where USAA claim was made to pay for that. You will see that the Paxtons had fits with the insurance company, just like all of us have at one time or another, trying to get that claim paid. You will see that Angela Paxton specifically was involved in talking through some of the repairs they were going to do as part of that process. They were going to do some upgrades, and you'll see mind-numbing pictures of Angela and Ken Paxton at Home Depot, at Lowe's, pricing stoves, pricing countertops, trying to get the best buy, and ultimately deciding that despite what you hear about granite, with all due respect, Senator Paxton, their countertops are just old ratty tile. And they didn't get a new stove. And they didn't get to change out their cabinets. But that's not what you've heard in the press. I'm going to show you the USAA docs. I'm going to show you that on September 16th of 2020, USAA made its final determination of what they would pay. They paid for Steam Clean, the original contractor, and the second contractor was Cupertino Builders. And you've heard, that's a foul. Busby in the press conference, he showed Cupertino Builders invoice. That company didn't exist. Well, guess what? It did. It absolutely did. I'm going to show you the documents, and you're going to see that this article is false, just like every other one. You're going to see the USAA determination. You're going to see that USAA knew that they had another contractor. You're going to see a text from the trustee back and forth between Ken Paxton, where Ken Paxton says, I have this invoice, I have to pay it. You're going to see all that, and you're going to see the wire come from the Paxton's bank account and go into Cupertino Builders' bank account. You're going to see the front side of the transaction and the back side of the transaction, and you're going to conclude, like I've concluded, like everybody has to conclude, that these folks were pinching pennies. They were trying to update and renovate their house, and there were a lot of things they just couldn't afford. I'm going to show you pictures ad nauseum of their house, and you will conclude what I've concluded is the Paxtons have been defamed over and over in the press and by the House. Now, the second so-called bribe, Nate Paul, the boogeyman Nate Paul gave Ken Paxton $25,000. Oh, goodness gracious. You know when he gave that money? October 2018. Years before any of these allegations ever existed. Years before any of the acts allegedly that occurred ever occurred. Think about their theory. Their theory is Nate Paul in October of 2018 was thinking, he was so manipulative and so smart that he knew at sometime years in the future, he may be needing something from Ken Paxton. Here's the problem with that. He gave money to people in this very chamber as well. Ken Paxton wasn't the only recipient of a campaign donation, but let's focus on campaign donations. Incidentally, in 2018, Ken Paxton raised millions upon millions of dollars, a $25,000 donation, although it sounds like a lot of money. Ken Paxton is a great fundraiser. He raises a lot of money, and that donation ain't even a blip on the radar screen. But let's think about that. Campaign donations can't be bribes. They are not bribes. Do any of us believe that a campaign donation in here is a bribe? You know how often I get calls for campaign donations? A lot. Are those bribes? No. If campaign donations were bribes, everybody in this town would be impeached. Just line up. Once we finish Ken Paxton, we'll start impeaching everybody else. I want to shift our focus from the time I have and address what could be the elephant in the room. There's been some salacious allegations made about Ken Paxton. The argument is that Nate Paul provided a job for a woman named Laura Olson. It doesn't hold any water. Laura Olson applied for a job. Laura Olson got a job. You're going to see the employment contract. You're going to see what her salary was. You're going to see her pay stubs. You're going to hear about the work that she did. And you're also going to hear that she continues to do that work today. Today. That was not a bribe. That was a job sought out and received, and she's doing real work today. You'll see the pay stubs and you'll see the employment application. Now, you've heard so much. My colleague talked about how Ken Paxton turned over the keys to the AG's office to Nate Paul. Remember hearing that? Totally false. One of the things you're going to see in this case is that Ken Paxton got nothing from Nate Paul, and Nate Paul got nothing from Ken Paxton. Let's look at what Nate Paul got from the AG's office. Nate Paul believed that the feds had targeted him. He believed that the feds had violated his civil rights. He believed that an affidavit, a warrant for the search of his home and businesses had been altered. He believed it, still believes it today. He didn't know where to go. He went to Ken Paxton. Ken Paxton sent him to the Travis County District Attorney's Office, who then turned around and referred it back because of conflicts. There were conflicts. But what did Nate Paul get from that? No bankruptcies were averted. No foreclosures were stopped. No FBI agents were indicted. No FBI agents had to respond to any subpoena. Nothing. Nate Paul got nothing. If that was an attempted bribe, that was the least effective one in the history of the United States. You're going to see Nate Paul got nothing. In fact, you will also see email after email after email of Nate Paul and his lawyers sending letters to the AG's office, madder than a hornet's nest. You're not doing your job. You're not doing your job. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. We're going to sue the AG's office. Does that sound like somebody who has the keys to the AG's office? It sounds like somebody who might be a little entitled and thinks that public officials should jump when he says jump, maybe jump and hope he jumps high enough. But one thing is clear. Nate Paul got nothing, and he was very unhappy about it. He did not think the AG's office was doing its job, and he sent email after email, letter after letter, culminating in a letter where he threatened a lawsuit against the AG's office. You never saw those emails, did you? You never saw those letters, did you? You never even heard about them. The press knows about them. They didn't report that, did they? This idea that the AG's office harmed the Mitty Foundation. Do you know who the Mitty Foundation is? Do you know their history? Do you know who the first AG was that had issue with the Mitty Foundation? Greg Abbott.
I want to know. Oh, snap.
Greg Abbott. Greg Abbott sued the Mitty Foundation for all kinds of foolishness. They had one person indicted. They had another person who allegedly beat their wife and child. There was like a lot of turnover. And in this particular instance, you will see why the AG's office decided to intervene. There's a memo that lays out the tortured history of the Mitty Foundation and the decision-making matrix. And every single person in the chain of command signed off, including these so-called whistleblowers, to intervene in the Mitty Foundation case. Not to protect charity. See, this is the misconception. The AG's office is not there to protect charities, as has been alleged. The AG's office is there to protect the public's interest in charity. In other words, those are donated funds, and the charity better take care of its P's and Q's. And the Mitty Foundation was not. And Nate Paul was so mad that the AG's office wasn't doing more. The AG's office intervened. The intervention lasted 3 months, and the AG's office dropped the case once they saw what was going on. And remember this, you'll see the memo where not only did the entire chain of command decide to intervene in the Mitty Foundation litigation, but also decided to open an investigation of the Mitty Foundation. Have you heard that in the press? This is what we're up against. We are trying a case not here in front of you, honorable members. We're trying a case where we're getting prosecuted in the press. And so here we are, the baseless allegations thrown at us, shotgun approach, throw it against the wall, see what will stick, and make them respond. That's what this is. That's what this is, and that's what it has been. There's a reason my colleague did not go through any facts to support this because there are no facts to support this. And let's also talk briefly about this so-called midnight opinion. Again, utter foolishness. Did you know on the very day that the informal guidance was issued, they issued another one the very same time frame, like the very same day? You want to know how many foreclosures were stopped by the informal guidance? 0. They didn't report that either, did they? And you didn't hear that either, did you? Many of these articles, I would respectfully suggest, if you look at what's alleged and you look at the evidence, you'll dismiss it out of hand. This is a good one. They claim that this was an AG's opinion, this so-called midnight opinion. On the very face of the document, it says this is informal guidance. It's not a 402 legal opinion. That should have been the reason that should have been dismissed. But we will show that to you. We will prove that to you, and that article should be disposed of in short work. Now, finally, let me talk about these ex-employees. One of the facts that I find to be the most egregious with regard to these ex-employees is that they made assumptions about their boss, but they did not raise those assumptions with their boss. Many of the issues in this particular case, most of those so-called whistleblowers participated in and signed off on. You know what the genesis of all this is? Remember I talked about the referral to from the district attorney's office to the AG's office? They were unaware that the district attorney's office had done a second referral that did not go through the AG's office. It went directly to this young man, Brandon Kamick. And so when they saw that Brandon Kamick had gotten subpoenas that went to some financial institutions, their heads almost exploded. And rather than asking the questions, calling the DA's office, finding out what was going on, they just assumed that this young man, this young lawyer who was being paid $300 an hour, because that was the rate, and that's why we got somebody like Brandon Kamick. But they assumed that he was off doing something untoward. And they never asked the questions, why would you be subpoenaing a financial institution? Because it was a second referral from the DA's office, a second referral that gave him the authority to investigate bid rigging. We all know there was bid rigging going on in Austin. That was what the DA referred to the AG's office to investigate, not prosecute, investigate. They assumed the worst. And instead of asking their boss, you know what they did instead? They sent a letter to the FBI saying that Brandon Kamick had appeared in front of a grand jury. He never appeared in front of any grand jury. The subpoenas were prepared by the DA's office. All he did was DocuSign them. And they sent that letter to the FBI. They came and met with some of the governor's staff. They came and may have met with some of you even, instead of meeting with their boss that they claimed they were loyal to. And you want to know what's most egregious? They sent letters and they took Ken Paxton's name off the letterhead. Now you think about that for a minute. Oh, these people were retaliated against and fired. Ken Paxton was trying to hide something. Let me just ask you point blank. If one of your staff, your chief of staff, decided that he disagreed or she disagreed with one of your actions, and decided when you were out of the office in Ohio trying to put together the Google case with a bunch of other AGs to recover monies for the state of Texas while you're gone, they get together, they send everybody home, and 8 of them meet, and they take Ken Paxton's name off the letterhead and start sending correspondence without his name. Imagine if your chief of staff did that, you would fire them on the spot. If you're a subordinate and you disagree with your boss's course of action, you raise it with her or him, and if there's still a disagreement, you resign. That's how it works. What you don't do is try to hijack the office, wage a coup, or all the other things that did. Sabotage grants. You know, they tried to sabotage the grants that the AG's office would receive. Millions of dollars of grants. They tried to sabotage the office. You're going to hear a much different story when you hear the evidence. A much different story. And let me finish with this. There's a young man named Drew Wicker. He's been all over the news. You remember who I'm talking about? You know, I think my colleague made it clear, and we all know that you guys read. I mean, obviously you pay attention to what's going on. That's part of your job. There's a young man named Drew Wicker, a good young man. He was interviewed by the House investigators. I want you to watch and listen to that interview, because they asked him, did you ever deliver anything to Nate Paul? No, never happened. They came back 5 minutes later. When you delivered things to Nate Paul, how many things did you deliver? This is how they did this young man, who feels like he's in between a rock and a hard place. He's friends with some of the people that quit or were fired, and he still says that Angela and Ken Paxton are like family to him. And they squeezed him, and they squeezed him. He's the one, you may recall, that said, I was there in the kitchen, and Angela had expressed that she wanted granite countertops, and Ken Paxton was there with me, and Kevin Wood, the contractor, says, let me check with Nate. And then we heard about $20,000 granite countertops. I don't know where those are, Senator Paxton. I don't know where those are. What you'll see instead is I have the samples that when they went to Home Depot and Lowe's, and they sampled and they priced it and they decided they couldn't afford it. Nate Paul had nothing whatever to do with it, and Drew Wicker knows that is true as well. We look forward to putting on this case, and we hope you'll listen to all the evidence. We hope that you'll make a decision not based on political expediency, but based on the evidence you're going to hear. And remember, the burden of proof. It's not we throw out allegations and you say, oh, that sounds sexy, I'm voting for impeachment. They have to prove their case by the numbers beyond a reasonable doubt. They won't be able to do that. And on that point, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague for my time remaining, Dan Cogdell, who has some points he'd like to make. Dan?
A monitor up there. I'm sorry for the format, but can I at least see off this? Wonderful. Afternoon.
I'm sorry, sir.
Counselor, you're going to have to stay at the mic.
Yes, sir. I'll do my best. Good afternoon. My name is, getting off to a great start. My name is Dan Cogdell. Anthony Oso and I are two of the lawyers that are helping Ken Paxton. You know, when you get ready for a case like this, there's some things that you know, and there's some things that you don't know. Well, in this case, when I was preparing, I knew I was going to know most of the lawyers. I know my opposing counsel, known them most of my life. They're friends. I'm not going to say anything negative about them. It should give you some pause, though, because if they're friends with me, you know their judgment is a little bit askew. That having been said, I know some of the witnesses. I know Mr. Penley. I know Mr. Maxwell. Most of these people are good people. I have no problem with their character, generally speaking. I have a big problem with some of the things that they did. I don't mind sharing with you that my wife is going through a significant medical issue. And wasn't the best time for me to come here. But she said, no, you go. This is bigger than me. This is bigger than you. And this is bigger than Ken Paxton. No offense, Ken. She's not your biggest fan. But what she meant by that is we are living on the wet end of democracy right now. Is it up to the voters, or is it up to politicians to see who stays in office? Your decision is much bigger than Ken Paxton. Your decision is literally about democracy in this state. I appreciate Mr. Murr's comments. I also appreciate the focus on the bigger picture and what's happening in here. One of the things that's intimidating, even I've been doing this for a long time, 42 years. Sometimes I don't recognize that dude in the mirror when I walk in the mornings. But I wondered to myself, how do I begin a case like this? This is a case of enormous consequences. I wanted the press. I wanted the sound bites. I wanted the cute things, right? As a side note, this may be one moment I get to relish because I'm not automatically the biggest ego of the lawyers involved. Not automatically. I have some competition. The significance of this case is titanic, as I mentioned. And I wondered, what am I going to do? What am I going to say? Oh my God, I need the hook. I need the line. I need the pop. And it occurred to me, I don't need that. It occurred to me that I have the truth. It occurred to me that the reason we're here, how did we get here? This is the very room where General Paxton has been sworn in again and again. This is the very room, as I understand it, where one of his daughters got married. How do we go from that to here? I'll tell you how. Because people assumed things that weren't true. They assumed that Paxton was involved in an illegal relationship with Nate Paul. They assumed that Paxton's actions were intended to get the records to Nate Paul. They assumed that Paxton gave the DPS records to Nate Paul. They assumed that Paxton hired Kamek illegally. All of those things are false. All of those things are false. Even Einstein said assumptions are made and most assumptions are wrong. A man much lesser, perhaps, than Einstein, but it's important to me, my dad, he told me when I was a young kid, you know, son, you can't spell assume without making an ass out of you and me. And he's right. And that's exactly what happened in this case. The reality is, this is not a trial where you can assume anything. This is a trial that requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Spoiler alert, it's the same amount of proof that's required in a death penalty case. I'm a visual learner. I like to see things to help me learn. So I'm going to offer these next slides to you. They're not the law, but they're an explanation. We deal with different standards. A lot of you are lawyers. A lot of you know these things, but a lot of you have never dealt with proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So let me suggest probable cause. If probable cause were a house, probable cause might look like that. Probable cause is the same standard by which the House had to, quote, indict or return the articles of impeachment. That is the quantum of proof that was required. Preponderance of the evidence. That is the standard that Mr. Busby uses in his cases. Those are in 50 versus 50 and a half versus 40, any slight more, any little bit more. That's a preponderance. Clear and convincing evidence. That is the same quantum of proof that is required in a situation where CPS wants to take your child away. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt, if it was a house, it would look like that. It would look like Mr. DeGuerin's house. It would look like a big house. Sorry, Dick. My point is a pretty simple one. There is a huge difference between the quantum of proof that the House based its decision on and what you are required by law to base your decision on. It's night and day. I'm going to go through the articles quickly. Judge, how much time do I have left?
21 minutes.
Oh, good.
21 minutes.
I may give a couple of those back. We'll see. Here's the allegation. that Paxton directed employees at his office to act contrary to law by refusing to render a proper decision relating to a public information request for records held by the DPS, by issuing a decision involving another public information request, which is a mouthful, that was contrary to law and applicable legal precedent. That's the allegation. Here are the facts. Fact number one is that Paxton is the Attorney General. Paxton, as the Attorney General, can decide how his office responds to these inquiries. He's the Attorney General. Fact number two, Paxton did not order the release of the records. That's kind of been lost in the wash here. There's all these suggestions that Paxton ordered the release of the records that ostensibly were favorable to Nate Paul. No, he didn't. He did not order the release of those records, period, full stop. What he did was had his office take no position on whether or not the records should be released. That's a different color of horse. Fact number four, that no records were released to Nate Paul as a result of the actions of Ken Paxton. Let me repeat that. Nate Paul got not a single record based upon the action of Ken Paxton. Fact five, there were other records that were released to Nate Paul and his lawyers, but they had nothing to do with any action by Ken Paxton. You follow me? Other records were released, but not at Paxton's direction, suggestion, interference, what have you. Misuse of official information. The allegation, specifically Paxton improperly obtained access to information held by his office that had not been properly disclosed for the purpose of providing that information to the benefit of Nate Paul. That's the allegation. The facts are a little different. Fact number one, Paxton did not illegally access any records. Let me repeat that. Despite what the allegation is, he never accessed any record illegally. It didn't happen. As the Attorney General, Paxton had every right legally to access those records. Fact three, there's no evidence that Paxton copied those records. I'm kind of getting into the weeds with you here, but bear with me. There's a fellow named Vassar that you'll hear about. He had the file and is responsible for maintaining that file. He gave those files to Mr. Wicker, who Mr. Busby talked to you about. Mr. Wicker is an aide that works with Ken. Wicker says he was never asked to copy the file. I think the evidence is going to be pretty overwhelmingly that Ken Paxton may be more technologically challenged than me. So if anybody was going to copy those files, it wouldn't be Ken Paxton. I'm not even sure he had the code to the copy machine. Paxton gives the file back to Wicker after Wicker gave it to him. Wicker gives it back to Vassar. And there's no evidence that Paxton gave those documents to Mr. Paul. There's this big kerfuffle. And look, you're going to hear from a fellow by the name of Dave Maxwell. Dave is 6'6". Without the Stetson, you call Central Casting and ask them to send you a Texas Ranger, and by God, they send you Dave Maxwell. I'm a fan of Dave Maxwell, generally speaking, but Dave Maxwell did some things and said some things that weren't true. While he was being interviewed by the House, he said, and I quote, Ken Paxton gave the file to Drew Wicker and he delivered it to Nate Paxton in an alley in the dark of the night. That's absolutely false. Maybe Dave was just comfortable in his own skin and thought he could stretch out his credibility. It's either a mistake or a lie. I don't care. Whatever it was wrong. That never happened. Months later, Wicker gives an envelope to Nate Paul, an envelope But there's no evidence that that envelope contained these celebrated documents. And I suggest to you that these documents would have been several inches thick, not 2 or 3 pages. And it was, I'll skip past that. But at the time, or really after the time, when the Board of Managers is claiming that Nate Paul surreptitiously had these documents, his lawyers are still suing in court to get the documents. That makes no sense. Why would his lawyers still be pursuing civil remedies, which they're entitled to do, to get these documents if he already had the documents and if he'd gotten those documents from Ken Paxton? That is dumber than a bucket of hair. It makes no sense. They're just wrong. Maybe they had good intentions. Maybe this was their belief for the moment, but they're wrong. 5th allegation, disregard of official duty, the
More than
engagement
a bucket of hair.
of Brandon Kamek. It is, while holding as office as Attorney General, Ken Paxton misused his official powers by violating the laws governing the appointment of prosecuting attorneys pro term or pro tem. We'll get into that. And Paxton engaged Brandon Kamek, a licensed attorney, to conduct an investigation into a baseless complaint. That's the allegation. During which Kamek issued more than 30 grand jury subpoenas in an effort to benefit Nate Paul, whatever. Here are the facts. Fact number 1 is Paxton has every legal right to hire Brandon Kamek. We're going to get into the why, but he's got that right under the government code. You're going to hear a bunch of kerfuffle about one of my favorite terms, the EAM, the Executive Action Memorandum. Sorry, but only in state government could we come up with a phrase like the Executive Action Memorandum. What it really is, it's policy. It's not the law. It's an internal policy within the Attorney General's office. It is not the law. Fact 2, Kamek was not an attorney pro tem. Maybe that's a distinction without a difference, but that's what they've alleged. And you would think that these lawyers and the investigative committee and the committee are full of lawyers, most of which, or many of which, are ex-DAs. An attorney pro tem is appointed when the entire office has been disqualified. This had nothing to do with that. Brandon Kamek was hired, as the documents say, as an outside counsel, but they've alleged in their complaint he was an attorney pro tem. He was not. Fact 3, a baseless complaint. Here's the funny thing about being a baseless complaint. They forgot to tell Brandon Kamek about that. And we've got a lot of people that have been hurt by these allegations and the investigations. And I guess it depends on your viewfinder on whose ox is getting gored. And whether you like Brandon Kamek or not, he got absolutely skewered in the press. He was vilified by the press. He was just taken to the woodshed. He was beat like a rented mule by the press. And all that young man was trying to do was doing an investigation that the people who worked for Ken Paxton wouldn't do. And guess what? No one bothered to tell Mr. Kamek that it's a baseless investigation. In fact, he was told by Ken Paxton the same thing that Mark Penley was told by Ken Paxton, who parenthetically, I know and I like, but he didn't do anything. But more importantly, the direction given to Penley, the direction given to Kamek was the same. Find the truth. Let me repeat that. The direction that Paxton gave him in this corrupt, invasive, corrosive, bribery, kickback, horrible scheme, the direction he gave Mark Penley, who worked for him, was exactly the same direction he gave Brandon Kamek. Find the truth. We're going to impeach a sitting attorney general for giving the direction, find the truth, Not one person, not one piece of evidence will you hear where they say lie, where Ken Paxton told him to lie, cheat, steal, shade, do whatever it takes. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. And yet here we sit with 31 of you, with 15 of us, and 15 or more of them. Here we sit when the allegation, when the allegation is it's corrupt, when the truth is, he said, go find the truth, for God's sakes. What are we doing here? Oh yeah, this baseless complaint that Mr. Murr, nice to meet you, sir, that Mr. Murr referred to, it wasn't a baseless complaint. The Travis County DA's office referred it to the AG's office, and ultimately a second one to Brandon Cameron.
See, I told y'all.
It may not be the greatest, sexiest complaint ever, but it wasn't baseless. Fact
But
four,
it was sexy.
no one bothered to tell Brandon Kamek. I think I've got a bit histrionical about that. And another one of my friends, Johnny Sutton, former United States attorney, worked under W, great lawyer, fine fella. But these same folks, the whistleblowers that are carping so much about Ken Paxton and going outside counsel and doing all these ultra vires things when hiring another lawyer, they were trying to hire Johnny Sutton, who, last I checked, was an outside lawyer. Now, you got to be asking yourself, why is it that Paxton hired Kamek? Number one, Paxton believed in good faith that there had been misconduct. Number two, he asked his deputies to investigate it. His direction was simple: seek the truth. His staff did little to nothing in terms of an actual investigation. He asked again, nothing really happened. No one seemed to be interested in it at any of it. For 2 months, it just sat there. The one time where Ken Paxton comes to Mark Penley and says, hey man, I'd like you to look at this, he does nothing. He does absolutely nothing. Frustrated, he interviews outside lawyers and decided on Kamek. And again, he gave Kamek the same investigation, or same instruction he gave Mark Penley: find the truth. At no time did Paxton ever seek to impede, impair, obstruct. Here's one of my favorite vignettes that you're going to see. Dave Maxwell, this 6'6" Texas Ranger, iconic figure. He's going to come in and say he was asked to participate in an illegal investigation. Really, Ranger? It's an illegal investigation, and on video, according to you, if your worldview is right, they ask you right there on videotape to participate in an illegal investigation, and you just sat there like a bump on the log. You didn't arrest anybody, you didn't make a note, you didn't cause the engine to file. It was illegal, and you were asked to participate in it, and literally, there you sat. This is our legendary one riot, one ranger in action, doing nothing? Really? Paxton just wanted it investigated. Mr. Busby stole a little bit of my thunder on these letterhead issues, but the point might be worth stating again. Who in the world do these people think they are? Honest to God, if your chief of staff came in and scraped your name off the letterhead and sent it out, how much longer do you think they'd be working for you? They wouldn't be, and they shouldn't be. Who in the world gave these people that idea? Who in the world told these people it was going to be okay? I bet you the evidence is no one. They took it upon themselves. They deputized themselves and were some sort of Power Ranger team where they could just do whatever they wanted, scrape Ken Paxton's name off the letterhead and send these letters out. Mr. Busby also talked to you about Michael Wynn's letter to Paxton, but I think it bears repeating. Under their worldview, Wynn, who represents Nate Paul, writes a letter to Ken Paxton, his supposed co-conspirator, threatens to sue his co-conspirator, threatens to sue the Office of the Attorney General, alleging false statements made by Ken Paxton to damaging Mr. Paul's reputation, claiming inappropriate coordination to undermine the investigation, alleging obstruction to prevent the Mitty Foundation investigation, literally bringing suit against one of his, what in the real world would be a co-conspirator. What's next? A hired hitman suing for breach of contract when he doesn't get paid for the kill? Are you kidding me? This makes absolutely no sense. None. And the reason it makes no sense is because there was no illegal relationship between Paxton and Paul. Look, I get it. I understand why there's some eye rolls about Paxton doing things that most of you would think, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But here's why Paxton was a little different. These claims with Ken Paxton that Nate Paul was making, they resonated with him. I hear you. They very well may not have resonated with you, but I'll suggest to you, luckily, you haven't gone through what Ken Paxton has gone through for the last 8 years. Let me repeat that, 8 years. How do I know 8 years? Because I have been by his side on that Texas state securities fraud case. In that case, Paxton believed he had been the target of a wrongful prosecution. And here's why. Number one, it had been pending for 6 years at that point, back in 2020 when all the fur was hitting the fan.
Counselor, you have 4 minutes left.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Number two, the judge that presided over the grand jury.
Excuse me, objection. I believe the court has said all 4 of those counts are out of this trial. He doesn't get to start talking about the merits of it.
I get to talk about his mindset.
My objection is he shouldn't be talking about this at all based on the court's ruling in the past.
I'm talking about his
We're not allowed to talk about it. How can he get up there in opening and give his version of it?
I'm talking about General Paxton's mindset as to why these claims were resonating with him.
All right. He started talking about a judge. He's talking about the facts. I object.
Sustained. Continue.
Let me put it this way. Ken Paxton was viewing things from a much different viewfinder than you or I might have been viewing those things through. And there's a reason why he was viewing things differently through a different viewfinder than you and I, because of what he had experienced. And it wasn't what you and I have experienced for the last 8 years. Let me get this through so I don't offend Mr. Harden any further. Sorry, Rusty. Here's the difference between what the House did and what you have to do. What you cannot do is assume anything. What you must do is look through the viewfinder of beyond a reasonable doubt. Again, that is a much different process than what the House did. Is there proof beyond all reasonable doubt for you to convict Ken Paxton? And I suggest to you, it is crystal clear that there is not evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. I have one simple ask. Do the right thing. I think the senator that led us in prayer asked for the Lord's help on that. Literally, do the right thing. And the right thing is to vote not guilty. Thank y'all for your time.
For the record, House managers, you have 42 minutes and 34 seconds returned to you. And you have 1 minute and 17 seconds returned to you. Managers, before you call your first witness, we need to deal with this motion with Johnny Sutton. Bailiff, will you bring Johnny Sutton forward? Members, we will resolve this motion and we'll take a short break after that. Members, jurors, I'm going to let you take your break now while we're handling this motion. Be back at 10 minutes before the hour of 2:50.
All right, guys. So they're going to take another short break, but we'll be back.
Yeah, so when you can.
Okay, also, scale of 1 to 10, how do you guys think that Paxton's team is doing debunking some of these things? I think they've already done a decent job. Hey, what's up, Sean Joe? Thank you for the cookie, Sean Joe. Unchained, thank you for the can. Diddy, thank you for the ship. Unchained, thank you for the cookie. Yeah, exactly. Make them show the receipts if they have them. Wyatt, and he thinks he's Wyatt Earp, but he's more like Wyatt Derp. Sean Joe, Phelan's got to be voted out to show the rest of the rhinos. Well, yeah, we tried that. We tried to replace him. Tony Tinderholt ran against him for House Speaker. That did not work. For some reason, Dade Phelan is popular with his own constituency. Let's see. Yeah, how is Phelan not being impeached? Because Phelan decides what they vote on. Did he say an envelope? Yeah, they sometimes say funny things. They're funny. Funny boys. Let's see what's going on over on the Rumble chat. That was pilled. Let's see. Strange that the signal was weak during him exposing Dade's drunkenness on the House floor. Something weird's been going on. Like all day, some weird stuff's been going on with this stuff. The deep state is trying to shut us down. Ninny tattletales. Yeah. Of course you're not hearing about any of this stuff in the news. Of course not. Yeah, they can't afford to tell y'all this stuff. You know what I mean? They can't actually afford to tell the truth, so. Body language. Let's see. All 6 Ollies. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, so sorry. body language on the opposing counsel is funny. LOL. Good stuff from his team, in my opinion. I think so too. I think it was decent. They're doing all right. You know, they loaded them up. 20 articles. A bunch of them are redundant. Just to have them piled up. Truett, Stacks, Sean, Joe, thank you guys for being here. Diddy, I sent you the thing. You should be able to jump on. Hang on, let me text you so you can see it. Now, Diddy, I have a meeting tonight, so you're going to have to take over soon. All right. So Diddy might jump in here in just a little bit. They're taking a quick 10-minute break to discuss one particular issue, and they'll come back with a ruling on that. I did boo Briscoe Kane earlier. I sure did. Yeah. It's Hyder. Hyder, are you messing with my live streams? Just kidding. He would never do that. Let's see. I mean, I'm not sure. What basically we have to wait to see. We're just going to have to literally get through each and every one of these articles before we can make a determination. Oh, hang on a second. That I was talking like way over here because I thought my headphones were plugged in, but they were not. I'm a professional, so I just plugged my headphones in. Yeah, so the answer to the question of why has Phelan not been impeached, because Phelan decides what to vote on in the House. He's in that position. You know what I mean? Did he sell? Because literally the day after Paxton recommended him to be impeached, the House accused Paxton. Yeah, that was crazy. Perfect timing, right? They really ran the clock out on that one. Imagine if they put half that energy to close it to securing the border. Diddy, I sent the invite if you wanted via email if you wanted to jump in. I'm gonna have to hand it off to you in just a minute for a little while, so you can talk while they're going over all this stuff. As long as the audio is good. All right. We're basically just going to have to be patient and get through all of it. Now, they say it could take until next Saturday to get through all of this because he's given each side like 24 hours to debate the articles. So that's a lot. That's a lot. We'll probably do a few hours a day each. But it's going to take a minute, you know. I suppose this is what everybody was asking them for. We asked for due process, so we shouldn't be surprised that none of the articles got thrown out, even though some of them were such bunk they really could have done with being thrown out, and there would have been as legitimate of an impeachment trial, which is not high, not very legitimate. But hey now, now. You see this? They're going to end that broadcast. They're going to make me go and do it again. Wow, how rude. All right. So they're just not broadcasting right now. They were supposed to only go on a 10-minute recess, but they've stopped the broadcast. So I have to restart it every time they do that. If I can keep my live broadcast going while I'm working on a bunch of things, y'all can keep it going while they're, this Texas Senate can keep it going while they're paused for a few minutes. So they think this is cute. The deep state thinks this is cute to do stuff like this. They've been messing with my computer and my streams all day. So see, it's just saying right here. Ugh. How annoying. All right, hang on a second. It's like, why even do that? It's like, why even? Okay, Diddy, if you'll mute me on your side. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you should be muted on my side now.
I've got an echo on mine. Can you put on exclamation?
Is that better?
Test.
Is that better?
Yeah, I don't have an echo. Oh no, I still have it.
All right, hold on, give me just one
You
second.
should put on echo cancellation on your audio.
Yes, I'm doing right now. Echo cancellation. All right, that should be better.
Test.
You good?
Test. Yeah, I don't have an echo anymore. Y'all give us a 5x5 if we have an echo, okay? Because sometimes I can't tell.
Man. Well, we'll be able to tell pretty quick I say pretty quick, but by how they rule on if this is just another DC jury implanted here in Texas.
Well, I mean, the jury is the actual senators, so we're just gonna have to get through it and see how it goes. Y'all give us a 5x5 if you can hear. Now, all six ollies says Hyder's in DC. Well, no, he's still here in Tarrant County, but he joined the EAC. He's a senior subject matter expert.
High Seas, your Rumble is High Seas, right? Or is it 7 High Seas? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's just 7HS on Rumble. So thank y'all for being here. Thanks for the 5x5, Trit. I don't know what they're taking so long to talk about, but basically none of the articles have been dismissed. They're going to talk about all of them. And that's technically what we asked for when we asked for due process. We did ask for all of these to be technically examined and debunked if possible, or, whatever's real. Let's talk about that. So I'm not surprised that they voted not to throw out any of them, but there's some things that did surprise me. We've got some solid conservatives across the board. We've got about 6 of them: Colcorst, Betancourt, Campbell, Creighton, Hall, and Parker. They've all been voting to throw out the articles entirely, as well as putting everybody under oath. Wait, what was the other one that they were? they all voted in favor of providing a bill of particulars to Paxton so that they could have all of the details, available to them that they were going to be presenting. People voted against that. I don't know why. Some people voted against some other perfectly reasonable things, but King and Birdwell, Phil King and Brian Birdwell, they are consistently voting with the Democrats against even the bill of particulars. So I don't know really what they're doing, but we'll have to see. I don't know if there's some sort of strategy or what. But thank y'all for being here. Let's see. Hopefully they'll get started again soon. Got a couple people watching on YouTube, not a whole lot. Got more people on Foxhole and Pilled and Rumble. And I'm not sure how to stream to Telegram. I did it once, I think, and I promptly forgot how to do it. So I'll have to go back through, try to find a way. Yeah, the video of Dade Phelan is really bad. Hopefully someone will primary Phelan. He's popular in his area, though, for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why he's popular.
I don't know. I think a lot of, like I mentioned in the chat, there's a lot of people that are, and I hate to sound the cliche, but a lot of people are starting to wake up to this shit. You can only do this now for what? It's been 3 years, but really 7 since Trump got in office. But people are starting to go, what the hell? Like this going almost in at the same time as Trump's, indictments and everything. People are probably going to look at this, especially us here in Texas, are going to look at it in the same eye. They're going to be like, okay, no evidence. The jury, they made their decision in 4 hours. None of the witnesses were sworn in, so they could come in and say whatever they wanted. They're not held to any accountability. I'm curious as to if they're going to make them swear in here. I would assume that they would.
Yeah, he swore them in at the beginning when you were at work whenever this all started. So he swore them all in at the beginning, and he swore in every single senator individually on the Sam Houston Bible, and
including supposed witnesses as well.
All the witnesses, got sworn in. So, and he said that he also ruled that nothing outside of this chamber can be used. So if it wasn't filed with these articles, it can't be used. So they can't talk about anything that happened in the House because none of those fools were under oath. And so Dan Patrick ruled that at the very beginning. He was like, everyone's being sworn in. We're not having anything taken out without being under oath because we're taking this seriously. And basically nothing outside of this, no social media, no news media, none of that can be factored into this. If it is referenced and it's objected to, or even if it's not objected to, he's going to throw it out and say unless it's filed with these articles from the House, it's not going to be considered. So basically all the witnesses that testified in the House that were not under oath, if they want their statements to be factored in, they have to testify again, but under oath this time. So
sorry.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to just say like, oh, well, Aaron Epley said this in the House hearing because they weren't sworn in. And so they're not doing that. Everyone has to testify again. And that's it. So it's going to be a little bit tedious. It's going to take time, but finally they'll be cross-examined and people will be able to, ask real questions and examine and cross-examine these witnesses.
Yep.
So it's interesting what's going to happen. We'll see if people like Aaron Epley actually come back and testify. Because the weird thing about her was she was apparently playing a dual role, if not a triple role, as a witness, as an investigator, and as counsel to the committee that pushed this impeachment through. So this woman, what a multifaceted gem she is, So let's see if she even shows up to testify again, because this time she'll have to be under oath. She can't just flap her gums and then have it, taken as the gospel. she's going to have to swear. And people were bringing up earlier, well, what about people that, don't believe in God, having them swear on the Bible? I mean, they could swear on the Constitution. Look, we don't care because we've got lawful remedy for oath breakers as well. So,
yeah, buddy.
So it's not like there's nothing we can do if they take oath. I mean, they're going to be under pain and penalty of perjury. So there's the aspect of it that's between them and God, and then there's what we can deal with on this plane. And perjury is a crime. So that's hence why we're putting them all under oath at this point in time. So
yeah, the two lawyers so far for Paxton they make me feel a little bit more comfortable in the way that Dan is handling everything. It makes me feel a little bit more comfortable about it. So
yeah, and we give Dan Patrick a lot of shit because he is establishment, but I like how he's handling it so far, and he's actually Dan Patrick and Abbott have both backed up Paxton and multiple issues that are being cited in these articles. They were like, well, and it's not even like that they had skin in the game. They just backed up the Attorney General's position saying, hey, that's his job. If you don't like him doing that, then that's you don't get to do all of this because you don't like that he's conducting investigations. If you have an issue with it, then complain to the police. But this is the position that his office has taken, and we back that up because we don't know what else to say. I mean, like they're like that's the position of that's his job. He's doing his job. He's conducting these investigations. These were not baseless complaints. These were real complaints that they were actually, it sounds to me like they're mad at Paxton because he was conducting an actual investigation into actual conspiracy. And they're mad about it.
Yep, that's the exact. I mean, it's just like I was answering to Sean Joe earlier. It's because of that, and then the whole what's his name, drunk guy, Thielen or whatnot. Why didn't he get impeached? Well, because as soon as Paxton went to impeach him, they came with this. They did this literally overnight. I mean, this was something that they probably all drunken got together and like, we can get him on this. He worked with a contractor, which like Aubrey was or Hashiz was talking about earlier. Texas is construction everywhere. So if you don't know somebody that's in construction and you live in Texas, you basically live under a rock. So when it comes to politics, like she was talking about earlier, there's zoning, there's everything that has to do with it. Zoning, districting, everything, and it all has to do with.
And then there's the TIFs, the tax incremental financial districts, and that all has to be approved by the state too. So you get to know people when you're doing major construction in Texas. You get to know the politics because you have to. Texas is it's a great state, but they're very thorough with this stuff. Like China can't just come in here and start building because half of Texas is going to be going through that saying, wait a second, these are commies. Like, no, they can't do this. They go through that stuff. You don't just start building, and then nothing. No, they're all going to come and look. They're not going to violate your rights, but they're going to come and look at all of that stuff. And our controller will audit people. They have all of the receipts, they're ready to show that there is nothing uncouth happening. Everything that was quoted and was bid for and was quoted, that's what was paid for. There wasn't any extra money going in. And that's allegedly what they're going to be able to show. Yeah, I mean, it's construction everywhere. Everybody knows somebody in construction, and everybody in construction, that especially the ones that are running the construction business, they end up knowing the local government, the state government, because they have to. They have to go and get all of these permits done, and everything's in their name. There's insurance that they have to set up. There are all of these things that the state requires when you go and start building in Texas. That's why our buildings are better. That's why our buildings aren't falling down like other places,
When insurance also scrutinizes those claims pretty well, so they also probably would have caught it or tried to raise a flag or raise some type of charge as well if he was really manipulating or abusing the system.
Yeah, so it's just really strange, so we'll see if they, what evidence they have. I think they don't have any. I think it's totally circumstantial, and they've just twisted it into this whole thing. It's really nasty that they're talking about this extramarital affair. That's unfortunate, but that doesn't, that's not necessarily a reflection on his office, on his performance, so that's just a cheap shot, to be honest. It's just a cheap shot.
Yes. Anyways, Subpack Bet, good to see you as well. Thank you. And Subpack Vet said he's going to be in Texas this next month. Yeah, man. I'm up around the Dallas area. Give me a shout in the DM. Give High Seas a shout. She stays quite a bit busy, as do I. But hey, I'm always down to get together if we can. So definitely give us a shout. But yeah. Oh man, it's just another, as we say down here, a horse and pony show of the establishment wanting to get rid of, like you, as we call them, America's attorney general. There's literally, like that lawyer said, there's not another attorney general in any other state that's doing the things that Ken Paxton is doing.
Right.
When we did our special a couple weeks ago, we listed stuff, but we didn't even honestly touch everything that he was doing.
No, we did a brief review of what he's been doing.
Yeah, I mean,
we didn't cover any of his lawsuits to the Biden. He's sued the Biden administration like 4 times. We didn't cover any of that. So
yeah, like half a dozen times, and and other things. He sued other political figures, whatever you want to call them, elected officials. He's holding everybody's feet to the fire, and well, as we know, the establishment simply can't have that. The Obamas and all the deep state, the Clintons, whatever you want to call them, by golly, that's not how it's going to be. So they're going to do everything they can to take away our voice and take away the people that speak for us. Like that, just like that attorney said, how are you going to have 30 people in this room make a decision that affects, 6 million people? And it's really probably more than that. And I know this is kind of weird, but what about your undocumented aliens? People like that are actually truly conservative people that are coming here for the good. They're not representing them and or us. They're representing their own interest, like Trump mentions all the time, and so on and so forth. It's just, it's another freaking part of the show that we have to sit there and watch and hold these people feet to the fire. If they end up impeaching them, which I hope they won't, I've got a good feeling about this just based on seeing lawyers, how they're conducting themselves, and how Dan Patrick is conducting everything. But if they do, we can primary everybody that votes against them, get them out, and then next time it comes around, try to get Ken Paxton back in, depending on what they are able to stick against them if they do. So,
well, I think what they want to do is, I think they want to, yeah, to where he can't hold any office ever again. That's what they're trying to do.
Of course, it's the same thing with Trump.
Yes.
You literally have the two people that are fighting for America the most, and I say the most. Mm-hmm. There's other people that are fighting just as much as these two guys, but these.
I know. I'm like, hey, what am I, chopped liver over here? I'm just kidding.
In like the highest offices, He's pretty much the highest office of Texas. Trump is in the highest office. Well, was quote unquote in the highest office of the land as of 3 years ago, but still, two very identical places in elected government. And who are the two people that are getting hit the hardest? Ken Paxton and Trump. All your left liberals, all your little rhinos that get along or go along to get along, they're not having any problems yet. And I say yet because once these trials start going off, starting with Ken Paxton's, then into Trump's, we're about to start seeing a lot of mirror and boomerangs, guys. And it's I still say I'm comfy. So some things might get a little shaky here and there, but in the long run, I think we've got these guys. I honestly think we do after a lot of the stuff that I've been looking at lately.
Look at these people. Look at them schmoozing.
The little girl, the little old lady with her cheerleading skirt running around like a Miss Priss. I wonder. Never mind. I can see that.
No, did you see that? Did you see Wednesday Addams? Like, what was that? Did you see that? I was like, what are you wearing? And see, people have gotten on to me about stuff that I wear because I'll like show up in like a metal shirt or whatever. Like, check out this. Like, look at this. Y'all check out this Iced Earth shirt that I got with John Schaefer on the front. Can y'all see that? Hang on, wait. Where am I?
Mm-hmm. Hold on a second.
All right. But did you see that? This girl was literally dressed like Wednesday Addams, and her skirt was like, okay, you know what? Here's the deal. Here's the problem. I'm such like a Puritan. Her skirt was like her skirt was like, hang on. Her skirt was at least 4 inches above her knee. Way too short, girl. For the Senate floor, are you kidding me right now?
And in the way, if you saw since it's been quiet and they just been running. It looks like she's just like running around like she's trying to like get a date. Like, hate to say it, but she's just been running around like a little I don't know, just like a little too free spirited. Like, hey, I'm here, guys. What are you doing later? I know we're all drinking. We'll be drunk by the time this is over. In my room.
Y'all gonna meet us at the bar? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't think they're allowed to. They're not allowed to convene outside of sessions. So, they better not.
I was gonna say, but do you really think they follow those rules?
No, I don't. I'm under no illusion that they're following their own rules. But yeah, no, that actually of all the things that have happened today on the Senate floor, for some reason, her Wednesday Addams Spirit Halloween costume got to me. I was like, girl, if you're gonna wear a skirt on the Senate floor, and women conducted entire protests to be able to wear pantsuits, and she's wearing that. I was like,
yeah,
4 inches above her knee. You know how much, like, her whole ham hock was showing. I was no, like, please take some fashion tips from Special Agent Dana Scully, who always pulled it off. Fire, looked so hot, never showed too much skin, okay? And she could run in pumps while shooting a gun. So please, take a leaf out of Special Agent Dana Scully's book, not Wednesday Addams. This girl trying to look like Jenna Ortega. Also, I don't mean to comment on her age, and I shouldn't, so I won't. I'll just leave it at that, because that was not it. Y'all saw that. You can see this woman here. I'm being a little bit of a Puritan. Sorry about that. You see this woman here in the red. This is an appropriate length. See how it cuts off right at her knee? Okay, that's decent. Okay, that would be shocking in Victorian times. She's showing her whole ankle and calf, but this is appropriate. I know I shouldn't be that way, but I am. I'm just being that way now. What? People get on to me about what I wear. At least I'm not wearing a cheerleader costume from Spirit Halloween. I know that's where it's from. I was just at Spirit yesterday. Halloween is here. It looks just like it. Anywho. Am I mistaken that they said it was going to be 10 minutes? And it's been longer than 10 minutes? Was I mistaken? Did I mishear that? I thought they said 10 minutes, and now there's still like... I guess time slows to a crawl when you're drunk.
They're all doing shots of Captain Morgan up there.
I mean, what else? Look at them. They're all just... Guys, don't y'all have an impeachment hearing to go through?
See, look, this chick in the red dress, hers are like right at the knee. So, I mean, that's kosher.
That's what I just said. Exactly. That's an appropriate length. See, like, look, we're all like Puritans, and like we're like worse than our own parents and stuff. We're like, girl, what are you wearing? Cover yourself, But that was inappropriate. That red suit with the skirt, that was good. That was a good length. But didn't she look like Wednesday Addams? She looked like a cheerleader costume from Spirit Halloween, a goth cheerleader.
That was When
wouldn't have been appropriate, even if she was 30 years younger. Wouldn't have been appropriate.
Watching all this in the backdrop were Uniparty allies, incinerate towers. Yeah, boneless chicken.
What am I wearing? You want to see what I'm wearing? I'm wearing a brown tank top and jeans. I'm dressed like a Texan. You know what, though? If I was elected and I was being paid to represent my people, I would probably put on a fucking blazer. And you know what? Oh, pardon my French. And I sure wouldn't put on a short skirt. Please. You can tell. I don't know. I don't care what side you're on. I don't care. You don't dress like that on the House floor. You don't dress like that on the Senate floor. You don't make an absolute mockery of what's already a joke impeachment. Another one, for the record. It was not the first. Probably won't be the last. This is the deep state lashing out and protecting itself.
All assets deployed.
Yep. Watching, yeah. Oh, okay, you just read that one, yeah. A boneless chicken. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep, there was even a good sized fire up in East Texas, from what I understand. But from what I heard this morning, it was mostly detained after the rain that we got the last couple of days. And I remember, did I mention that? Did I mention that last time or a couple weeks when we were doing the Ken Pax thing? Didn't I say how it was funny how there's all these signs right after the Valley fire? There's all these signs about watch out for wildfires in Texas, and we've never really had signs like that, or at least that I've ever seen. I'm like, that's weird. They're all of a sudden starting to tell us to watch out for wildfires, and then now we have one. Louisiana's biggest one.
They used to warn us, warn us against starting them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Careful about starting them.
Yeah. They used to say stuff like, don't throw your cigarette butts out, or whatever. They have a little nifty phrase or something about don't throw your cigarette butt out or something. But
they had specific things like the burn ban. They would say, okay, no one can burn. You can't burn your trash right now, right? Because everything's like tinder all around you, So they would have specific warnings, but now it's just kind of like, watch out for those pesky wildfires that pop up out of nowhere, spontaneous wildfires.
They come to find out the one in Louisiana that is the biggest wildfire in Louisiana history. I believe they said it was arson. They've come to find out it was arson.
Huh. That's what I heard about in Canada too.
Yep.
Why is Canada burning? That's weird.
Because of climate change, seas.
No.
Because of change.
I keep forgetting. Oh, yeah.
Climate change.
Climate change. But honestly, when I would think that if Canada's at the point where it's just spontaneously combusting, that we would we wouldn't be able to be live streaming right now because it'd be too hot. I mean, I don't know. Is Brazil okay? Has anyone checked on any of the countries closer to the equator? Because Canada's burning, so the rest of us must be, or it's
HARP.
arson.
Or HARP. Or DARPA. HARP.
Yeah, or HARP. Yeah, or the direct energy weapon, or whatever the fuck Starlink is, Mr. Musk.
I tend to think more of cloud seeding. I read some more stuff in the cloud seeding, and I'm sure y'all know as well, but with the cloud seeding, not only can they create rain and create storms, but they can also create intense heat. Like this year in Texas, it's been insanely hot, reaching in the 115 to the 120s, which is a little, that's a little above what we're used to. We're used to 108, 110, but the 115 to 120 that we've had, now it's cooled down the last week or two, and I live and actually C's lives closer to, what's that, Eagle Mountain Lake, which is an old skunk works facility. And you can see those planes go that way when they're done, but they literally are still crisscrossing, and spraying all the time. It's just not even, it's like they don't even hide it anymore. And literally we had some of the most heat out here. We had people's animals passing away. I lost one of my dogs, just extreme heat that we have honestly never seen, and they're just trying to push their climate agenda. Little do they know, most of us have been hip to the fact of cloud seeding for a while. Just a lot of people didn't realize that cloud seeding can also be used to heat an area, not just for moisture and rain. So
why wouldn't it be? Why would they have developed such impressive technology if they can't cool down or heat up? And so there's excellent investigations into that, showing the type of substance that they're using, dispersing certain types of metals through the air. It does heat up, the given area, but we'll see. We'll see what's going on. They do seem to be a lot of distractions happening when they're trying to indict President Trump on shaky charges and impeach Ken Paxton on even shakier charges. It's absolutely ridiculous what's happening. So I don't know if they're going to come back because they're still just milling around. They're not doing anything.
But they typically go to about 5 or so, I'm assuming. So I'm sure they would come back.
I would hope so, but I've got a couple, and you know what, Diddy? I've got a meeting to go to tonight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you the link to this, and I might need to. I'm about to have to hand this off to you if you want to go live with this, and I will come back on here in a little while, and I'll just leave this running until I can. But I'm going to have to come back to it either later tonight or tomorrow. I've got actually a Sam Houston Council meeting that I've got to go to tonight, and I'm the chair of the elections committee, so I've got to go to that. And first, before that, I have to go pick up my daughter. So I think what I'll do is I'm gonna just leave this running. I'm just gonna leave this running for a while, I guess, and have you commenting on it. Let me see what I could. Hang on. There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know if this is, how
around until at least it's over and a little bit after, and then we got some kids sports tonight. But then other than that, also on top of that, are we gonna? I'm sure you're gonna probably be covering this the rest of the week, so I'll probably be in and out with you or whatever as long as it goes. And then I'm assuming the next Tuesday that we're both available, we're gonna do our next big drop on everybody.
Yeah, maybe this Thursday too. We can do a big one. Well, let's just see what we've got. We've got so much going on lately that it's hard to get everything in order. So, well, I'm gonna hand this off to you because I gotta run. I gotta go get in the carpool.
Okay.
And then as soon as it's over, I'll have it on my phone so I can shut it down from my phone as soon as this is over. If they don't come back, because I'm not sure what they're doing right now. I was pretty sure that they said they were just going to take a 10-minute break, but it's been well past 10 minutes and they don't seem to be coming back to order.
Yeah, Wednesday Adams is over here flirting with some guy.
I see her. I see her.
We're doing like the push each other away and then grab each other back.
Oh, stop. Oh, behave. You see her right there.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, here they come.
Yeah.
Here they come. Here they come.
And yeah, Subpack Vet, if you would, drop that link for me if you would. Of course, I can look up no, but if you'll drop the link, that'd be cool. I'll look at it. I'm sure the chat would like to see that as well.
Yeah. All right, Diddy, here they come. I'm gonna hand this back off to you.
Mr. Sutton still in here?
Sounds good.
Oops. And I'll be available on my phone as well. Hang on. What did I do?
Bailiff, can you bring Mr. Sutton?
That one's good.
There we go. That way they can read it down at the bottom. All right, Diddy. All right, if you'll be here with this for a minute, and just whenever you're not, I've been just muting myself because sometimes it's harder to hear whenever they're talking and I'm not unmuted. So whenever they're talking, if you'll mute unless you need to say something.
Yeah. I'll hold the ship down.
Okay. All right. I will be back temporarily. And if y'all don't see, thank you everybody for being here. And if y'all don't see me back tonight before this ends, here in just a couple, maybe an hour or so, then I'll be back tomorrow to cover it again.
Councilors, members, the court received a motion to quash a subpoena recently received by Mr. Johnny Sutton, an attorney who represents several potential witnesses in the case. Mr. Sutton filed a motion to quash the subpoena so he may fulfill his legal duties as an attorney representing the clients. After considering the motion and conferring with counsel for both parties, the court believes at this time Mr. Sutton's representation of his clients would not prejudice his testimony, if any, should he later be called a witness. Therefore, his motion to quash is granted. However, Mr. Sutton, the court hereby orders you to make a diligent search for any non-privileged documents, thorough, within the scope of what was subpoenaed by the Attorney General to produce those, if any. And the court will want a response to that search. The court will allow a limited exception to the rule to the extent necessary to represent your clients, including appearing in the chamber during their testimony. You ask to be excluded from the rule, but that would take a vote by the entire body. Though you may be present in the courtroom for testimony of your clients, you may not share information between clients. You may take your designated seat. Managers, please call your first witness.
Here.
Please. Mr. Chair, I remind you, you are still under the oath you took earlier. And to help the court reporters, clear yes and no's, no head nods or uh-huh.
Do my best, sir.
Mr. Harton, your witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, before I start, could I ask if it's permissible to ask the back of the room if they can hear me, since we've all had all these microphone issues here. I want to make sure that if I'm speaking to the microphone like this, can the rear of the room hear me?
Can you hear, senators, jurors? Everyone can hear. Hands up. They hear you clearly.
All right. Thank you very much. State your name, please, sir. Mr. Mateer, how old a man are you?
Hold on, that mic's not on. You have to hit that button right there.
All right, Jeff Mateer. Oh, gosh, sorry, Lieutenant Governor.
We heard you the first and
apologize.
second time. Go ahead.
I am 57.
Mr. Mateer, you're somewhat a victim of my wanting you to try to speak up when we're talking privately, so I think the microphones have taken care of that, okay?
Yes.
And where do you live now?
I live in Rockwall.
I'm going to ask you, in the interest of time, if you would just give us maybe a minute and a half or so, a little bit about your background, where you grew up, family, professional career to where you got.
Yeah, actually grew up in central Pennsylvania, and then I met a girl from Fort Worth, and we were in D.C. together when I was working on the Hill.
You can go down a little bit.
I'll pull back a little bit about
that's
that.
good. All right.
I was working on the Hill for first Tom DeLay and then Dick Armey. Met my wife. Our relationship was going to continue, it made it clear that our relationship was going to continue in Texas. And so I went to SMU Law School. I graduated from SMU Law School, and then after law school, went to Carrington Coleman for the first part of my career.
Carrington Coleman is a Dallas law firm.
It's a large Dallas law firm, about 100 lawyers when I was there. And that was approximately, well, not approximately, it was 1990.
Stop there, and then I'll try to do a question answer now. When you were at Carrington Coleman, were you also involved in any kind of outside activities at that time?
Yeah, since college, had always been involved in Republican politics. And so I started, did that in college. I was vice president and treasurer of college Republicans. And then even though, anybody that's been an associate at a law firm knows at a large law firm, you don't have a lot of time, especially if you have a family, because I had a young family, but I still stayed involved. And then I began to volunteer on religious liberty cases.
All right. Now, I'm going to ask you, we're going to try to do kind of short answers, and I'll try to jump in. You're aware, as every witness is, that we're working on a time clock here.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
That's just my fault. It's my job. Don't you worry about it. Yeah. So were there any particular organizations from the time of college or law school on that you belonged to?
Yeah, I was a member of Christian Little Society starting in law school. And then in law school, also became a member of the Federalist Society.
And very briefly, Federalist Society, how would you describe it and what it is?
Federalist Society is predominantly conservative and libertarian lawyers or law students who care about the rule of law and conservative and libertarian policies.
In addition to your political views on legal issues and others, without getting into much detail about it, how would you describe your life and your religion?
Yeah, I would describe myself as an evangelical Christian.
All And do you belong to a particular denomination?
I'm a member of a Baptist church.
Okay. Are you a rhino?
Am I a rhino?
Are you a rhino? Do you know? Wait, slow down.
Like he's just
You
yeah,
understand
yeah, I'm
the
all right.
term, do you not?
Republican in name only is the term.
Would you give the jury the benefit of your background of your political views?
Well, I mean, I'm certainly far from right of center. I was nominated by President Trump to be a federal judge.
And your nomination wasn't approved.
My nomination was not successful after there was opposition from, well, some liberal Republicans and all Democrats.
And the relevance here I want to ask you about, have you heard the suggestion that this impeachment is really the product of rhinos, liberals, Democrats, people that are opposed to the true conservative views? Have you heard that? Have you not?
Yeah, I've heard that said, yes.
All right. How would you apply that?
I mean, that doesn't describe the men and women that I worked with on the 8th floor at the Office of Attorney General.
We're going to get to that in a moment, but as far as you yourself were concerned, was one of the issues that defeated your nomination comments that whether you made or didn't make that had to do with transgender politics?
Yeah, and I mean, the comments involved me speaking at a Baptist assembly in which I was alleged to make comments that people on the left perceived to be anti-transgender.
Right. Now, at the
I
end
should say I didn't make the comments that they said that I made, but that was the allegation.
What I'm really after, Mr. Mature, in your life, how would you, when you went to the Attorney General's office, how would you describe what you believed in your politics, the mission of the Attorney General's office, and the profession you had chosen?
Well, look, I've always been, since law school and throughout my career, I believe wholeheartedly in the rule of law. I mean, that's something that the Federalist Society, I think, instills in people who are members. But I believe in the rule of law, and I believe in conservative policies and conservative practice.
And have you always been conservative without going into specific this issue or that issue? Have you viewed yourself very conservative on social? You have to wait me finish. You have to let me finish.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's not often that people like me get a chance to.
Well, I'm in a different.
Wait a second. You have to wait. Not often people like myself get a chance to correct people who've been a chief of staff of some organization. So I'm taking the liberties with it, okay? And I'll stop you if you volunteer. Just let me finish and I'll try to let you finish. I'm really, in terms of social issues in the political world of today, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rank yourself?
Man, this
10 or 11.
Loves telling people what to do, doesn't
now, after did you go somewhere else after Carrington Coleman in Dallas?
Yeah, after Carrington Coleman, a group of us who were Carrington Coleman lawyers formed our own law firm called Rosenthal, Reynolds, Mateer, and Schaefer.
Where are you practicing now?
Where am I practicing now? First Liberty Institute.
And what is First Liberty Institute?
It's a national religious liberty law firm. It's actually the largest religious liberty law firm in America that's dedicated to defending religious liberty.
And indeed, since some time recently, have you participated in several Supreme Court cases?
Yeah, since I've been back, I came back in October of 2020. We've had 4 Supreme Court cases, including 3 very important precedent-setting cases.
Well, were all of those cases oriented toward what one might say the religious right?
Yeah, I mean, probably the most infamous or famous one is Coach Joe Kennedy, the praying football coach, who the school district up in Washington fired him because he was kneeling at the 50-yard line after a game. That case took 8 years. We just celebrated him returning to the football field this last Friday.
Now, I want to ask you, why did you, and were you at First Liberty at the time you joined the Attorney General's office?
I was. I started at First Liberty in 2010. I started at the Office of Attorney General in March of 2016.
What was your job when you started with the Attorney General's office?
I was First Assistant Attorney General.
Have you heard of, when did you first meet Ken Paxton?
And I was trying to, I've been thinking about that. I would have met Mr. Paxton sometime prior to probably starting at First Liberty, and I would have been introduced by Kelly Shackelford.
And at the time that you began with the office, what calendar year was it?
What time of year?
What year?
It was March of 2016.
And by that time, how long had you known Mr. Paxton before you began?
I would guess it would have been probably almost 10 years, certainly of him. I didn't know him well, but I would have known of him those 10 years.
Who hired you?
Mr. Paxton.
In what way? Did you meet with him? Did he call you? How did it happen?
Yeah, he actually approached me a few months before March and had asked me if I would consider coming to Austin. I told him I didn't want to come to Austin. Quite frankly, I had my dream job of being general counsel at First Liberty. Today, I have my dream job.
So is the answer he asked you to join him in Austin?
He did.
Okay.
Well, and I went home and I agree. He asked me to pray about it. And my wife and I did pray about it. And we felt like we were supposed to come down here.
All right. And then have you ever heard him suggest in public announcements and descriptions and defenses of his charges and so that he hardly knew you guys?
That he what?
That he hardly knew you. If he were to say that he hardly knew you, would that be accurate?
I think
you always have to let me finish.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Would that be accurate or inaccurate?
It would be inaccurate. I think he knew me very well.
Now, after he hired you, when you went on, I'm going to be wanting to talk to you about the senior staff at the Attorney General's office. And I have a diagram here I want to put up, and I want to try to do this briefly. And that is a diagram of would you put the exhibit up for me, please? Thank you. Get the other side. I'll get the other side. Thank you. Now, I'm going to try to go real quickly through this.
Counselor.
But what I'm after here is,
Counselor.
excuse me.
Are you offering this as an exhibit?
As a demonstrative
evidence, to put into evidence?
Excuse me, just as a demonstrative exhibit for him to just talk about. If you could, would you tell the jury, and I want to try to do this briefly and move pretty quickly, okay? If you could tell the jury how this describes what the roles of each were. And I'm going to go, for instance, your immediate below you was who?
Well, below me, not to the side.
All right.
Below me are the deputies.
Yes.
So the way the Office of Attorney General was organized when I was there and when I came in is there were divisions. So it starts on the left with Ruth Ann Thornton, who would have been Director of Child Support. And it goes all the way across to Darren McCarty, who would have been the Deputy Attorney General for Civil Litigation. And everybody in between, Lacey Mays, Deputy for Administration, Mark Penley, Deputy for Criminal Justice.
I think it'll be important to understand your testimony as we go along. Do each of these divisions heads have particular responsibilities of their own?
They do. I mean, they run a division in the Attorney General. Don't forget, the Attorney General's office is 4,200 employees, approximately 800 lawyers. And so spread out on this chart that's before us are the various divisions of the office.
All right, thank you. So over to the right, or your left as we look at this chart, but to the right on the chart, Mr. Bangert, what was his responsibility?
So Ryan Bangert was the Deputy First Assistant. So
now, let me ask you this. If one were to describe where he comes down on the political scale, liberal, moderate, conservative, obviously each of these are Republican, are they not?
As far as I know, each of them are Republicans, yes.
All right. And Mr. Bangert, how would you describe his background and his views in terms of the way he dealt with issues that affect people in this country?
Mr. Bangert has similar views to mine.
All right.
He's a person of faith who's also a very, very good lawyer. He'd worked for Josh Hawley in Missouri. He'd been a partner at Baker Botts. That very much aligns with me and quite frankly, all of our leadership.
And then if you go to the right of you on the chart, to the left of us as we look at it, who is that?
That's Missy Carey, and she's a career OAG. Actually, her father was a Deputy Attorney General, and the joke was Missy grew up at the Office of Attorney General.
Do you have any evidence that she's a member of the deep state?
She's not a member of the DCF. She cares deeply about the Office of Attorney General in the state of Texas.
Now, if we look at the different persons here, there's been a lot of talk about the whistleblowers. Obviously, you would be one, are you not?
I'm one of the 8 who signed the letter.
However, when we hear about the whistleblower lawsuit, did you file a lawsuit?
I did not file a lawsuit.
So as you sit there now, do you have any litigation pending against the Attorney General's office?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Bangert filed a lawsuit?
He did not.
Are both of you among the 8 that sent a letter to the Attorney General announcing that what you had done, and after you had been to the FBI on September the 30th of 2020?
Yes.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as we go forward real quick, what's the background of Mr. Brickman?
Yeah, so Mr. Brickman, he served as Deputy AG for Policy and Strategic Initiatives. The Attorney General and I recruited him into the office. He had been Chief of Staff for Governor Bevin, who was the Republican governor in Kentucky, and he had lost.
And excuse me, and widely known as a very conservative governor in Kentucky.
Governor Bevin was one of the most conservative governors in the country.
All right, go ahead.
And I had met Blake the first time I'd mentioned Federalist Society. One of the things that Federalist Society did is they brought together leadership from governor's offices and AG's offices.
And Mr. Mateer, were each of you very active, not just in your states, but nationally in conservative Republican politics, many of which considered the evangelical movement?
Yes, we were.
All right. And then who hired Mr. Brickman?
Well, ultimately, the Attorney General hired Mr. Brickman, but on my recommendation.
All right. And then if we go further, we have Mr. Maxwell there. Mr. Maxwell was there when you got there, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Maxwell, the way deputies is on the 8th floor, there's a conference room. Mr. Maxwell would sit to my right. He was the director of law enforcement.
And he actually had been there quite some time, had a career before you ever arrived, correct?
Yeah, I think he approaches 50 years of law enforcement. He's actually in the Texas Ranger Hall of Fame.
Mark Penley, who is he?
So Mark Penley came in after I came in. We had an opening for Deputy Attorney General of Criminal, and we interviewed several people. Mr. Penley had known Mr. Paxton for years. I think they'd been friends for over 20 years. They actually practiced together at a Dallas law firm known as Strasburger and Price.
Mr. Penley was also a career federal prosecutor.
He was, after he was I think he was an associate at Strasburger and Price, and then he went to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Dallas.
On the scale of 1 to 10, where would you yourself rank Mr. Penley in terms of conservative versus moderate?
I mean, again, I put him with the same as me and Bangert. I mean, he's at the end of the spectrum.
Mr. Maxwell, we talked about, is one of the ones who filed a lawsuit, correct?
Right.
And then Mr. Penley is one who did file a lawsuit, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So thus far, and Mr. Brickman filed a lawsuit, right?
Yes.
We've talked about 5 of the whistleblowers so far, 2 who did not file a lawsuit, and 3 who did. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then to the right of Mr. Penley, who is that?
That's to my left. You're Ryan Vassar.
All right.
And
what do you know about the background of Mr. Vassar?
Ryan Vassar was a protege of Brantley Starr, now Judge Brantley Starr. Mr. Vassar had clerked for Don Willett and came to the Office of Attorney General after his clerkship. And he really, Brantley, Judge Starr, took him under his wing. And he quickly established himself as one of the smartest, go-to, hardworking young lawyers in the agency.
And then Leslie Mays.
Yeah, Lacey is another person. She actually, I think, started as a elementary school teacher and then went to law school. She was identified by the former deputy for civil litigation, Jim Davis, as a rising star.
And she had also did not join the lawsuit.
She did not file a lawsuit, no.
All right.
She's currently Deputy Attorney General of Tennessee.
She's the number 2 person in the state of Tennessee now, is she not, in the Tennessee Attorney General's office?
She is, sir, yes.
Right. After this all over, were you aware she could not find a job anywhere in government in Texas?
I'd heard that, yes.
All right. So to finish up on this particular subject, now that we've looked at who everyone was, to your knowledge, when each of these people joined the Attorney General's office here in the state of Texas,
Can you hear me?
how did they, how would you describe their mission in terms of their devotion to the same things the Attorney General spoke very broadly and widely about?
Yeah, with all these individuals have in common, again, I told you I'm a Baptist, so I think of 3 C's. Okay? And
Whatever.
calling, character, and competence.
And what is calling? What do you mean?
Calling, and I know that.
Wait.
Sorry.
I actually had just 2 more words if you waited just another few seconds. All right. But what do you mean by calling?
Okay. I know calling sounds like a spiritual term, but for me, it's really mission and it's commitment to the mission. And so when you're looking for people, certainly in leadership positions, whether it's at the Office of Attorney General, my current job at First Liberty, first thing I want in someone is someone committed to the mission. They're passionate about the mission.
And what were you committed to about serving as the first assistant for Ken Paxton's Attorney General?
We are committed to the rule of law and to conservative governance.
Can you hear me?
I can see.
The second C is competence. So it's one thing to be passionate. Like, I'm passionate about baseball, but I could never have played in the major leagues, right? But I'm passionate about it, but I'm not confident. So in addition to having passion, you've got to have competence. You've got to be the best. And I always felt like, whether it's at First Liberty, I want the best. At the Office of Attorney General, in senior leadership, you want lawyers who are skilled, people who are the best in their profession.
So the third C
is character. Because of the responsibilities, you have to have men and women who have integrity. And I actually would share this with new employees at the office, because this is what we wanted. In someone at the Office of Attorney General, you wanted passion, you wanted competence, excel, and you wanted character.
Mr. Mateer, in 2015, when you joined the Texas Attorney General's office, 2017, 2018, did you feel that office was in sync with the views you've just been expressing?
I think it was.
And then really 2018, 2019, did you think that office was in sync with the values that you've been describing?
I believe so, yes.
At that time, did you believe in Ken Paxton and all he was saying?
Absolutely, and I believe that General Paxton also possessed these characteristics. I wouldn't have come to Austin had I not believed he was a true believer.
All right. Did you ultimately change your opinion? And all I want is a yes or no.
I did.
All right. Let's take you on that road. When is the first time that you ever met? You're going to find me doing that a lot. I'm not used to it, but I'm going to do it a lot. When is the first time you met Nate Paul?
I've never met Nate Paul.
Oh, never?
Never.
When's the first time you heard his name?
Yeah, I've been trying to think about that. It had to have been sometime in 2020.
Do you have any reason to believe when it was?
Well, I've recently seen an email highlighting a public information request that I believe was sent at the end of 2019. It's possible that in early 2020, I heard the name the first time, but sitting here, my best recollection is I don't recall hearing his name until probably sometime in the spring of 2020.
So there was I think no one's going to quarrel with the idea that on August the 14th, 2019, this man that you still never met, Nate Paul, had a search warrant executed on his house and business, 4 different locations, by a combined task force of different agencies, Department of Public Safety, Securities, FBI, all on his house. And I don't think there's going to be any question that he strongly objected and vociferously opposed what had happened and what he contended was the way. Do you have any, or did you have any memory of noticing anything about that in the year 2019?
I do not remember noticing that, no, sir.
So let's go then to the circumstance in which you would have first, if I could, let me, if I could, I I move to introduce Exhibit 628. Do you have the ability to show it to the president and the legal advisor? If not, you can give a hard copy. Before I move to introduce it, I'm going to ask if you would look at it and see. Yeah, you don't have it, so I'm going to move it to you.
Yeah, I don't have one.
May I give him a copy of this, Your Honor?
Yes,
Let
you
me
may
look
bring it
at
up.
just look at hard copy.
Any objection?
I want to know. I want you to look at it and see. Do you receive fundraising emails from the Attorney General?
You know, I actually am on, I think my personal email does get emails from Mr. Paxton.
I want you to look at this very quickly and see if you have received a fundraiser email like this.
I believe I have, yes.
All right. I move to introduce 628, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is it appears to be an email from Ken Paxton in June of 2023, which would have no relevance to this proceeding.
Oh, I think we're now in the month of September, so it's in the past and is relevant as to who he says is behind all of while we're right here, right this moment. And I just simply want to ask this witness if he feels that this would accurately describe him as somebody that is here testifying about the Attorney General.
Again, Your Honor, this man left the office in October of 2020. This is years later, has no relevance.
Sustained.
Excuse me.
I sustained his objection.
Okay. You can put that aside. Thank you. Now, let me ask you this. Are you imposed of a radical transgender agenda?
Your Honor, objection from reading from a document you just said was not to go into evidence.
I'm just simply asking about a phrase. It is free. I got it from it, but I can put this down and do it.
Be best you put it down.
Thank you very much. Or do you find yourself an advocate one way or the other of a radical transgender agenda?
I mean, we represented people at First Liberty who've been persecuted because they had views that are described as being anti-transgender.
All right. Now, at the end of that, I want to go now to January of 2020. Did you receive at that time, I want to show Exhibit 559. I move to introduce.
Your Honor, I think this tees up the privilege issue right here. We're going to have to decide it at some point.
I have no idea what that objection meant.
Objection privilege. I mean, this is communications in the office between lawyers, and the privilege is held by the Attorney General.
I would suggest it has nothing to do with legal advice in any way. It doesn't become magically a privilege just by the fact that two lawyers are on the email.
So, Your Honor, if you look carefully at the document, it's absolutely related to the legal advice, reconsideration of some sort of opinion. That's right in the strike zone of what legal advice is.
Excuse me. Is he tendering an objection, I may ask, on behalf of the Attorney General's office? This was an exhibit submitted to us by them.
Objection overruled. Continue.
All right, now, if you would, tell the court real quickly what this is. It should be on.
I'm not seeing it. Oh, now I see it.
Yeah.
This is an email that was sent from me to Ryan Bangert, unfortunately on January 1st, 2020 at 9:01 a.m.
Yeah, is that y'all's normal practice there when you were there to be working on the first day of the year at 9 in the morning?
You know,
Yes or no?
yes.
Okay. Now, did he have a little bit more restraint and wait to respond to you the next day?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this particular email, did you do anything with this afterwards? Did you just simply forward to him and that was it?
The issue apparently was highlighted to me as something we need to take a look at, and I would have sent it on to Mr. Bangert for him to deal with.
So, do you know now from looking at what the issue was?
I mean, I do know the issue had to do with a public information request made by Mr. Paul and or his attorneys.
All right. And so but had you been involved in that at all, or would Mr. Bangert be the better person to discuss that with?
Mr. Bangert would be the better person.
As you sit there now, was this something at that time that you got involved in one way or the other?
It was not on, no.
Had the issue of the public information request having to do with law enforcement exceptions, had that worked its way to your desk yet at that time?
Not that I recall. I think this is the first time.
All right. So who would be, at that time, who would have been responsible in the Attorney General's office for the issue of public information request?
Justin Gordon.
Pardon me? Justin Gordon?
Justin Gordon.
And then if we went up the chain, who was above him? Do you recall?
Above him would have been, I believe it goes to, memory test. I believe it goes to, for me, it would have been Ryan Bangert ultimately, who was overseeing it.
And indeed, so when you got that request, when it says Aaron Borden, were you able to determine who that was? In terms of her position or context of why you sent the email?
Well, what I would is Meadows Collier, and based upon the statement that I've made, we've been asked to take a closer look at this one. That means someone asked me to take a closer look at this one.
All right. And did you ultimately determine it had to do with a public information request by attorneys on behalf of Mr. DePaul?
Yeah.
All right. Now, is all you did was just send it on to Ryan Bangert, and is that all you did with it?
That's all I did.
Does that help explain in your mind why you don't really remember anything about it?
Until seeing this and getting ready for today, I don't recall.
Okay. All right. Now, when is the next time that you remember ever hearing the name Nate Paul?
I really think it was June of 2020.
All right. So we're in June of 2020, are we? And what was the circumstance in which you did that?
I think that's when is the first time I was introduced to an entity called the Minty Foundation. I think that's the name, Minty Foundation.
All right. Now I'm going to move to introduce at this time, Your Honor, Exhibit 62.
Before you do that, I want to admit Exhibit 559 that I rolled on into
Thank you very
the
much.
evidence.
No objection to this document.
Now,
it will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you tell the jury very briefly what this document is?
Okay, this is an executive approval memo regarding, and I think I can't move it, but I think it's regarding there we go. It's regarding a request to intervene into a legal matter.
All right. Now, we'll try to move through this quickly. Can you very briefly describe the process for a particular, that would call for a litigation memorandum like this?
Yeah, so anytime we're going to approve some sort of action, if it's filing a lawsuit or it's intervening into a lawsuit, we had in place a process in which a lawyer in a division, so in this case, it looks like Mary Henderson, who it's from, would request an action. And in this action, we want to intervene into this lawsuit. So this memo sets forth the reasons why the Office of Attorney General should intervene into a matter. It then goes up the chain of command. So it goes up to her division chief, which in this case would have been Josh Godby, who was chief of, I think it was financial trusts or financial transactions and charitable trusts.
And then it goes up to who?
And then it goes up to the deputy over civil litigation, who's over all the divisions of litigation. And then ultimately it would go up to me. And the way the DocuSign system works is Mary signs it, then it goes to Mr. Godby. Mr. Godby doesn't sign it, Mr. McCarty doesn't see it. Once Mr. Godby signs, it goes to McCarty. Once McCarty signs, it would come to me.
All right, so this is important, Mr. Materi, and I want to, because there'll be another occasion for this same process. How is the decision made as to who all is on this executive memorandum?
Yeah, we had to actually have a signature matrix, and depending on what the issue was,
yeah.
we had to, and these were in place when I came in. And my understanding is they date back to at least when Governor Abbott was Attorney General, maybe even further back.
All right, this process that requires everybody in the division and then up to you to pass off on it is designed to do what?
Well, I mean, the policies and procedures are there to actually protect us all and ultimately protect the agency and also protect the Attorney General.
All right, so in this particular case, if Ms. Henderson is recommending the intervention in a lawsuit. Is that right?
That's correct.
And lawsuit says the public interest in a charity, correct?
That's right.
In that recommendation, what would have happened if Joshua Godby, the person right above her in the DocuSign matrix, if he said no, does that kill it?
If he says no, it kills it, and I would only hear about it if someone brought it to me.
So are we to understand that if Mary Henderson sent this recommendation above and it got to Joshua Godby, and if he said yes, then it would go to Mr. McCarty. But if he said no, that's it?
That's correct.
Okay. So in some actions that are being recommended, how many people was your system designed to work through before it got to you for approval?
Well, in this case, 3. In some other situations, it's even more people.
Okay. We're going to get to one that has to do with hiring outside counsel in a while. That had a lot more people that had to go through there, correct?
That's correct, because we were spending money.
All right. And that's what added people?
Yes. I mean, one of the reasons, yes.
And would it also add people if it crossed 2 different divisions' jurisdiction?
Correct.
All right. So here on this one, at the time of this one, you signed off and approved it, did you not?
I did.
So your approval on here meant your people were given permission to do what in a lawsuit involving this charity?
It gave permission for them to intervene into that lawsuit on behalf of the charity.
At this moment, on June 6th, or is that 8? I didn't put my glasses on. Is that 6/8?
I think it looks like the 8th.
All right. At that time, on June 8th of 2020, what was the extent of your knowledge about the particular issue, a lawsuit that you were approving an intervention on?
It is possible that Mr. McCarty had told me about it, and sometimes deputies would give me heads up that something was coming. And so what best recollection is I probably have gotten that heads up. Yeah, I would have gotten a heads up.
Would you be aware that the line people in the past had waived intervention and made an affirmative decision not to intervene in that lawsuit?
I don't think I was aware of that at this time.
All right. Were you aware that the lawsuit was a lawsuit between the charity and an entity controlled by Nate Paul?
You know, I don't know if I don't remember.
At this time, in June of 2020, had you become aware at any level of consciousness in your mind of Nate Paul?
Not in early June, I don't think so.
So we can safely rest assured that whatever you're going to tell this jury today is based on information that you got after June 8th of 2020.
That's correct.
All right. So were you aware of any issue at the time you proved the intervention yourself at this time that would have clued you to how strongly opposed to this intervention the people who represented the charity were?
I don't recall any of that, no.
All right. Now, you see that I don't want to go into it, but you see there are multi-pages here. Do you recall whether or not you would have read through these, or would you simply have relied on the line worker that recommended it?
Well, actually, two answers. I would have relied on the people, but I also did read it.
Okay. Now, what did you think that y'all were doing in this and why you were intervening in this lawsuit?
I thought based upon Ms. Henderson, Mr. Godby, and Mr. McCarty's recommendation, this was in the interest of the state of Texas to intervene into this lawsuit.
Did you have any idea at that time whether Mr. McCarty thought it was a good idea?
I assume since he sent this memo, he did.
Were you aware one way or the other as to whether Mr. Paxton had any input in this decision?
I was not aware, no. That wouldn't be uncommon.
That would what?
It would not, I mean, because the Office of Attorney General, when I was there, it was over 30,000 litigation matters, cases, civil matters. So I didn't know about everyone, and there's no way the Attorney General could.
So let me ask you, at this time,
That's a lot.
one way or the other, whether Mr. Paxton was in contact with both Mr. Godby and Mr. McCarty urging this intervention?
In June, I don't think I was aware of that.
Okay. Did you later become aware of that?
In July, I became aware of that.
All right. But at this time, not, correct?
Not in early June, no, I don't believe so.
All right. Now, were you aware, had you ever dealt with the charitable trust to understand what the obligation of the Attorney General's office was toward charitable trust?
I mean, I came to learn of it, yes.
But you had not.
I'm not a charitable trust lawyer.
Okay. And at June 6th or June 8th of 2020, were you familiar with the Mitty Foundation one way or the other?
I don't think so.
Okay. Now let's go, if we can, to Exhibit 67. I move to introduce Exhibit 67, Your Honor.
No objection.
Can you tell us what this is, please?
Admitted into evidence.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I apologize, I jumped the gun on you.
No problem.
Can you tell us what this exhibit is, please?
It is another executive approval memorandum for civil litigation, and this one is a request to investigate, not the same as intervening, but to investigate a charitable trust, the Mitty Foundation.
Do you have any personal memory or anything about this event or why this one was done?
Other than it has my initials on it, I do not.
And it's a little later, is it not?
That's correct. It's, I think, the next day, June 9th.
Looks like.
And I sign it on June 11th.
Okay. Now, did you ultimately, I want to go if I can, were you having contact? You've talked about Darren McCarty, or we have, Joshua McGodwey. Were you at this time having any contacts with the line lawyers on this case?
Not with the line lawyers. My contacts would have been with Mr. McCarty. He had a one-on-one every week with me.
All right. Now, what was Mr. McCarty's primary duties at this time in the overall scheme of the office?
I'm really getting the feeling that they're just trying to overload
30,000 cases
with
they would
unnecessary
be at Darren.
information.
However, his number one job, in addition to leading that, was we had two major pieces of litigation. One against Google and one that was a big litigation against the opioid manufacturers and distributors.
Not relevant.
All right. And how much
Why are
money
they talking
potentially
about
was
this?
involved in
Just
that?
wasting time,
Billions of dollars.
making it seem
So
like
let
they
me
have
ask you
something
this,
to talk about, but they
Mr.
don't.
McCarty,
They don't have anything to.
how much of his time would you estimate he was spending on the Google case?
I mean, a fair amount of his time. I would say over 50%, because that was a major piece of litigation for the office.
Ordinarily, would he be pulled into managing or doing anything of a lawsuit this size?
You can't, we have 30,000 cases. I can't be involved in every case. The deputy for civil litigation, one that is not, I mean, obviously significant to the parties, but in the scheme of things for the state of Texas, that's very unusual.
Did you have any idea at that time why Mr. McCarty kept getting involved in this case?
I mean, in June, no.
All right. When did you become aware?
Mid-July.
All right. At this time, we haven't really mentioned the fact that we're talking about the era of COVID, are we not?
We are.
We're in the month of June. COVID was roughly, as far as the governor's proclamation and everybody running around on it, trying to figure out policy, that was the middle of March, right?
Yeah, I mean, the whole COVID effort took a lot of my time and Mr. Bangert's time and Mr. Vassar's time, quite frankly.
Do you have any explanation as to why people such as he and y'all were being involved in this kind of case?
I mean, we just normally wouldn't have been involved in this type of case.
All right. Now, I want, if I can, to go to
Did that sound
Exhibit
like a thorough
147.
explanation to y'all? 'Cause it didn't to me. That was a lot of air, a lot of nothing, and then a final statement that was also inconclusive. Not and then what? They just normally wouldn't be involved in this type of case. Okay. All right.
That was a straight mumbo jumbo bullshit.
Any objection?
Yeah.
I moved
Like
to
how
introduce you. I'm
how
sorry.
thorough. Wow.
No objection.
All right.
Admit Exhibit 147 into evidence.
It's up on your screen now. What is this?
This is an
Let's struggle to see
email
how that
exchange
establishes.
between me and Mr. Nate Paul.
I mean, this got
Well,
lit
how
off with.
did it come about that you and Mr. Nate Paul were having email exchanges about?
I don't know because it came out of the blue. He's in this email, he's asking to meet with me in person. As I testified to earlier, I had never met Mr. Paul. I'd never talked to him on the phone. At some point in July, I became aware of him. That must have been through the Attorney General, who would have alerted to me about him.
All right. So now this is dated on July the 17th, is it not?
It is.
You have any idea why Mr. Paul would feel so comfy asking you for an appointment that he's calling you Jeff if neither one of you have ever met each other?
I can only speculate.
Were you aware by that time he was friends with the Attorney General?
I don't know if I knew what the extent of the relationship was. I knew they had a relationship by then, I think.
And so this idea that you would talk to him on the 17th, what was your three-word answer?
Remember, I'm Baptist, so it was I'm not available.
All right. And why did you say you were not available?
Well, I knew at this time that there was litigation involving Mr. Paul. I mean, I would have known that, and it would not be my practice to meet with someone who's represented by counsel who is, I mean, they're not, it's an opposing party. It's just, they're involved in litigation that the state is involved in. That would just, I mean, beyond that, as a lawyer, you just don't do things like that.
Well, to put it another way, you guys were in litigation with Mr. Paul as one of the parties. Would you ever meet with him without his lawyer?
Well, we had intervened into a lawsuit.
Right.
And so we were in the middle of the V, so to speak.
All right. So is that why you told him you would not talk to him?
That is right.
All right. Now, I want, if I can, I'm going to, well, let's go now, if we can, to Exhibit 87. This last one we just looked at was July the 18th, right? You remember that?
July 17th and 18th,
Any
correct.
objection?
Right.
Hearsay, Your Honor. This document is hearsay.
Well, I wasn't filled with the question. Let's just, I haven't asked him, I haven't asked to admit it yet. I will.
Well, I just thought he had forgotten, but
So the
it's hearsay.
two documents are, one is July 18th, and the one you're being shown now is July 22nd. Is that correct?
I'm not seeing it yet, but I do know I did
That's
a
a
memo
good
to the
point.
file on July
All right.
22nd.
Let me just walk up with you, show you the hard copy to identify it. It's not in evidence yet, so don't testify from it. Okay. But without testifying to the contents, tell me whether you recognize that as a memo of yours.
Mr. Hardy, give me a moment. I want to look through this. Just 1 second.
Sir?
Give me a moment. I want to read through this on his objection. Are you submitting it?
Not yet.
Okay.
I will, but not yet, if that's okay. Did the court have something on your mind you wanted to?
Move on.
Thank you. I want to ask you now, back on that earlier email, Mr. Paul asked you for a meeting on a particular date, did he not?
Right. I think he wanted to meet the following week, that Monday.
Well, let's do for the record and the court real quickly. July 17th, let's go back if we could to 147, Stacy.
Yeah, I've seen it.
That memo says, does it not? Or go ahead and read it out loud for the jury.
Yeah, it says, I hope all is well. Are you available for an in-person meeting on Monday, which would have been the 20th, I believe.
Well, that's what I want to do. Let's figure out the dates for the jury. Up above, we know when you said I'm not available, it was July 18th on Saturday, correct? So Monday would have been the 20th of July, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you later discover there was any significance to meeting on Monday in terms of anything else that was supposed to happen that week?
Well, I found out on the morning of July 22nd that there was a hearing involving the Mitty Foundation case.
And on July the 22nd, that would have been a Wednesday, would it not?
That would have been Wednesday, yes, sir.
What time that day did you find out that there was a hearing scheduled for that day?
It must have been pretty early because I normally arrived at the office 7:15. And I got a call that morning before I'd left for the office from Darren McCarty.
Did you later go back, Mr. Mateer, and figure out that the meeting Mr. Paul wanted on Monday the 20th concerned this hearing on the 22nd?
I believe that was the case.
All right. But not having met with him on the 20th, until you got to the office that morning or whenever you were contacted, were you aware before the morning of the 22nd that there was a hearing scheduled for that day?
I was not aware.
How did you become aware of that hearing?
Yeah, Mr. McCarty, the deputy for civil litigation, called me. And I remember being at my condo in downtown Austin. Again, had to have been sometime in the 6 o'clock hour. And he had advised me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah, he's certainly right. It is. So after, what did you and the others become concerned about what was about to happen, what was about to be proposed that morning?
I was concerned that the Attorney General was going to appear in Travis County District Court and argue a motion on behalf of the Office of Attorney General.
Well, why would that concern you?
Well, I mean, at the time, I couldn't remember a sitting Attorney General actually going into a district court to argue anything. I mean, the last one was probably Dan Morales.
What was your fear?
I mean, General Paxton has some wonderful qualities, but he is not a litigator. And to think that he would go into court arguing a motion just made absolutely no sense. And especially on a matter, I mean, this isn't the Google case. This wasn't a Supreme Court argument. This was, with all respect to those who practice in Travis County District Court, it was Travis County District Court.
All right. Mr. Mateer, as a result of your concern, did you organize a meeting?
I did organize a meeting that morning.
That's all I'm asking right now. All right. And who all did you have at that meeting?
Well, I had Mr. Paxton, and I had Blake Brickman, and I had Mark Rylander, who was the Deputy of Communications.
Okay. And at that
Director
meeting,
of Communications.
what was your intent for that meeting initially?
I mean, I wanted to find out what Mr. Paxton was thinking, because I mean, it was inconceivable to me that he would want to go to district court to argue something.
Did you know at that time on whose behalf the argument would have in effect been?
I think, Mr. McCarty, yes, I would have known.
And who was that?
Well, it would have been in the Mitty Foundation at the urging of Mr. Paul.
All right. And when you had the meeting, before you started talking about other things with the Attorney General, what did you discover in terms of whether somebody had changed his mind?
Well, I did learn that actually Mr. McCarty was successful and having the Attorney General not go to that hearing. He was persuaded not to go.
So then what did you move that meeting of July the 22nd? What subject did you move it to?
It had to involve Nate Paul. I mean, just that the Attorney General being involved in matters like the Mitty Foundation, things again that were not significant litigation matters at the Office of Attorney General.
By that time, and by talking to other deputies and information, had you become concerned about the Attorney General's relationship with Nate Paul?
I was starting to become concerned.
So during that meeting, did you take any position and urge him in any way concerning Nate Paul?
Objection, hearsay. And also it's privileged, Your Honor.
I think what we're
Sustained.
about to have, yes.
Move on.
What I'm about to offer, Your Honor, is party admissions by a party opponent. Comments that Mr. Paxton made in that meeting is the reason for it. And I think that comes in under admission by the party opponent.
Move on.
Sure. You said move on?
Move on.
Okay. Now, in that meeting, did you yourself make any particular urging of the Attorney General?
Objection, hearsay, and also privilege.
Object on both grounds. I haven't asked him for the statement.
Overruled.
Thank you. Did you?
I did.
And what did you urge him? Is it regarding Nate Paul?
Again, Your Honor, this is hearsay, and also it's him advising the Attorney General, which is privileged communication.
First of all, the Attorney General is not here, and he doesn't have the right to claim an attorney-client privilege. There is no personal attorney-client privilege for him. The only question would be as to whether the Attorney General's office had the right to invoke it. And I respectfully suggest they do not.
Overruled. Move along.
Thank you. So, what did you urge him?
I urged him not to have any further dealings with Nate Paul, to let the lawyers, the professionals in the Office of Attorney General, handle these matters as they saw fit.
What was the Attorney General's response?
He committed to that.
Objection, hearsay. Also, it's a communication, Your Honor.
I think this comes out of the party admission, Your Honor. This is, I think, clearly admissible. In terms of the Attorney General, he's a party, and this is an admission being offered as admission by him.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
The Attorney General committed to me with Mr. Rylander and Mr. Brickman in the room that he would have no further dealings, that he would allow the office, the professionals in the office, to handle the matter.
How long was this meeting that y'all were in?
I guess 30 minutes or so, maybe 45 minutes.
Now I'm asking you demeanor and manner as opposed to actual words. How would you describe how insistent you were in your urging of him to have no more contact with Mr. Paul?
It was very troubling to me that the Attorney General would be willing to appear in Travis County District Court. So I was very concerned that why he would want to do that when we have, again, 800 attorneys at the Office of Attorney General who are very capable.
My question is, how insistent were you?
I was pretty insistent.
Obviously, you recognize he had the right to talk to anybody or help anybody, you thought, right?
Well, and I wanted in this meeting, that's why I had Mark Rylander there. Because Mark Rylander, his title was Director of Communications, but the joke in the office was I was first assistant and he was first friend.
All right. So in this meeting, how would you describe the demeanor or earnestness or lack of or whatever, the Attorney General's outward response when he told you he would not do it anymore?
He seemed sincere to me.
When you left that meeting, what did you believe in terms of the Attorney General's conduct in the future or contact or attempts to help Mr. Paul?
I was hopeful that he would allow the professionals in the Office of Attorney General to do their jobs and he wouldn't be involved anymore.
All right. Were you surprised to discover later that the very next day he's contacting other assistants on other matters to help Mr. Paul?
Surprised and disappointed, yes.
All right. During the time from July the 22nd, from then on, after his assurance that he would have nothing more to do with Mr. Paul, did you become aware that his contacts with Mr. Paul had become even more frequent?
I did.
did you become aware that those contacts that were much more frequent also touched a broader variety of activities
I did.
than
Yes.
just charity?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I will move to introduce what my number was. I don't have it here. The number of the last exhibit. Can I
Is
have
that number 87? Exhibit 87. Admit it.
We object. First off, hearsay, Your Honor. Second off, it's clearly, he even expressed concern for the Attorney General. That was his client. This talks about communications between client and lawyer. This is a privilege issue, square and away.
I already admitted 87. Overruled.
Now, if I could, I want to ask you to move on to another exhibit, but let me ask you something before I go there. That meeting was on the 22nd, and I apologize. I think when you're talking, I may be dropping my voice some here. I'm hoping people in the back can still hear, but let me make sure they can at this tone of voice. And did you ultimately respond to back where you and I were before, to anyone about the particular request that had been made of you by Mr. Paul to meet back on that Monday? Remember, on the 17th, he asked to meet you on the 20th, correct?
I think at some point, Mr. Paul's lawyers send me either a letter or an email, which I respond to, again, I think by email.
All right. What I want to do is, if I may step over briefly, if I may have your permission to get the number.
Keep in mind, guys, this guy said he is not a rhino and that he's a Trump guy.
Ask you, I'm going to come up and give you a copy of it so that you can look.
At this point, I really can't tell if this prosecutor is trying to kill his case right out of the chutes or what he's doing, but he's wasting a lot of time and literally going nowhere. Just my opinion, guys, but yeah.
Let's see. Thank you. I've been corrected by somebody who knows much more than I. I really should be talking about 161. It's the same document, but I gave it the wrong number in my questions. Now,
You have it?
Stella, excuse me, did we give him one? Army, if we can just find one in another book. I'll give him mine until we get it. But,
Mr. Harden, you want? I've looked at it if you need it. I think I'd remember it.
Here's what I'm asking. Now that you've had a chance to look at 161, does that refresh your memory as to when you then responded to his request to have met back on the 20th?
Yes, it does.
All right. And when did we've gone through the meeting on July 22nd. You've had the conversation we heard about with the Attorney General. And then now you've moved back to July 24th, 2 days after the meeting with the Attorney General, correct?
Correct.
And so then did you sit down and draft a memo and respond rather to whom?
Well, to Mr. Paul's lawyers. And actually, I didn't really know who they were at this time. And so I was asking for information so I could adequately respond.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. All right. So here's what I wanted to do. The reason I stopped about giving the name, I wanted you to give it. At the time you received a letter from Mr. Paul, did you even know who his lawyer was?
I did not or didn't remember.
All right. So then when you checked around, did you become familiar with whom you were going to be talking to?
I did.
And who was that?
Well, sitting here, I don't remember. I know Mr. Wynn was one of his lawyers.
All right. Well, actually, let me just ask you and focus on that. Did you become aware that a Mr. Michael Wynn was representing him in some matters?
I did during that time period.
And regardless of who he was, had you, by the time of the 24th, looked at the history of correspondence with Mr. Paul in terms of the way he talked to your people?
I mean, he attached in his email to me, he attached.
Is this the email? Excuse me. Is this the email back on the 17th?
I think it's a later email.
All right. And what did he attach for you?
He attached correspondence that he had with primarily Mr. Godby, and in which he's complaining to Mr. Godby.
Exactly. Was he complaining about the treatment he was getting in the Mitty Foundation lawsuit from Mr. Godby?
Yes.
Was he complaining that he kept writing Mr. Godby, he, the party, writing the lawyer for the other side? Was he complaining in constant emails about Mr. Godby?
That's exactly what he was doing, yes, sir.
And Mr. Godby, because he's not supposed to talk to a represented person, had done what?
He had not responded, which would be what any lawyer would do. You don't respond to the client or of the potential opposing party, you respond to their lawyers.
When you looked at the letter, actually when you were getting ready to write him on the 24th, did you have occasion to review that correspondence?
I did, yes.
And that's why I moved, if I could, Your Honor, to 161. I moved to introduce 161.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. This privilege issue keeps coming up. As you can see on the document itself, it says this is attorney work product communication regarding a pending litigation matter. I mean, it's labeled as such. And I would suggest to the court that all of these types of emails are, in fact, work product or attorney-client privilege communications, and the only individual in that office who holds that privilege and who can waive that privilege is the elected attorney general.
I'm sorry for laughing. I have to do it. So this is when sometimes we might take positions that come back to bite us. This is actually his exhibit that we agreed to pre-admit. And so I am offering an exhibit that it was pre-admitted by us to him because it was one of his exhibits. Well, hold on. I'm not quite sure how he can now turn around and make a bunch of objections to an exhibit that he agreed to pre-admit. We agreed to pre-admit and he accepted. It's his pre-admitted exhibit. It's in evidence, is my point.
I'm very confused because that was very confusing, but I would suggest this to the court. They put 161 on this as if it was their exhibit and moved it into evidence, and you asked for my objection.
Yes.
161 on their exhibit list is not this. So, I mean, first, I guess we need to figure out what exhibit he's actually trying to offer. And if he's really trying to offer this, it ain't the right number. And if he's offering something that's already in evidence, then obviously I wouldn't object to it. But I'm very confused about what he's trying to do.
The court is very confused too.
I suggest he talk to, like I did, talk to someone on his side that knows more than he does about this. If he notices that exhibit that we introduced is AG 161. That's the Attorney General 161. I think if he checks with his people, he's going to find that's their exhibit that we agreed to pre-admit.
I didn't have any discussions with Mr. Harden. I mean, I know he's accused me of being recalcitrant. I haven't had any discussions about the exhibits, but my colleague, Dan Cogdale, has. As I understood it, they weren't going to object to any exhibits that we offered. They have no objections, but we had exhibits on our list that we may not offer. So I think that's probably what the dilemma we have, but I'm going to turn it, if you don't mind, since I didn't talk to Mr. Harden personally, maybe Mr. Cogdale can enlighten me.
I again suggest he talks to someone who knows something about the subject. I've just been handed my Ms. Jarris, and I'll be glad to tender to the court where they have written down their exhibit number 61.
That might be true, but you need to let us know you're offering our exhibit. I mean, when you say 161, that presupposes you're offering your exhibit 161. That's why we looked on your list, and this ain't your exhibit 161. Now, with regard to whether these were pre-admitted or not, I would turn it on to Mr. Cogdell.
In light of him objecting to us at this extended time, this may be the first time I'm asking the court to take that in consideration. They've been objecting to their own exhibit.
Mr. Cogdell.
Judge, in my conversations with Ms. Bravorka, both
Speak into the microphone, please.
Yes, sir. In my conversations, and I understand Mr. Hardin's heartburn that he didn't object to ours and we're objecting to his. I get that. That notwithstanding, in my conversations, both orally and in email exchanges with Ms. Bravorka, I very clearly stated that while I appreciate their not objecting, we did not intend to offer all of our exhibits. Many of our exhibits were marked for identification purposes only, for impeachment, for whatever. So I never said, just because you didn't object to them, we want to offer them all. That never happened.
I think we may be raising gamemanship to a new level. The fact is, it is their exhibit. They asked if we would agree to pre-admit. We agreed to pre-admit. That put it in evidence. It's as simple as that.
No, it doesn't. Just because they didn't object to it, somebody has to offer it. We never said all our exhibits that we marked are coming in. We never said that. I never said that. I get his heartburn, but I'm happy to pull the email up in my exchange with Ms. Bravorka, but I clearly said in there, we do not intend to offer all of our exhibits that have been marked.
I'm glad we don't have to poll the kids in the upstairs as to what they think about this exchange. We've now used about 8 or 9 minutes, I think, on them objecting to their own exhibit. I tender 161.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear Mr. Hardin. I couldn't hear the last part, Rusty.
I'm sorry. I said, I'm glad that we do not have to poll the kids in the balcony as to whether this exchange makes any sense. I think we've taken about 8 or 9 minutes now on something where y'all are objecting to your own pre-admitted exhibit.
Again, they're not pre-admitted. They haven't been offered. We never said, if y'all don't object to them, we're offering all of them. To the contrary.
I'm going to take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Can I? Okay, thank you.
Did they say what they're stopping for? Are they are they just going for a break, or are they done for the day? All right, guys, if they end up not convening again, we'll be closing out and we'll come back in tomorrow. We'll be live streaming all of it tomorrow during the day too. So we'll give this a few more minutes here to see what's going on. I was picking up my daughter from carpool, so I missed a little bit of what they were saying, but we'll keep you guys posted. Did you hear? Do you know if they're just taking a break, Diddy, or are they done for the day?
I didn't catch that part. I literally looked over and was doing something on my other screen, but no. But as far as before that, it's just been ongoing mumbo jumbo for the most part.
Okay, well, we'll give it a few more minutes, and then if they don't reconvene as soon as we close out, you guys can feel free to go check out some other streams, and we'll be back again tomorrow, covering everything that they established tomorrow. I thought that I'm not really exactly sure what they established today, but I'm gonna review it and see if they established any, grounds, because I think first what they need to establish is grounds. So let's see if they were able to do that today. And everybody leave y'all's opinions in the comments. We're going to read through them before we close out. Okay, Diddy, if you see any good comments, feel free to read them out, because I'm really interested in how everybody interpreted that.
Well, Subpac Bet's got a good point. The guy doing exactly what his job is, that prosecutor, which is just, I mean, I don't know how much of it you got to see. I was in for most of it, but had to cut out here and there with the kids here. But anyways, this prosecutor is basically, I don't know if you call it grandstanding or just going on and on about almost irrelevant shit. Like the stuff before you left is kind of like I'd mentioned. I would have already objected on relevance on a lot of this stuff, but at one point, Subpac Bets was saying, did you notice the body language? He crossed his arms in front of him, which tells me he's closed off to anything being said. The guy, the witness or whatever, at one point in time closes his arms in front of him, and just, you can almost tell that this witness or whatever he is watching this prosecutor just really make himself look stupid. Okay. Grain of Salt said a 5 minute per Patrick, 5 minute request per Dan Patrick. So we'll see if it's 5 minutes. But he's just going round and round and on stuff that just doesn't. I haven't seen really any real relevance of it. This what do we call it? Witness is claiming at the end there that he had told, basically that he was telling Ken Paxton not to do any dealings with. I forget the guy's name. I just went blank, but not to do any business with the construction guy. And the prosecutor wanted to harp on, well, how serious?
Paul.
Yeah,
Nate Paul. Yeah.
And he just kept going circles and circles on, well, how serious was your demeanor and stuff like that, which is kind of hearsay. And kind of, when you ask somebody what their demeanor is, I don't know why they didn't object to that, because what is demeanor? Like, how can you express that anyways in court? But whatever. But
but they did try to object to hearsay, and then Dan Patrick overruled it because he was basically like, I mean, I don't know. I don't think you should have overruled it, but it's whatever. So, I mean, at a certain point, you realize your objections are just going to waste time and end up, making yourself look like you're protesting too much.
Well, in the way I kind of look at it, with the way that Dan has been handling this so far, there's a couple of objections that I wished he would have not overruled. But at the same time, if Dan Patrick is playing on the right side of things and actually going by the law, maybe he's just letting this prosecutor show his either noviceness or his lack of real fruitful testimony. If you're saying,
it's really giving them the spotlight, which they're definitely, I believe they're going to fumble it. That doesn't, even if they fumble it, we'll still have the Democrats and the rhinos that are going to vote the way the establishment wants them to, even if they fumble it. But at least Dan Patrick's giving them the stage. They want center stage. They want the spotlight. All right, now's your time to shine, bitch. I bet they have nothing, though. I bet they have nothing.
Yeah, so far it's only been talk. I haven't seen any. Now, there's been a couple times, like I said, I had to go in and out of the room, but I haven't seen them enter anything. And of course, from this angle, you can't see anything that they enter as far as document-wise into evidence. But we haven't gotten, I think, to the part where they're going to try to. And I don't think that they even have receipts to prove that Ken Paxton did any of these things. I'm obviously.
No, in fact, we've seen someone brought it to us, and we've seen the stuff that was filed in the House, and it was a joke. So unless they've gotten more evidence since the initial impeachment from the House, it's weak as hell. It is so weak.
Yeah, this is typically you want to start off strong in a case, especially. Yeah, I mean, any case you want to start off strong, and I don't feel that they've started off strong at all as far as the prosecution. I think they've done more. I think they honestly have done more justifying and making Ken Paxton look not guilty than he's done anything at all. But
Yeah,
yeah,
and you see that, like, even at the beginning, they relied on a lot of theatrics and a lot of fancy talk. And I swear, I think Andrew Murr grew that mustache out just for this impeachment trial. He looks like a fool.
oh, the one I said looks like little Hitler.
Yeah, Wyatt Derp.
Yeah, Wyatt, Dwight Twerp. Yeah, these guys are
Yeah.
absolute. I like Truett.
You
I
can
know
see
it.
the theatrics of it all. You know, this is a bad soap opera. They're not even good actors.
Yeah, Crisco 13 said the witness was another Vindman. Yeah, exactly. And you could tell he was
Oh, yeah.
just say too much as well. He's wanting to let everybody know. Like he first started out with, the first thing that you were still here, I think, but the lawyer comes out or the prosecutor comes out and asks him, "Are you a rhino?" Well, is the guy going to say I'm a rhino? Hello. And then this cuck that
If you have to say you're not a rhino, we don't believe you.
beyond that, he tried to say something like he was a Trump guy, something about supporting Trump or something with Trump. And I'm like, oh, now he's trying to pull the Trump card. So he's pulled a double whammy that already just tells you, yeah, like Crisco said, this is another freaking Vindman, another guy that got bullied his whole life and finally has a way to get back at the people that actually have legitimate power and handle their business like real men. And here he is, little sissy boy, gets to get his revenge.
Yeah, so that was them attempting to establish the grounds that Paxton had wrongfully interfered in this case between the Mitty Foundation, which really gives me Clinton Foundation vibes right now because I know what Paxton was doing and I know the kind of stuff that he was looking into. Excuse me if I can't muster up one flying F to give about a charitable foundation. I don't I'm supposed to feel sympathy for this charitable foundation. They don't have any standing. They're just a charitable foundation. I don't understand why they have some sort of complaint against the attorney general looking in, but we'll see. We'll see. If there's more to this, then we'll hopefully we'll be able to hear it. But that was them attempting to establish a foundation that he wrongfully interfered in a lawsuit between the Mitty Foundation and I guess Nate Paul and his building associates. And that Paxton wrongfully interfered to harm the Mitty Foundation and to help Nate Paul's associates. And if they have evidence for that, okay, let's see it.
Mm-hmm. Which
they were just trying to establish today that they're, what was even going on? What was this lawsuit? Why is it a problem that he stepped in?
Stacks X said, "Quote: Are you a rhino? Yes. No shit." Oh man, with that being his leading question to the witness, that tells you everything right there. Like, good Lord, man, oh man. They tell you the quiet part out loud, right? Or they say the quiet part out loud. Mm-mm-mm. Uh-oh. Little baby Diddy just got home.
I need quiet in the courtroom, please.
Oh, he told all the people out here flirting with each other to shut up. Like this girl in the red and this guy have been meeting up with each other like in different places nonstop all day. This is I hate to say it sucks that they're trying to take our boy Ken down with this, but this is absolute theater. Like Subpack Fed said, this is still interesting. All right, guys. Little D just got here. Sees I'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Maybe about 1 to 2 minutes. Waiting. Yeah, no kidding, Crisco. We pay these people what? I don't know. Senators make. I don't know. I know Congress gets what 170,000 a year. So either way, they make way too much money and get what a couple of month breaks a year. It's just ridiculous. Olive green, marble yellow has overflown. It's flown over my house. Huh. I've Subpack that talking about the helos flying over. I've noticed a few the last couple of nights that weren't typical care flight or whatnot, but it was a little bit dark, so I couldn't tell. But they definitely looked like either Black Hawks or some type of military. And I live in between two, kind of in between two, one Air Force base, and then one's an actual not listed Army base. State County Fed 5 minutes. Oh man. But yeah, we're gonna keep trying to wait. See how long. Oh heck, it's been what 15 minutes already. So I know they usually shut stuff down about 5. So, and I know that they don't like to work any harder than they have to. So I imagine they probably are gonna say at some point that they're gonna go into recess for the night. But we'll see. We'll hang around and see what's going on. So I'll be here in the background. Y'all got any comments or anything I want to ask? Just holler and I'll answer to the best of my ability. And if not, whenever Hot Seas get back, we'll either be able to answer any questions or whatnot. So we'll give it another few minutes and see what's going to happen, guys.
Members, we're going to, with a couple of issues to deal with. We've worked with both parties. They're going to work on the exhibits this evening, and then we're going to deal with the privilege issue in the morning before we start trial. So we're going to adjourn for the day now. You're to be back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, which means in the dining room at 8:45, ready to walk out at 8:55.
Well, kind of what I figured with it being almost 5. So, I'm not sure if you're there, but so yeah, evidently, like we thought, there's some. I'm sure they're arguing about what other mumbo jumbo they want to let in, and what actually probably pertinent information that they want to keep out. So, that guy looks familiar at the bottom right. But anyways, if y'all got any questions, I don't know if there's really, a lot of questions, from today. Yeah, subpack vet pussy. 6 times now. How boring. If I was in that halo, it'd be 100 feet flying treetop. Patrick must be on his plane to Tahoe right now. Yep. So, anyways, guys, well, again, on C's and my behalf, appreciate y'all being here today, guys. C's is going to be covering this for the rest of the week until it gets wrapped up, and so other than that, guys, like I said, if you have any other questions, I don't know if I can release her gold pills or not. No, I don't think I can. Anyways, guys, so unless C's comes back in the next couple minutes, I'll probably hang around for just a minute or two, see if she comes back. But if not, we will definitely see you guys tomorrow. Her channel here on Foxhole, I believe, Rumble, and on YouTube as well. So again, appreciate everybody being here. The stream may stay up for a little bit until she gets a chance to cut it off. But again, appreciate everybody being here, guys. As always, love each and every one of you guys. Keep your heads up. Pray for our Attorney General. This has a whole lot of implications just even outside of Texas. It's something they think you say set precedents. Who all knows what they could do if this goes the wrong way. So, anyways, keep it in your prayers. Everybody have a good evening, and we will see everybody tomorrow. And with that note, catch y'all later. Bye.
Okay, guys, I am back and I'm going to close out this live stream and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for watching. Okay. And I appreciate you very, very much. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get this one set up and we will see you guys tomorrow morning, probably around 9, probably around the same time tomorrow. Okay. Bye. Okay, guys, if they come back, I will jump back on here. I'm watching to see what they're gonna do.